These are historic times for the crypto community, and Stand With Crypto is leading the way. Stand With Crypto is the largest pro-crypto movement in the world. We are more than 2.1 million organized crypto advocates hungry for change. In 2024, our election hub helped more than 600,000 people prepare to vote, helping to elect the most pro-crypto Congress ever. We are the voice of innovation, making history today. We are crypto.
Hey everybody, Mason Lana here, Community Director of Stand With Crypto, and welcome to the first ever Crypto Day of Action. This is also the second year anniversary, so we're very excited and we are very grateful for every single partner that has joined on this momentous occasion. Before we kick off, I'm going to give you a brief breakdown of what Stand With Crypto is, what we've been able to accomplish, and what the purpose of this day is. So first off, for everyone that's watching, many of you are aware of what Stand With Crypto is, but Stand With Crypto is the leading pro-crypto advocacy organization for the American citizens that appreciate crypto, invest in crypto, build crypto applications, and care about the future of financial technology. We are very, very proud of what this community has been able to accomplish over the past 2 years. 2 years ago, we were basically just an idea. We started with an awesome fly-in, brought founders out to DC to meet with lawmakers, but that was just the beginning. 2 years later, we have seen a complete change in the entire environment, and that is thanks 100% to the crypto voters who made their voices heard in the 2024 election and elected the most pro-crypto Congress in history. We have been able to see bipartisan cooperation about passing pro-crypto legislation. We saw hundreds of thousands of lawmaker contacts from our community, so over 800,000 since we've launched. And as a result, we have seen the Genius Act become law, stablecoin regulation for the entire country and ultimately the world to come on chain. And we have seen the market structure bill, Clarity, make it through the House, and it's being talked about in the Senate. The market structure bill is what we need to do and what we need to get accomplished as a community, because this will establish the United States as the crypto capital of the world, and it will allow all of us to build, invest, and trust that crypto can thrive in America. The Day of Action is super important because it's August recess, and lawmakers are back at home in district. They're paying attention to the voices of their community. And as we've shown over the past 2 years, our voices matter. I tell this to so many crypto advocates because I've been learning about politics as we've gone through this whole thing. Our voices truly do matter. These staffers, they see your emails when you click that take action button on our website. They see your emails, they talk to their representatives, their senators that they work for, and tell them, hey, our voters care about this issue. It's why we've seen such a dramatic shift in the environment, because ultimately our lawmakers are accountable to the people, and we all made our voice very, very clear, our voices very, very loud and clear. And it's our honor at Stand With Crypto to serve as your conduit and your voice on Capitol Hill. Anyway, the Day of Action. Our goal today is to get as many actions as possible. So everybody on this stream, make sure you go to standwithcrypto.org/crypto day of action, email your lawmakers, and stay on the stream all day. Get your friends. We want to have as many streams and as many emails generated, as many posts posted, because this is a community-wide moment that everyone is going to pay attention to if we are loud enough. I am so excited about where we're going. I think that if we all come together and we all keep beating the drum, we can make this market structure bill a reality. We can secure America's future as the crypto capital of the world. And I'm going to jump into the next segment here and talk about the grassroots movement that is Stand With Crypto. One of the most exciting things I've been able to do with this organization is build out a network of state chapters. We are over 30 state chapters now, and each of these are run by incredible community organizers that dedicate time and passion and energy to furthering this cause in their local communities. So throughout this hour, we're going to highlight a few of our chapter presidents who have been with us for a while, who have seen dramatic success in what they're building in their community, and we'll let them show that this movement is truly powered by the people, that the crypto political movement is more than just financial contributions. It's truly a movement of millions of voters that are every day waking up and they're thinking about, wow, crypto is such an important part of my life. I am so concerned about the future of this country. I want to make sure that I can thrive, my family can thrive, my business can thrive, and this technology that I believe in so much will be secure and grow in America. So with that, I really appreciate everything that you guys have been doing, all of the people that pay attention, all the people that take action, all the people that volunteer. We have had a great 2 years. We're gonna have a great rest of this year. And then 2026, the entire community is gonna activate for another big year where we smash it at the ballot box and we make sure that Congress continues to support crypto and the crypto community specifically. So I'm gonna fade to black for a second and then I'll bring on the first chapter president. Thank you all for joining to this stream. We're very, very excited for the rest of the day. Cool. All right, we are live with Carlos Ivan Moreno, the New Jersey chapter president for Stand With Crypto. It's been a ton of fun working with him. We'll get into all the fun things we've done this year in New Jersey, but first off, Carlos, I just want to let the world know, tell your story, tell us how you got into crypto, how you got into advocacy. You have a very interesting story, so let's hear it right now.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And it all started back in 2017. I was working on a political campaign, and I had a group of interns that were doing their senior experience in high school. And I showed them how campaign life was, but now it was time to show them how government would work. So we were throwing out ideas, trying to figure stuff out. But the one thing I noticed was on the back of their laptops, they all had like Bitcoin stickers, Ethereum stickers. And I really didn't know anything. So I started asking them questions. And when they gave me a little, info about what that was, I said, let me take the initiative. And I spent the weekend I went down the rabbit hole just trying to learn more and more about blockchain tech, crypto. And I just, I could tell you I was sold. And the following week I went, met up with these interns, and I said to them, I have an idea. We're going to write a report on how to incorporate blockchain at the state, county, and local levels of government. The kids were game. They were really interested in doing this, and we spent about a good month writing a report. We ended up giving it to an assembly member that I was working with at the time, and he introduced it into the assembly. And then someone in the Senate, they took it in, and it was about a year and a half or so. The kids, they were able to testify before the assembly. Then we got to see the votes go through. In 2019, the governor ended up signing this task force bill, which is what it was, and it started. Unfortunately, due to COVID, the task force didn't go any further because with everything going on, it just wasn't a top priority. But several years later, I just kept on staying involved within the community. And in 2024, I started my own organization here in the state of New Jersey. But it wasn't until late 2024 when I ended up meeting up with you, Mason. And you were the game changer here because of meeting you and being introduced to the Stand With Crypto family. That's exactly what it is. It's a family. We're from all over the US, and we're all, people that are like-minded individuals that want to see, a pro-crypto policy happen, not just at the state level, but to see it happen at the federal level. And doing the stuff that we've done in the past 6 months or so has been, something truly special, and something that, it really makes me, and I'm sure everybody else, feel that we are doing something that is going to change the way, the U.S. works. We're trying to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world, and I think we're doing that one day at a time.
Yeah, no, I feel good about it as well. I've had a ton of fun. For the audience, just to recap, this year in New Jersey, I think the big highlight that we did was we threw a really big Get Out the Vote rally, and this is something Stand With Crypto does that is always fun. But New Jersey, it was a huge success. We had such a vibrant community come out. We had 3 of the gubernatorial candidates speak, and it was so nice when in the audience they're like, the candidates are like, raise your hand if you're registered to vote, and everyone puts their hands up, and the candidate's like, oh wow, okay, it's good I came to this event. And there's polling out there I wish I could pull off the top of my head, but crypto really did help influence people's decision when they decided to go vote and who they selected in that primary. So New Jersey is a very important state, and yeah, it's been super fun building this with you. Carlos, what about crypto makes you so excited about the future? So what about it motivates you to care so much? Because you and I have gone to DC together. We've met with the offices of multiple senators. This is something that you truly invest so much of your heart into. So what makes you motivated to do such a thing?
So I feel that with crypto, it can offer data protection. When it comes to privacy, it's something that is important, because we're living in an age where data is gold, and if crypto actually does protect that. Also, when it comes to sending money, remittances, for example, people are spending a ton of money with remittances. If you're sending $1,000, you got to pay $40 to be able to send some money to family members that live in another country. But with stable coins, you're cutting that to maybe from $40 to $5. So seeing legislation like this, the Genius Act being signed is great, because not only is this going to be something that's going to help consumers, it's going to help also businesses to try and flourish. So those are the things that really, get me excited about crypto. And, seeing the change happen now is really, is awesome.
Yeah, agreed. It sometimes feels surreal.
Yeah, it does. It does.
I still going on. I opened the New York Times app yesterday, and there's a front page article about stablecoins, and I was like, whoa, this is pretty wild. My parents are seeing this, which is cool. Traditionally, we're just kind of on the internet talking about this, but the whole world is now. So I'm really excited. So let's talk about what have you enjoyed about crypto advocacy. What have you enjoyed about the work you've done, not just with Stand With Crypto, but I know you mentioned the bill that you worked on with students, but through your organization and Stand With Crypto, what have you been proud of, and what are you looking forward to do? I know that you've been building out events for the rest of the year, but what's the future for Stand With Crypto in New Jersey, besides obviously focusing on 2026 and any type of election that may matter?
So the cool thing about Stand With Crypto is that when we have our meetings, we get to talk and we hear what other people are doing. I'm not saying it's a competition or any of that stuff, but I look at it as a big motivator, because you see people that are doing amazing things. You've got Elizabeth in Michigan, and you also have Carrie out in California. They're doing some amazing work, and just seeing that, it just motivates me that, man, I got to get going. I got to start doing stuff. And I look at that as, they're an aid. They're helping me. They're pushing me to, make this state better. One of the things that I see and that I look forward to doing is reaching out to more people, like local businesses, or reaching out to local elected officials, telling them that the technology is here. They don't have to look at a science fiction book or anything like that. Like, we're building, tech is being built that can actually not just help businesses, but it can help consumers. So that being able to introduce that to people is great. So that's what I'm looking forward to doing here in New Jersey.
Awesome. Well, man, it's been fun. Looking forward to the rest of the year and next year, and seeing all the good stuff we can do in New Jersey. But I think the shout out you gave to Elizabeth is a great segue to fade to black and bring in Elizabeth for the next segment. But thanks for joining this morning, Carlos. I'll talk to you on the internet.
Take care.
See ya. Awesome. All right, Elizabeth, welcome to the first ever Day of Action live stream. How are you feeling?
Good morning. It's the big day. This is amazing. I've been counting down into today. It's incredible. Like, just the whole coalition across all of America, all the crypto organizations on board. This is awesome. Thank you for organizing this.
Yeah, no problem. It's been fun. I'm happy that everybody jumped on board, and I think a great proof of concept for next year. What is this? Sorry, my laptop's blowing up. No, I think this is a great proof of concept for next year. We're learning this as we go, and we're really thankful for the team behind the scenes that's helping pull us together. But all right, Elizabeth, tell us about yourself. Tell us your crypto origin story. How did you end up here?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Elizabeth Hansen. I'm the Michigan president of Stand With Crypto. And it's amazing to be here today. We've been really excited about this day. I feel like saying good morning America, Crypto Day of Action. So I'm here in Michigan. I'm also the founder of the Detroit Blockchain Collective, and Detroit Blockchain Collective is a community hub for builders and blockchain enthusiasts and people who are just curious about crypto. My background is actually in engineering and decentralized systems. I haven't always been in political advocacy, but that's how I found my way here. And my work today is like right at the intersection of tech and community and policy, and that's where I love to be. I'm really focused on political advocacy. Stand With Crypto is really just giving me an avenue to be able to serve that purpose, and building coalitions, grassroots communities, and most importantly, with the community, bridging that gap with the lawmakers, both at the state and federal level. My goal for Michigan is to make sure that the voices of builders and entrepreneurs and everyday users are what is shaping the future of digital assets, and making sure that their voices are heard at the Capitol, both at the state level and the federal level.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I think you have such a good insight into the burgeoning technology and entrepreneurship scene that's happening in Michigan, right? I'd love for you to talk a little bit about both your experience growing the chapter, right? Because I think of the different state chapters, you've got a really good record of expanding across the state. So I'd love to hear that story of where did it start and where has it gotten to? and then also just give the audience a little bit of a understanding of what's happening in Detroit and why is it so important that you support entrepreneurs at this moment?
Wow, these are good questions. So when I started with Stand with Crypto, I was already a community builder in Detroit, and Stand with Crypto was coming in and really giving us the tools that we needed to scale, right, as community builders. I've been doing community building in crypto since about 2017. And so when I started with crypto, Stand with Crypto, we were in Detroit, and now we are at over 8 communities for Stand with Crypto around Michigan. Actually a little bit more than that, but it's amazing seeing the growth because that's just been in the past year. It's just really exploding. And Detroiters are crazy about crypto. We have a super vibrant, dynamic community here. And it's a really diverse community too. And that's been really the beautiful thing that I've seen is that crypto is something that is bringing everybody together. Like it's crossing every barrier there is. And I think it's just been good for the soul. Like it's so healing to have this common element of something we all care about, no matter what our background is or our political views. It's something that's empowering everyone. And for Detroit, that's super important. One of the big things about Detroit is it's lowering the barrier for entry, for participation, for money, whether you're talking about like raising capital, for instance, right? And that really matters in a place like Detroit where entrepreneurship is such a big thing. And we're all about that and innovation and hustle. That's always been a part of Detroit's story. And so crypto comes in and really that lowers the barrier for entry. It empowers us. And I think that's one of the reasons it's really exploded in Detroit. As a developer, I saw the potential for blockchain to level that playing field, but I also saw the prior 4 years with the last administration, us starting to fall behind while other major economies were moving ahead. And that was so frustrating as a community builder in Detroit who had really worked very hard to build up the tech community there. So that's part of what has pushed me into advocacy because I want to make sure the innovation can thrive here so everyone has a chance to benefit.
Yeah, I love it. And for the audience, Elizabeth, big shout out. It's been so fun because you've been so vocal and successful in bringing this community together and surfacing it. That she even would get reached out to by active lawmakers in the state, which is like, there was one time you got that email from, I think the floor leader, like a big deal, like a very important politician reached out to her. It's like, we didn't even know who he was. Like at the time, I didn't know who he was. I was like, we were like, oh, and then you knew who he was because you're tapped in with local politics, but we were just like, oh wow, he's reaching out to you right now. Like we don't have to go to them. They see what's happening in the city and in the state. So that's been really reassuring.
Absolutely. I mean, Stand with Crypto has really made a name for itself. And the unique thing about Stand with Crypto is it's the only advocacy organization that's really dedicated specifically to communities, like giving us visibility. And it's worked. That's why legislators are reaching out to us because we are the bridge between communities and legislators. In Michigan, is a great example. Actually, we have 4 bills that are in committee and it's completely bipartisan. There's 2 bills from Democrats, 2 bills from Republicans. We've got Schuett, we've got Posthumous, we've got McFall. So huge shout out to them. It's really exciting seeing things come together at both the state and the federal level. And I have to say, when everything started happening with the Genius Bill at the federal level, that excitement trickled down so powerfully to the state level. So now we're all just hustling for clarity. As a developer, I realized that how just misunderstood crypto was by politicians. And I realized as a builder, technology alone is not enough for this industry to succeed. We can build the most elegant solution in the world, right? And have the best builders. But if the laws and institutions aren't ready for it, it's not going to scale where it is. And so that's why I'm working so hard to make this happen because, we want to make our country and my state a place for innovation, be able to thrive and succeed.
Yeah, and technology is scary for those that understand, but also people have to lead by example, and that's why the Genius Bill is so exciting. And he's like exactly what you're saying. Everyone's asking questions about stablecoins now. It's in the news, but imagine the opportunity that will come from a market structure bill, right? Everyone will follow. It'll be amazing, and everyone will want to come here. When I was at the Digital Asset Summit, shout out Blockworks, everyone was coming up to the booth, and you were there, right? And they were coming up and they were like, oh, we're going to come back to the United States if the regulation like comes together. Like, we're so ready to come back to the States. We're so ready. So
there's so much writing on this, You know, I'm one of the, prominent leaders for crypto in my state. So when Clarity came up, and we're having our vote in the House, I talked to all the leaders for crypto in Michigan. Every single one of them, without hesitation, was like, we have to talk to our senators, we have to talk to our representatives and make sure that this gets passed. You know, because some of their companies had already gone overseas. They've seen developers that graduated from our amazing universities with crypto programs and leave the state, leave the country. So everybody's like, let's get this voted on, let's get this passed. We need this to really be able to succeed. I sent a letter to my Senator Slotkin, signed by all the not all of them, like 15 major leaders for crypto in Michigan. And immediately, like within the hour, they responded super positively and asked to meet with the community. They said, we want to hear from your community. So that's the kind of receptiveness that we're seeing now. And honestly, it's in great part due to advocacy organizations, specifically Stand With Crypto, who are creating that bridge. And legislators are wanting to talk to Stand With Crypto because we represent the community, because we represent the voices of the builders. And we can tell them, this is why crypto matters for us. This is the difference it's making in our lives. This is what our communities are relying on. So it's, it's been amazing to have that voice.
Yeah, no, it's been fun watching you and everybody else grow into just take over the we're taking over the country. The crypto community is here. They thought they could start an anti-crypto army, but suddenly the pro-crypto army is millions of people, millions of voters.
When we come back 10 times stronger, you know how that goes. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump. Thank you so much for joining, and I'll bring on the next one. Elizabeth, thanks for your work, and thanks for your time.
You're welcome, Mason. Thanks a lot, Mason.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right, we're back. We are live with Ant Mathis from Atlanta, Georgia, the Georgia chapter president. How are we doing?
We're doing great this morning. I'm excited for today. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's jump right into it. Ant, do you want to talk about your journey into crypto? What have you been up to at the Atlanta Blockchain Center? Maybe we should explain to the audience what the magic you have going on in the city of Atlanta is.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Ant Mathis. I am till infinity on all social media platforms. I work with the Atlanta Blockchain Center in business development and marketing and helping raise money. That's where I had the opportunity to begin working with Stand With Crypto a year ago. And this journey has been amazing over the last year. I can't believe, sometimes I'm so busy, I'm all gas, no brakes. And then when I take a second just to reflect, it's just amazing all the things that we have done over the last year. We are cooking at the Atlanta Blockchain Center. I'm about to be there in about an hour or so. We have started cohort 6. We got 6 new businesses. They're in their second session today. So the Atlanta Blockchain Center, we're everything blockchain, Web3, crypto, AI. We're cooking. We've been cooking for the last 3 years. We've had over 180 events. We also have a startup of cohorts. We have been doing a just great job of activating and educating and onboarding so many, colleges and kids and just those in the community here in the Atlanta area. So it's just been a great run, and we have a motto 10 and 5. So we're about 3 years into it, and we got 2 more years. And this has been such a pivotal year. And with everything that we've been able to accomplish with working with Stand with Crypto and everything that's been coming out with legislation and the signing of the Genius Act and stablecoin, and now we're working on the Clarity Act, and we're looking for market structure. And then we have another bill we're in the works with. And it's just really cool that everything that we've been talking about over the last, I can't even tell you what, the last 15, 16 years, everybody is starting to see it now. If we just look at the charts that came out this morning, I think they bought, between the last 24 hours, $116 billion in crypto has been purchased. So it's just amazing just to see the impact of the work that we're doing, and just to be here in Atlanta where we have specific pride on education, entrepreneurship, and entertainment, and just to be here in this space and be able to work with these individuals and just be able to transcend just, Atlanta and the Georgia border and just be across the country again, recognized around the world. It's been an amazing feeling and an amazing journey. And, a lot of us think that it just kind of was going to wrap up in 2025. We still got 2026. And in 2026, we might be even busier than we were in 2024 is what I've been telling everyone. So it's just great to see that Stand with Crypto is this organization that everybody started hearing about, but it's like everybody's like, whoa, y'all are like making it happen, moving the needle. So it's just really cool. And also just I'm here in Atlanta, but I've had opportunities to visit with other amazing Stand with Crypto chapter presidents in Michigan and California and Nevada and Arizona and New York, and we got more chapter presidents. We're up to 30 something now. And
yeah, it's awesome.
Just to be able to travel across the country and then go to conferences and meet with these individuals. I just shared with them that I didn't really think about it, but I looked up and I've been to the Bitcoin conference, Cardano, Solana, Ethereum, Denver. I'm going to all these conferences. And when I'm going into these conferences, I do realize that we're all there in these conferences, but the impact that Stand with Crypto has for everybody under the roof in those buildings, we're that one entity that really does impact everyone. And that's powerful. And I realized that this past week in Las Vegas and Rare Evo, and I shared that with Tamara, and I look forward to continuing to do that and growing this platform.
Yeah, man, dude, that was great. It's been so awesome watching what you guys do at the Atlanta Blockchain Center. Remember, I came out and visited. For the audience, just so they know, Atlanta Blockchain Center is a hub in Atlanta. It's a literal building, right? So Ant and then Marlon, Vandale, Chris. There's a bunch of other people as well, but Atlanta Blockchain Center, they have co-working, they have a startup incubator, they do every single week, every single Thursday, they have an education session, it's packed out. It's amazing. So they've all been huge advocates of Stand with Crypto, and I've just been so excited to watch everything that happens. And the 10 and 5 motto for the audience, they set a goal, top 10 tech hubs in the country in 5 years.
Top 10 blockchain tech hubs in 5 years. Not just technology, but blockchain. Yeah.
Well, I don't know many states that have an Atlanta Blockchain Center like you guys. That's a nice spot. So every other state, they could learn a little bit from the Atlanta Blockchain Center, in my humble opinion. But every state in the country has their amazing aspects, obviously.
Yes, they do. Absolutely.
All right, let's get one more question in, and then we got to keep cycling.
Okay.
Can you tell us about your experience? So, Ant, you have had some of the best interactions, I think, with lawmakers. You've been able to meet with senators. Meeting with senators is challenging for a lot of reasons. They're very busy. There's less of them, and they're very sought after. But Georgia, it's a very important state all the time in elections, specifically. But you've been able to meet with both of your senators, I think multiple times. So can you
Yes.
tell us, what does it feel like to talk to your senators, and do you feel like your voice has an impact on them?
Absolutely. It's the greatest feeling. Just this last July, we were there. Was that July 14, 15, or 16? I'm telling you, so much going on. I'm losing the dates, but y'all know we were there in July. Yeah, it was like the day or two before they signed the Genius Act. And to be able to sit there with Senator Ralph Warnock at the end of the table and to have his staff members on the other, and then to have Atlanta Blockchain Center members, we're sitting across from each other. And for him to look at us all around the table and to hear our stories, and then to come back and reiterate those stories, and then to see that we are making an impact in his district and in the city of Atlanta and Georgia with creating jobs, and to see his eyes open up. He is now, and his staff, all they needed to do was they didn't have the clear understanding of everything that was going on with the stablecoin and market, but by us being here and educating them and sending emails and them meeting with us, all it is just them becoming educated. Now that they're educated, they can onboard into the space comfortably, and they know that they can go to the bat for their people, and their people are saying, hey, we need this, and they feel comfortable with it. Because at the end of the day, they just don't want to protect us. Their job is to protect us. And the only way they protect us is and provide for us is to be able to be educated, understanding what's going on. And all of that is taking place right now, and it's all taking place with Stand With Crypto. And to be able to, they say Senator John Ossoff is a little bit younger, so he's a little bit more, adapt to, technology. And I don't want to take away from anyone else and saying they're not, but they're saying, he gets it now, he's starting to get it. And just to be able to see both of the guys vote yes on this, and it's just a great feeling to know that the work that we set out to do couple years ago with like a crypto task force in Georgia, and then now we're partnering, and then we got a relationship with Stand With Crypto, and we're working together. And now it's not just here in Georgia, but we're going up to DC several times a year. We're meeting with these individuals. They're listening to us. They're sitting down with us. They're responding to our emails, and just, it's a great feeling to know that I never thought I would be in that space. That's why it's a great feeling for me. And I just be open. I never really talk about the political landscape or religion openly with most people, but this is an impact, and this is the future of finance, and this is going to impact everyone. So it's so important, and I'm grateful and thankful. And for me, this is just one of those things. My mom called me and said, son, I saw you on TV. I understand what you're doing now, because some of us have been looked at, we were crazy. I was sitting down at dinner a couple months ago with some members from Stand With Crypto, and they had all said that they've told those within their immediate circle, family and friends, I'm stepping out to do me in this space. Mason, you know what I'm talking about. And we are actually doing me. I'm doing me. You're doing you. We are doing us in this space. And we're getting recognized for it. It's just really cool to see it being recognized by Wall Street Journal, the news outlets, and just on social media and everywhere. And now everybody around us, especially our family members, because that's who we do it for, in our communities, say, aha, we see it now. And here we go. So let's take it and run with it. This has been great. Let's roll.
Oh, dude, it's been so fun. And I'm truly grateful for your passion and your time and your effort. And
thank you.
We got a good future. I told you. I mean, you do the rocket emoji. It's no joke.
Right. It's happening.
Cool. Yep. Hashtag it's happening. All right, let's cycle on the next person. But thank you so much for your time, and I'll talk to you on the internet.
Check us out at Atlanta Chain. We're gonna have a rock and roll day, man.
Yes, sir. And we're live again, this time with Shelton from Arizona, the man. How are we feeling?
Good. We're feeling good. Super excited. Super pumped. 2 years at Stand with Crypto. Very exciting.
Man. I think you were like, you might have been the first or the second chapter president I recruited. And I think it was via Pizza Now, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I met you through Pizza Dough, through snacks.
Yeah. Shout out Pizza Now. Shelton, tell us about your crypto journey, how you got here. For everyone that's watching, Shelton is very ingrained in Arizona politics now. Is it through this? I don't know. You tell us about your history, and then tell us about what you did this year with growing your chapter, but also with the Bitcoin Reserve.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I got into crypto in 2017. My computer science teacher introduced me to the Bitcoin white paper. And then from there, kind of continued to be interested in the industry. Around 2020, I ended up working in a few startups, and then worked all the way through to 2024. And then I ended up hosting that Pizza Dow event, and ended up meeting you guys at Stand with Crypto, and started working with you guys about a year and a half ago, I want to say. And I've been doing that ever since. I had no political background before this, but I had lots of background working in the industry, working with lots of different individuals within the industry. And it kind of made sense to pivot to this. I saw a lot of projects, raise a lot of funds, and I also saw a lot of those projects move outside the United States after they had raised their funds. So it made sense that we needed some sort of clarity when it came to regulation and policy here in the United States. And since I've been working with Stand with Crypto here in Arizona, we've been hosting events every single week. And I've been doing that now for about 6 months. And before that, we were hosting events once or twice a month. And we had great feedback from the community, and they wanted to see us expand to other cities across Arizona since the valley is so large here in AZ. And we've done that. Actually, this month alone, we're hosting in 5 individual cities all across the state, which has been super fun, getting to interact with all sorts of different advocates that we have out here in AZ.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome. And it was so fun being able to meet you in person. I think it was the first time when we did our concert, our Get Out Vote rally in Arizona.
With the big purple bus. I still have people to this day in our group that was their introduction, was the big purple bus.
Yeah, and you have the hat on. The hat was a hit, right? All right, unfortunately, we have to keep rotating, right? Because we got to get the rest of the crew on. But tell us about, I think you, of all the chapter presidents, you might have had the most experience literally shaping a bill that became law, right? So can you tell us about the Bitcoin Reserve in Arizona and what your role was in getting that passed?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so I had several basically like task force meetings with Jeff Winiger and the Stand with Crypto team, and I supported Jeff in HB 2749, which was an estate law bill that established unclaimed property specifically for digital assets. So the state of Arizona hadn't recognized digital assets, but recognized every other asset when it came to unclaimed property. So we got the state of Arizona to recognize digital assets when it came to unclaimed property, which was super exciting because that was our first step into getting the state to recognize what we were doing. And it was quite a process, obviously many months of work, many meetings. And we had a lot of support from all sorts of different advocates across the board, just the same, who were able to make their voices heard when it came to that bill.
Yeah, so fun. State level policy is exciting because you can get your hands on it in a much more tangible way, literally, because you live there and the people are less. I mean, you're closer, right? Cool. Well, Sheldon, if you have any other closing words, love to hear them. Yeah. But you're straight to the point with your answers. And
absolutely. I know we have a bunch of other chapter presidents that I think are doing amazing things that I want to get up here, but I will end it out real quick just by saying that this year, actually in October 30th, 31st, November 1st, it's going to be the first year that Stand with Crypto actually helps put together an Ethereum Phoenix, which is going to be very heavily supported by ASU and the students there at ASU. And we'll be hosting that alongside AI Film 3 as well. So super pumped to make Ethereum Phoenix happen here in AZ, especially considering how fast we're growing, the direction we're moving. Looking forward to seeing a lot of you guys there.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to get out for that. Thank you so much, Shelton, for your time, your expertise, and your effort. It's been a true pleasure working on this with you.
Thank you.
All right, to the next one. And we're back. Welcome, Miss Nifty, Carrie.
Yay.
She is the chapter president for California with the amazing California Crypto Bear behind you. Tell us how you're feeling.
Amazing. It's early in sunny California. We are excited for this special day of Crypto Day of Action. We are going to be enjoying some IRL activities today, not just virtually all day. So it's super exciting for the community. It'll be our Web3 version of a telethon. So we will be tweeting, emailing, calling in IRL with our community out here in Southern California.
Awesome. Yeah, and thank you so much for joining. It's very early in California for those who are keeping track of the time zone. So, Carrie, can you tell us a little bit about your crypto journey? And you've been doing so much. You were already involved with your community, giving back in so many ways. Can you tell us why you wanted to get involved with Stand with Crypto and what has been motivating you in this journey of building out the California chapter? You've had such a success establishing the organization in the state this year, I think.
So I got involved in crypto 2016. That's when my first token was Ethereum and then Bitcoin. And it happened to make a lot of money very fast. And that's when I realized I need to better understand the technology behind this, because this can make an impact for generations, for community members, should they be aware of what this is. And so then it led me to say, okay, I have a social responsibility. If I'm aware of this type of asset or this type of product that can make an impact, then let me spread information and knowledge and awareness. And connecting with Stand with Crypto is essentially that, right? With great power behind it. How can we help raise awareness, not just to community members across the nation, but to policymakers? You know, policymakers are not boots on the ground talking to community members, constituents about crypto and Web3 and how this can impact them positively. And so I think that we have this amazing opportunity to be this conduit from the people to the policy. And so that really excites me to be backed with so many people that believe in the same things and know that we can create this change.
Yeah, no, it's true. And do you want to talk about a little bit about what you've been doing with Learnville as well, and how that feeds into your, I think you're just so motivated by the community and giving back and educating. I think I want the audience to know kind of where that intersection comes from.
Right. So Learnville is an ed tech platform that I started, and essentially what we do is we partner with the leaders of said industries based on 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars are mental health, financial literacy, Web3, and innovative career paths. And this is so that we can provide access to education to those that normally wouldn't be aware of or be able to have this type of knowledge. And with that, we're able to make sure that people are receiving their basic needs, basic tools to be able to receive information that can be impactful. So we're not creating the education, because we're not the leaders, right? We are partnering with the leaders so that we're ensuring that our education that we're distributing in a cost-efficient manner, so it's scalable across the nation, is leading education. So we know that it's impactful and effective.
Awesome. And then for the audience, I think you when you came and joined Stand Crypto, you came with some really creative ideas. So to end on a fun note, can you talk about the scavenger hunt and the tour you did? Yeah, and all it's so fun. You make all this merchandise. So let's give everyone a sample of what is happening in California for Miss Nifty.
Okay, so one of the things that I pride myself on with activations in the community is that we're not just getting together to share some drinks and listen to a panel. We're actually building stronger ties between each other. We're actually having productive moments of building, right? Oftentimes we get together and then we say, yay, these are great ideas, and then we don't ever talk again, right? But I really want to take it to the next step so that we're building something valuable. And so Stand with Crypto, we hosted a scavenger hunt in San Diego. It's a Web3 scavenger hunt. So we had a hub where we met, but we were put into groups and teams. So it wasn't that you picked your team, it was people that you didn't even know, right? And so you were challenged to solve and find clues in the scavenger hunt across the city of San Diego with your team, which you got to share wisdom, knowledge, meet new friends. For example, one of the challenges was to find the ape in the farmer's market. And we had a BAYC dressed up in the farmer's market, and you had to say, hey, you hold ape coin. And then he says, only when I'm bored. And then they got to claim their tokens. And then one of the other ones, we partnered with VFriends, and VFriends provided their merch. Gary V, thank you. And so, but the whole team had to climb to the top of, what are the things that you climb up at the park? You know what I mean?
The jungle gyms.
The jungle gym. The whole team had to climb to the top and take a selfie and tweet it, and then you got to claim your VFriends. And then we had this dope idea with the giant Jenga, and that was our version of blockchain. And so we hid that in a restaurant in San Diego. And so the whole team had to pull their blocks or whatnot and do a post of it and, you know, make sure that their team wasn't the one that knocked the whole thing down. And then we ended up at a lunch where we had so much IP from Web3. So that you could see how you could build businesses and brands and use this technology, not just for what we see here on TV, but in real life. Like you see pudgy penguins in Walmart today, right? So amazing, down to the chipped nail technology, right? Winnie is based in Southern California, and that's a company where you have press on nails and you tap and it goes to whatever link you want people to go to. Like, sure, I meet you, here's my social media handle, tap my fingernail to your phone. You know what I mean? Just really innovative things. And so with that, people are learning a lot more about each other and creating memories that last a lifetime within our community.
I love it. Well, thank you so much, Carrie, for joining. We're going to have to close it out, but thank you so much for everything you do for Stand Crypto. It's been awesome having you.
So excited, and we will see you guys all on social media throughout the day. So thank you guys for participating.
Awesome. We're with Pella, the Wisconsin chapter president, and unfortunately, I don't have as much time to give him the moment he deserves. He is a legend, but I'll give you as much time as we can, so a couple minutes. Ian, tell us about what you're doing with Wisconsin and why you care so much about crypto.
Yeah, absolutely. So really pleased to be a part of this whole day of action. here in Wisconsin, we've kind of had to build a lot of the groundwork and the framework for what is going on in the state and how we can participate in the whole broader crypto blockchain conversation. What we've been able to do has been able to start that conversation where this last year we've had our first bipartisan panel with some state senators. So we're having that conversation now. We had a bill introduced for the first time called the WIN bill. Wasn't able to get across the finish line this budget, but because of those conversations and those bipartisan conversations, we're now able to, in the next session, have real bipartisan communication, and we're very hopeful in what we're able to see come onto the Madison floor very soon.
Awesome. I want to be able to give you more time. I'm going to just shout you out. Tell us about your time going to DC, and what is your story? Like, why do you care so much about crypto? Because I think you have a really important perspective.
Yeah, so I'll make it really brief because I know we got to move to the next segment. We got a whole long day's worth of stuff. So in short, what brings me into crypto is it's the only hope that I see in the music industry. I've been a recording and performing artist my entire life. My mother's one of 17 children. She has the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest nuclear family band. I don't know if you know that, Mason, but that's a fun fact.
That's awesome.
So music is sacred to our family. And so when I look around in the landscape in the music industry, you grow up, it looks pretty dismal, a lot of burnout, a lot of people get jaded. There's not a lot of sustainable business models for musicians. And we look at a world of decentralization, and we look at a world of owning your own intellectual property as an artist. Web3, crypto, blockchain, this enables that. And so through that, we're able to galvanize a lot of musicians, show them, hey, look, what's going on here? Look what we're able to, what we can accomplish and what is being accomplished already. So that's why I'm in this space, is because the hope for an industry that seems so predatory and seems so hopeless.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Cullah, thank you for your work, your effort, your time. It's been amazing working with you. And we're going to close out this segment. I'm very, very thankful to Congressman French Hill for his leadership in progressing crypto policy in America. He has a very special message to the millions of Stand With Crypto advocates out there. So we'll go ahead and pass it over for a special message from Congressman French Hill.
This is Congressman French Hill. I chair the House Financial Services Committee, and I want to thank Stand With Crypto for all the support you've given our members as we passed the Genius Act and put it on President Trump's desk, and passed the Clarity Act, which is the market framework for the entire digital asset ecosystem that I wrote and passed the House with 78 Democrats, a strong bipartisan victory that I'm so proud of and all of my colleagues. I'm here at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio today for a meeting, and it's a privilege to be in this beautiful Air Force Museum. And you can see a great plane from Little Rock, a tail from the 1970s, a C-130. But I want to say thank you, Stand With Crypto. Now, you've got to help us get the job finished in the Senate. I'm committed to working with Chairman Tim Scott, Chairman John Bozeman, in getting the Clarity Act marked up in the Senate and create that market framework we need for clarity. Thanks for your help.
Policy and regulation in the United States. Together with industry leaders, we'll be exploring the path forward for digital assets, tackling tough questions like what will it take to get meaningful legislation passed in Washington? How can we balance breakthrough innovation with investor protection? And what does a clear competitive framework look like for the United States? My first guest joins us now, Coinbase Vice President of Legal and Global Head of Litigation, Ryan Van Grack. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Jen. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too. I think you're the perfect guest to start off this hour block. Your career has followed a quite unique journey. You were at the White House under President Obama, the SEC as a senior advisor to the chair. You've been in the heart of TradFi as general counsel at Citadel Securities, and now you're leading litigation at Coinbase. I want you to kind of bring that all together for me to just set the foundation for this conversation. Talk to me about seeing that regulatory machine from the inside, understanding the core concerns of TradFi, and now, defending one of the big crypto leaders in the space. How is that shaping your approach in this role at Coinbase?
Yeah, well, thanks, Jen. It's great to talk about such an important issue, a very timely part of this critical debate. What's maybe most notable is during my time at the SEC, working under Chair Mary Jo White, what was a critical part of the regulatory ecosystem is an open dialogue with our market participants. There's a give and take. It's a two-way street where you want regulators to get input from the industry, from investors, and you want the regulators to be educating the market participants to understand the rules of the road and how things should operate. What's been most notable during my time from the SEC all the way through to my time at Coinbase is that two-way street has been broken over the last several years, where you didn't have a regulator who was having that dialogue and learning from the industry and stakeholders so that they could properly regulate in the space. But refreshingly, over the last half a year, you've seen a sea change in how the regulator is operating, and we really, for the first time, had this ability to get robust clarity both among regulators and within legislation for the crypto industry.
I want to talk about your experience in TradFi for just a second. A lot of the narrative I've heard, a lot of the conversations I've had kind of behind the scenes said, we got stablecoin legislation seemingly so quickly because TradFi was interested in it. But on the other hand, TradFi wasn't really playing in crypto because we didn't have regulation. Like, was TradFi the missing piece here from your perspective?
It's not so much TradFi is the missing piece, but yeah, as a lawyer, as someone who's worked in TradFi, and as a regulator, regulatory uncertainty creates regulatory risk. If you don't know the rules of the road, you're naturally reluctant to engage in the space. And that's not just TradFi, that's crypto. It's also investors and consumers. They want to know where the lines are to be drawn and that people are following those lines. And so I think everyone benefits, TradFi and non, from having clarity. And so, yes, I think getting a robust, comprehensive framework is going to help facilitate TradFi getting more involved in the space, but you're already seeing meaningful steps in that direction across the TradFi landscape as people become more familiar and comfortable with the space.
You brought up clarity there. I know in your recent Senate testimony, you outlined 3 pillars for effective legislation. Clarity is one of them, uniformity and simplicity. Can you just unpack those 3 pillars for me? And there's one I want to hit on after you do that.
Oh, I'm scared which of the 3.
No, I think you're going to enjoy it.
Well, look, clarity, just out of the gate, clarity is critical because it's going to protect investors, it's going to empower innovators, and it's going to allow America to finally lead on this global issue. Uniformity is important because in the absence of us having one uniform, clear rule of the road, you have a patchwork of states, for example, that have bespoke and often contradictory ways to regulate the space. And simplicity is critical because I may be a lawyer and I get paid by the hour, but you shouldn't have to hire an army of lawyers to understand the rules of the road. That really sucks the life out of innovation and it confuses investors. And so I think if you keep those 3 pillars in mind, and what we've seen out of Congress is fidelity to those concepts, you're going to end up with a regime that is really going to benefit all market participants and stakeholders.
I mean, you said that hiring a a legal team can suck the life out of innovation, it can also be very expensive. I think we saw some of those numbers published in several different publications from companies like Ripple, and I think even Coinbase, on how much money these firms are spending to defend themselves. It can really put a small startup under and really stifle innovation in that way. And so I think that's a really great point that you made there. The pillar I wanted to touch on was uniformity, because this is a conversation I have with a lot of the guests who join my show, is this differentiation between federal regulation and state regulation, and what a lack of progress on the federal level actually means for crypto companies. And I'm not sure that many understand that. So do you want to break that down a little bit more for me? What does it mean for a company like Coinbase to not have something like Clarity make it to the finish line?
Yeah, so if we can pull on the thread about, in the absence of clarity, what that means. A good example of that is the fact that Coinbase was sued by the Oregon Attorney General earlier this year as a revival of the SEC's case against Coinbase, which was previously dismissed with prejudice. The reason that's noteworthy is because that lawsuit was brought in Oregon, even though the federal securities regulator had clearly spoken on this issue and deemed Coinbase not to be violating the rules. And you have unprecedented progress in Congress on a bipartisan basis to advance market structure legislation. I can't think of a more kind of illogical and unreasonable time for a state to be asserting itself when the federal government has made very clear it's their prerogative. But it's not just the fact that that's happening, and as you know, Jen, that it's costly to defend it. It's the impact if the Oregon AG is successful. Because if the Oregon AG had it his way, if you are in Oregon, you would not be allowed to participate in the crypto economy. You could not buy and sell crypto. You would have a moat drawn around you from the rest of the country and the rest of the world. And I do not see how that is protecting Oregonians or investors. It is just depriving them of an opportunity that would otherwise be extended to the residents of 49 states.
I guess there's another risk as well, is that if Oregon is successful in this case, or a case like this, that other states might follow suit. Is that something that you're concerned about?
Well, look, what's notable is two things, Jen. No one has actually followed suit from the Oregon AG. He filed this lawsuit, but others recognized that the federal government this is their purview, and they are making meaningful, visible, important bipartisan steps to advance that conversation, including the Clarity Act passing on a bipartisan basis in the House. But yes, I think it's fair that in the absence of comprehensive market structure legislation, you continue to run the risk of other states trying to copy what Oregon did and assert itself and harm their own residents and prevent them from participating in the crypto industry. So it's critical that we get this market structure legislation across the finish line. I think it's worth noting, Jen, that we've never been closer. This issue has never been more potent and more bipartisan. The successes of the crypto voter are unmistakable, but we are not done. We are on the 1 yard line. And if we can act collectively and coherently and push market structure legislation across the finish line, the complaints and ills and harms of the last few years can truly be behind us. And we can allow this entire country and innovators and consumers to benefit from this, once in a generation technology.
There's one big question on everyone's mind, and it is market structure going to get across the finish line before midterms? Because if it doesn't, some other challenges get introduced. Do you think it's going to get across the line before midterms?
I think this is a question of when, not if, we're going to see crypto clarity. I am an optimist, and I think the answer is yes. And that's because I think we're entering a virtuous cycle of clarity. And I use clarity with the lowercase c. And that's because what you've seen from Congress and regulators over the last several months is a genuine effort to learn. They've engaged all stakeholders through roundtables, through requests for information, through testimony from all walks of life. And that is empowering because they are now poised with all that information to truly provide regulatory and legislative clarity. You see that momentum building, and you see it building on a bipartisan basis. And I don't see anything so far that seems to be stopping that momentum. But admittedly, Jen, I don't think we can take it for granted. Legislation is hard. It requires negotiation, it requires engagement. And so now is not the time to take our foot off the gas. Now is the time to lean in over the next few weeks and make sure that this fall we can get comprehensive market structure legislation passed in Congress.
Ryan, it's been such a pleasure having this conversation with you. Thanks for kicking off the hour with me. And I believe we'll see you at our regulation and policy event on September 10th.
Looking forward to it. Thanks. Take care.
That was Coinbase Vice President of Legal and Global Head of Litigation, Ryan Van Grack. Like I just mentioned, Ryan will be joining CoinDesk on September 10th for our policy and regulation event in Washington, D.C., designed for general counsels, compliance officers, and regulatory executives to meet with public officials responsible for crypto legislation and oversight. You can register today at policy-regulation.coindesk.com. The price of passes increases tomorrow, so register with the code SWC15 to save 15%. Okay, now we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be with Blockchain Association CEO Summer Mersinger. Hello and welcome back. I'm Jen Sinesi, Senior Anchor at CoinDesk, and we are coming to you live on CoinDesk and Stand with Crypto's platforms as we kick off the conversation on crypto regulation and policy. I welcome my next guest now, Blockchain Association CEO and former CFTC Commissioner, Summer Mersinger. Hey, Summer.
Hi, how are you doing this morning?
I am doing well. We are having a lot of important conversations this morning. We just wrapped up with Ryan, but I want to come to you now for folks who knew you as CFTC Commissioner and are now getting introduced to you as the CEO of the Blockchain Association. Tell us a little bit about the Blockchain Association's role in shaping policy and advancing the conversation on digital assets in Washington.
Blockchain Association really serves as a collective voice for the crypto industry. Our goal is to work with policymakers, be a resource, and help them create policies that are pro-innovation and really help the United States be the leader in crypto of the world.
Talk to me a little bit about what you think needs to happen to advance regulation and policy in the United States. I was just talking to Ryan about market structure and the importance of that passing. But from your perspective, I mean, what needs to happen? What kind of impact do you hope to make in this new role?
Well, market structure is critical. Just start kind of stepping back, we passed the Genius Act out of Congress and it was signed into law. That was the first crypto legislation ever to be signed into law in the United States. We have a lot of great momentum with the industry and with lawmakers right now. Market structure is critical for our members. Right now, they are all trying to work through a patchwork of state regulations. There's lack of clarity, really no pro-innovative rules of the road. And the market structure bill will really provide that framework so that these companies can operate on a federal level and have certainty and be able to bring their ingenuity, their innovation onshore in the United States and really, grow this industry more than it's already grown.
You talk about this state patchwork, and I just want you to break that down for our audience. What does this introduce for crypto investors and crypto consumers with a lack of clarity and this kind of state patchwork that you just described?
Yeah, what the state patchwork is really, these money transmitter license that are in each state, they really were not fit for purpose when you think about crypto. So there's a number of things. It's very different across each state. It's very difficult to navigate, and some of the consumer protections that you would expect are not there. So the idea is, if you have a federal framework, you can come into the United States, you can register at a federal level, and you will have those consumer protections in place and not have to try to figure out each state's licensing regime. There's also a number of other kind of important laws and requirements that come with a federal registration. And that really is just going to make these markets safer for consumers and better for the United States.
You and I have talked about this before, I believe, but I think it's important to bring to this conversation with the new market structure bill. The CFTC is set to take on a bigger role in regulating the industry. Just to talk to me a little bit about the CFTC's resources, your experience there. Are they set to take on this responsibility, and do any changes need to be made?
So CFTC is one of those small regulators that really punches above its weight. I think people tend to say that maybe they're too small or they're not resourced enough, but I think they underestimate how much the agency is already overseeing. There's like $6 trillion in notional value in the derivatives markets, and that is all regulated by the CFTC. They are actually experts in this area. They have been overseeing crypto-related futures contracts since, I believe, 2018. So they have really been in this space, monitoring these markets, doing this work for a number of years. It's a principles-based regulator, which means there's a lot of flexibility that helps with new technology and new innovation. And they really are the best suited regulator for this space. 90% of the digital assets are commodities. So it only makes sense that the CFTC oversee this space. And I always say, when people are commenting on their lack of resources or they're too small, look at what they're able to do now with the resources they have. I have no doubt that agency is fully prepared to take on the role of the crypto spot market regulator.
Is there a challenge presented if legislation doesn't pass quickly and the CFTC still doesn't have a chair?
Yeah, of course. You want permanent leadership in these agencies. That's very important. It's really important to our association that we see Brian Quintenz become the permanent chair of the agency. He's very pro crypto. He has a lot of experience, and we know that he will really move things forward. If we don't have market structure, there is going to be a lot of focus on the agencies to do what they can within their existing statutes. And so it's critically important to have someone like Brian Quintenz in place to be able to maneuver that rulemaking, those staff guidances, whatever needs to be done to try to create some sort of framework without the federal, if there's no federal legislation.
Now, looking forward to the next 12 to 18 months, talk to me a little bit about what the Blockchain Association is focused on.
Yeah, it's been a crazy couple of months since I stared. I think right off the bat, it was, we signed Genius Act into law. We've been working on market structure, working closely with the House to get clarity through. Right now, we are working very closely with the Senate on their version. And I think the next 12 to 18 months, we're going all in to try to get this market structure legislation done. Hopefully it gets done before the end of the year. And then we really turn to kind of the rulemaking phase where we have to work very closely with the implementing agencies to make sure the rules reflect the spirit of the bill, make sure that somehow the rules don't push back the innovation and the idea that we want a framework that allows this ingenuity and innovation to thrive, and just make sure that the crypto industry is well represented throughout that regulatory process. So that's really the next 12 to 18 months, and it's going to be a busy time.
You just mentioned clarity, and then you mentioned working with the Senate on their version. I know that there are two versions of market structure right now that eventually have to become one. There is some different commentary there, many saying that they are vastly different, and some saying actually, if you look at them, they're not that different. Talk to me a little bit about the difference between the two and how they become one, just to help our audience kind of understand that process.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty common process in Congress. I know it sounds daunting, but they do it all the time. The House obviously has their Past Clarity Act. They had great bipartisan support, and I think that gave them kind of a lot of credibility going into the Senate process. I think the Senate is going to track pretty closely to clarity. We have seen some legislative text out of Senate banking and a request for information from that committee. They're trying to craft their section, which will just be focused on the SEC. It sounds like they are working closely with their counterparts at Senate Ag. They're working closely with the House counterparts too. That's critical to have the staff of the House and the Senate working together. That's how you get a bill that can pass both bodies of Congress and become law. I've spoken to staff at Senate Banking and Senate Ag recently. They are all in. They are working on this through the night, and I really do expect to see a product that's not too far from clarity, but also something that both sides can agree is a good piece of legislation so that they can get it through both bodies of Congress and get it to the president's desk.
Summer, thanks so much for joining the show. It's always a pleasure speaking to you, and we're going to see you at the event on September 10th.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. That was Blockchain Association CEO and former CFTC Commissioner Summer Mersinger. Summer, like I just said, will be taking part in CoinDesk's Policy and Regulation event. Register today with the code SWC15 to save 15%. Prices increase tomorrow. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be with TRM Labs Global Head of Policy, Ari Redbord. Welcome back. I'm now joined by TRM Labs Global Head of Policy, Ari Redbord. Hey, Ari.
Jennifer, always great to see you and really looking forward to a conversation today.
Always great to see you too. Now, I want to talk about what you're doing at TRM Labs because we often kind of talk about the broader picture, the broader landscape, but I think what you're doing is kind of really important and adds a different facet to the conversation that we are having here. So I want to start here from your perspective. What is the state of financial crime and illicit finance, and where does crypto fall into that picture?
It's a really important question. And, I spend really all my time talking about illicit finance and crypto, but I think it's so important to level set. We put out a report every year on the crypto crime ecosystem, if you will. And overall illicit activity is always under 1% in the overall ecosystem. That is a very, very low number, significantly lower than the estimates in traditional finance. But I spend my entire life thinking about that 1% because those are often, existential threats. It's people losing their life savings to fraud and pig butchering scams. It's North Korea stealing 1.5 billion, from a cryptocurrency exchange to be used for weapons proliferation and other destabilizing activity. It's terrorist financiers experimenting with how to move funds using cryptocurrency at the speed of the internet. So while it is a very, very small amount, and I think it's so important to always start with that, there are a lot of very real threats. And at TRM, we work with law enforcement, with compliance teams at financial institutions, at cryptocurrency businesses to stop bad actors from taking advantage of transformative technology.
What are the most, I don't want to say common, but what are you mentioned North Korea hacking for large amounts of sums from crypto firms, but what are the most proliferate crimes that are happening right now?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. Look, we've seen billions of dollars, tens of billions in fraud and pig butchering type of scams over the last, couple of years. We've seen billions in these types of hacks against the ecosystem. But we're also seeing law enforcement fight back. The FBI has a program that they work with TRM on called Level Up, where they're literally they identify victims using on-chain and off-chain intelligence. They go to those victims and they warn them of what's potentially happening. And the reason I sort of really, are focused on scams in this conversation is it's something that affects really everybody, but certainly millions of Americans right now who are losing large amounts of money. And we really do see this as a huge issue, but we also see law enforcement using blockchain intelligence tools to identify victims, to go after bad actors. In a really great case recently, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, which is part of the U.S. Department of Justice, filed a civil forfeiture action for over $200 million in illicit proceeds involved in pig butchering scams. But that means they were able to identify those funds, seize them back, and have Tether, which was the stablecoin issuer involved, reissue those funds to the government, which will ultimately get them back to victims in the forfeiture process. So if you ask me sort of what keeps me up at night, I hate that people are losing money in crypto. I hate that crypto is being used for scams and other types of illicit activity. But at the same time, what I love to see is the wins that law enforcement is having globally. One thing that we talk a lot about, you and I, over the years is, how do we build a safer financial system, whether that's through regulation, whether that's through compliance? And I think we're seeing is sort of all of this converge. We'll probably get to this in a moment, but the White House put out an excellent report a couple of weeks ago, 160 plus pages on really every aspect of the crypto ecosystem, right? Taxation, market structure, and then about 20 pages on illicit finance. And it kind of really got to the heart. It put some TRM data in there, quoting around that 1% of overall number, but then dug into, here are the real threats, and here's how we would recommend mitigating those risks.
What were those real threats that the White House outlined in that report?
Yeah, it's a great question, and really some of those that I've already mentioned and that we focus on. Ransomware, right? Crypto does not it does not enable ransomware, but it is the means of value transfer in so many of those exploits. So there's a ransomware attack. Oftentimes the payment is in Bitcoin. North Korea hacks was a focus of the report. Scams, terrorist financing, child sexual abuse material. But what I kind of go back to is people throw around this term crypto crime, and I think I even did a moment ago. But the reality is that like every crime is a financial crime. And as the crypto ecosystem grows, and it is growing at an extraordinary clip right now, not only, record-setting Bitcoin, but also with the regulatory frameworks globally, the ecosystem is growing. We're going to see more and more criminal activity because bad guys go to where the money is, and right now the money is in crypto. But I thought the report did a really good job of here. We're gonna show you this data to level set on the problem. We're then going to go into the way bad actors are engaging with crypto, and we're going to talk about our recommendations. Part of the recommendations were public-private partnerships. And I don't throw that around. I know a lot of people sort of throw this idea around as a solution to everything, but to me, it's very real. It's very operational. It's how do we get every cryptocurrency business in the world together, working closely with law enforcement to stop bad actors from using their platforms to off-ramp funds. It's very operational, and this report, I think, really talked about the operational nature of it. How do we interdict funds in the Bybit hack? How do we interdict ransomware proceeds or scam proceeds? And then they also talked about the importance of making sure that every investigator out there has the tools, has the training, because the ecosystem is growing and it's going to be a part of every investigation. So I thought the report did a really good job of both sort of setting out the problem, but also really talking about, hey, here are some recommendations. Some of them were legislative. Can we get a hold law that would allow cryptocurrency exchanges to hold funds in an investigation for a certain amount of time without liability? Very, very sort of legislative, but a lot were very strategic, very operational. How do we give law enforcement, how do we give regulators the tools that they need to go after bad actors?
Was there a time when crypto firms didn't want to work with law enforcement?
It's interesting. I was a prosecutor for about 11 years at the Department of Justice. And towards the end of my time there, I mean, crypto really, I've been at TRM for over 5 years now, or around 5 years. I think the ecosystem has grown just exponentially in that time. But I would have said that crypto firms, even in those early days, were some of the best at engaging with law enforcement. In large part because it was a young, small, nascent industry that really wanted to do the right thing. So, my take has always been a little different than other folks I hear out there. I think that sort of like certainly the larger crypto firms where much of the liquidity is today have really always been very responsive, in some ways more nimble than large traditional financial institution in responding to law enforcement process. I would say that, like, in part, when you're small, when you're technology driven, you're a little bit more nimble, you're using technology, you're wanting to engage. So I'd say that, like, there's a very, very large part, the majority of the ecosystem. And then again, like with everything else, you're always going to have, what I've referred to over the years as the illicit underbelly, where you do have non-compliant cryptocurrency exchanges. Many of those are in Russia and other jurisdictions where there's not, compliance controls are not encouraged. But some in the Middle East and elsewhere. But I think the reality is that a lot of the larger firms where much liquidity is today are really good at using tools like TRM, responding to law enforcement subpoena, having policies and procedures in place. So honestly, think the Coinbases, the Krakens, the Binances, the Geminis. They have large, robust compliance teams that, in some ways are very comparable to what large financial institutions have today.
Ari, do things get a little bit more complicated when we introduce AI into the mix?
It's such a great question, and it's been such a focus for me and for TRM recently. I testified a couple weeks ago in really the first ever hearing on Capitol Hill on AI crime before the House Judiciary Committee, and like really looking forward to more of those conversations. I think there are certain new crimes that AI enables, but I think most of what we're seeing right now is that AI is supercharging criminal activity that's existed before. We're seeing AI scam networks use AI to scale their operations, right? Remove the human bottleneck from scam operations. We're seeing ransomware actors spin up ransomware variants or affiliates using AI agents. We're seeing nation state actors use AI to programmatically launder hacked and stolen funds. So I think what we're seeing right now is AI supercharging crime the same way we're seeing AI supercharge everything that we're doing. I'm sure, in your work as a journalist, you're using it. I'm certainly using it. So I think right now what we're seeing is bad actors as early adopters of really, truly transformative technology. And at TRM, we are just so focused on on using it at every layer of our blockchain intelligence tool and beyond to meet bad actors where they are, to move faster. So when I think of AI, I think of it as a race where bad guys are early adopters, but we're building tools for law enforcement, national security agencies, compliance teams to move just as fast as the bad actors are. And I think that's what we're going to see play out over the next few years. I've never seen anything move as quickly as this technology in my lifetime. And we're seeing both criminal use cases and also law enforcement type use cases as well.
Ari, we got to wrap, but I asked everyone this, and I want to ask you too, over the next 12 to 18 months, what's your main focus when it comes to the conversation we had today?
I have never in my life had a main focus, and that's because we're in crypto.
Yeah,
So,
we are focused on everything.
I really need to focus a lot more. At least that's what my wife tells me. But I would say that I am so excited right now about the way financial institutions are really engaging in this space. I think what's happening on Capitol Hill is absolutely awesome, but none of it matters unless we see sort of this widespread institutional adoption. And I think we're seeing it in droves right now. We are having conversations with every major bank in the United States and then globally on how they can safely offer crypto assets to customers, custody crypto assets, how they can launch blockchains and assets. So I think that to me is really the most extraordinary thing. And I think the legislation will help with that. But it's the builders, it's the innovators, and I think most large financial institutions have that function today. So it's really, really exciting.
Ari, thanks so much for joining me. It is always a pleasure. And I got to say, one day we'll get me in the running club.
We never talk without that. And
I know, we got to talk.
Miami Beach is fabulous for running. It's going to be perfect weather. You and I are going out there. We're going to do this.
All right. Maybe our audience can join us for the TRM Labs running club at Consensus Miami.
I'm in. Jennifer, you're the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ari. That was TRM Labs Global Head of Policy, Ari Redboard. Ari will also be joining us for CoinDesk's regulation and policy event on September 10th in Washington, D.C. This is an event designed for general counsels, compliance officers, and regulatory executives to meet with public officials responsible for crypto legislation and oversight. If you would like to attend, you can register at policy-regulation.coindesk.com. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be with A16Z Senior Advisor, Chairman Patrick McHenry. Final guest joins us now, A16Z Senior Advisor and former House Financial Services Committee Chairman Patrick McHenry. Hello, Chairman.
Hey, how are you, Jen? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing well, thanks. Thanks for joining the broadcast. Now, I have to start here, and I've asked you this before, but a lot has happened since the last time I asked you this. Now that Genius Act has been signed and clarity is making its way through the process, do you have FOMO?
A little bit.
I bet.
I mean, so I spent years working on policy that I wasn't able to complete before I retired from Congress, before I finished my last term. I mean, I got to serve 20 years. I got to be the chairman of the committee, and I got to move what was Fit 21, now the Clarity Act. We got to move that through the committee and through the House floor and get a big vote. So I think we moved the ball forward, but it's really great to see the progress that Senator Haggerty, Senator Lummis, Senator Gallego, plus my friend French Hill, chair of the Financial Services Committee, and so many more in the House. The products have been able to move and get to the president's desk. So pretty awesome to see that. A little bit of FOMO.
I asked you about how long it takes to get these things across the finish line, and you said things move very slow in government. And it feels like things have been moving very quickly lately. Talk to me a little bit about your observations of how legislation has been moving, how some initiatives like Project Crypto at the SEC have been moving, and what folks at home who are watching should be taking away from this and be watching out for.
So there's this, as a House member, we always talk smack about the Senate. And so we were fond of saying that the Senate on an average day does nothing. But in an average week, they do nothing. But in a week's time, they could do what is a backup of 6 months. They can clear. So things work at this differential pace in Washington legislatively. Things are slow, and then things happen in an instant and change everything. So this year's been different, though. Trump 47, President Trump has led at a different pace. On executive orders, he's already issued more executive orders in his first 7 months in office than Joe Biden did in 4 years in office. Joe Biden had 5 bills signed into law by this time in his first year in office. President Trump has had 26 bills signed into law. Things are moving at a much more rapid pace generally, but on specifics here on crypto, this is an unprecedented pace. The work that you see from Commissioner Peirce at the SEC, now Chair Atkins taking the reins and running the show, they're working at a pace that they've not worked in a generation. So the SEC is moving very quickly, the Hill is moving very fast, and the president's demanding action that is even faster than that. And this is such a great, awesome thing for crypto, especially after the crypto winter that we suffered under.
Should we be concerned that we don't have a CFTC chair and the commissioners are reducing as time goes on?
I think it's a major concern. Look, you've got a great, credible nominee, and Brian Quintenz to lead the CFTC. He deserves a vote, and he deserves to get going so that this agency can get on with rulemaking. It's going to be very important once we pass the Clarity Act into law that you have somebody that's there to get going and writing the regs so that we can actually have this great deployment that can happen post new law. The CFTC is lagging behind. They're not fully up to steam because they don't have enough commissioners to do that. You don't have a confirmed chairman like you do with the SEC, which means that we're going to have a crypto policy set that's more weighted to the Securities Exchange Commission. Which, I mean, for those of us that are pro-crypto, I mean, to think about the SEC having the disproportionate power here over crypto, I don't think is a good thing. And so we need to get Quintenz confirmed and get him seated so we can actually have a nice balanced set of regulation here, not one that's just geared toward the SEC.
Well, what do you make of the news that it was the White House who's delayed the process for Quintenz? There were some reports that came out that there maybe were some industry leaders involved in this delay. Like, just help make sense of that for folks who are reading those stories.
Well, look, I mean, we're in an atmosphere where, the day before the election, crypto was on the ballot and knew that they were on the ballot. You had crypto executives that either had a business if the election went right, or had no business if the election did not go correctly. So we're going from basically jail time the day before the election under the Biden and Gensler regime to being hosted at the White House, those executives hosted at the White House, meeting with the president directly, and getting policies that are now the envy of the world in crypto. And so now you have crypto executives wanting perfection rather than good. And so what we want to do here is keep moving at a pace where we get superior policy, not perfect, but superior policy, and get it done quickly, because things can change very quickly in Washington, and events can overtake the prioritization of crypto that this administration has given us. We don't want that. We don't want an economic challenge or a national security challenge to deprioritize crypto from this administration. We don't want those events to overtake us. So we got to push hard to get good policy, superior policy, but not perfect policy. And I think this falls into one of those buckets of trying to get perfect rather than really good.
I think you put that in the perfect way. I want to turn now to your role at A16Z as senior advisor. Talk to me a little bit from that position. What are some of the biggest regulatory concerns for crypto companies now?
So clarity. We want clarity under law, clear rules, so we know the market structure, and so we can get mass adoption. What we're seeing right now are traditional financial firms coming in hot and heavy to the world of crypto. That's driving a lot of deployment of capital, a lot of new products oriented to TradFi, trying to understand and come to terms with crypto. You see that in a major way. So those firms, those traditional finance firms, want real clarity of regulation, not just law, but regulation. So the finer points of that. Second, you see this move at the Securities Exchange Commission around tokenizing real world assets. How do you do that? The complexity around that market structure on tokenization for securities and real world assets is a big thing. Third, DeFi. The world of DeFi is the same as it was 2 years ago, 4 years ago. The policy set around DeFi is dramatically different. We have regulators that want to seek to understand the benefits, not kill it before they understand it. That's a major change for the Biden administration and all of their regulators, not just Gensler, the SEC. So to take it from that regime that was anti-DeFi before they even understood the benefits of it, to this one that wants to seek to get it right and understand how you have proper regulation so DeFi can flourish here in the United States. I think those are the top priority sets I hear from portfolio companies and innovators here and the marketplace generally.
Chairman, thanks so much for joining me on the broadcast. As always, it was a pleasure hearing your insights.
Great to be with you. Thanks, Jen.
That was A16Z Senior Advisor and former House Financial Services Committee Chairman Patrick McHenry. That's it for me. There is still a full day of conversations around crypto regulation and policy coming up. If you want to hear directly from the public officials changing the course of crypto regulation for years to come, you can do that with us on September 10th at CoinDesk's Policy and Regulation event. Don't miss the single best opportunity this fall to engage directly with leaders from the public and private sectors and have a year's worth of critical conversations in just one day. The price of registration increases tomorrow. You can get 15% off today with SWC 15. Again, thank you all for watching, and thank you to the guests who joined me today. I'm Jen Sanasi for CoinDesk. We will see you soon.
We need to completely rethink what learning looks like, and that is a huge opportunity with blockchain, right? The blockchain gives us this ability to own our own identity, own our own information. So just by allowing for kids to use this technology, it's actually shepherding them to be ahead of the game with the new internet. We have no idea what it means to own our data. We have no idea what it means to own our own learning experience because we've never been able to. Kids never get access to information about themselves. The only time a child gets to interact with information about themselves is when it's a grade, when it's too late, when then they can't really do much about it. And so I really wanted to think about how do I take learning data and make it friendly, make it interactive, make it something that is a bit more tangible, that young people can own. Our students are not these static, stagnant things that don't grow, that don't evolve, like a JPEG, like an image that you can just interact with once and it stays the same forever. They're more like an NFT, where they're dynamic and malleable and ever evolving. They can change. So what learning frequency does is it asks kids questions about the way that they engage with the world around them. What tools do you need? How do you like to communicate? How do you limit distractions? How are you most productive? This is for the learner. So we visualize their answers into an avatar. So maybe you have 5 eyes, and that means that you need quiet time before you need to start work. Or maybe you have a pink head, and that means that you need to work with a partner. Or if you have a blue head, that you need to work with a team. And they could see, okay, this is the way that I like to learn. They can then mint that as an NFT. The visual of the NFT is not just art, it's storing data. And because it's an NFT, it can be dynamic. So we can ask these questions every year. And when data becomes something that's ownable, something that you can interact with, that you can connect with, it becomes feedback. When kids get to know themselves, they feel in charge of their own learning. They feel connected to their own learning. They can make really amazing decisions for themselves and for each other. And so I like to say that's like a superpower. The reason why I think blockchain is so impactful and important is they own that data. They own that asset rather than doom scrolling in this passive environment where everyone's owning our time, owning our attention, owning us. With crypto technologies, we have this opportunity literally to own identity, literally to own data. This is about working with young people in state schools, in public schools, and giving them access to this experience and educating them on why owning their own information is important and matters. I'm a mother, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a founder, I'm an educator, and I am a crypto voter because I'm invested in the future, and the future has already started.
Hello. Thank you all for being tuned in, and a big thank you for CoinDesk support. That was an incredible segment. You guys are real pros, and you had some heavy hitters as guests. Thank you so much for being a part of this. It means a lot to Stand With Crypto and to the Stand With Crypto community. My next guest here is Marty. He works for a company that he founded called Engage Raise, but more importantly, he has built a service called supportcrypto.org. We're going to get into the details about how crypto has entered the scene as far as political fundraising, voters, all types of good stuff. He's got a political background, and Mark, I'll let you jump right in and tell the audience a little bit about your story, how you got into crypto, what brings you to this role, and talk about. I mean, I think people would be interested in hearing about your political background as well, because a lot of our advocates, and myself included, are every day learning more and more about the political world and the legislative process.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Mason. Thank you for having me here. And we were talking before we came on. I come from primarily a political and policy background. It's been the last few years that I've been getting involved with crypto. My co-founder originally actually came from the crypto background. But we started Engage Raise to improve democracy in the digital age. That was the idea, and it's become kind of an idea factory that's produced a number of projects that are important to us, so we hope will be impactful. But one of the most important is supportcrypto.org, which fosters civic engagement from the crypto community, namely through crypto donations to political campaigns and advocacy organizations. I think I said before I came on, I think America needs crypto and crypto needs sound public policy. So that's what we're working.
Awesome. Can you tell me a little bit more about, so obviously you're working with someone who's coming from crypto. You're saying that America needs crypto. What does that mean to you? Like, why do you think America needs crypto, and what is the role that Support Crypto plays in furthering that cause?
So I think that this is about technological innovation. I mean, you can agree or disagree with, for example, some of the politics around the issue right now, but debanking is something that's come up, I think, in the 21st century. In 2025, having access to a bank account is something that's pretty close to a human right. Being able to engage in transactions is basically a human right. In the United States, obviously, that's not always the case. And I think especially around the world, I think that crypto and DeFi is definitely part of the solution and the safety net there. But even beyond that, talking about more mainstream sort of financial innovation, if you look at like the efficiency and the cost efficacy of crypto transactions versus traditional finance, like if you save 3% in transaction costs across the board of the entire economy, I mean, the impact of that is absolutely massive. So for the United States to be at the forefront of that innovation, I think is critical. And then in terms of why crypto needs good public policy, if you look at how traditional finance has engaged in this sort of game, for lack of a better word, there are Wall Street CEOs who spend 25% of their time in Washington. Like, it's that important. And crypto needs to kind of be engaged in the same way.
Yeah, and it's been awesome seeing the entire community and the industry come together as this behemoth in the past couple of years, just forming. I think we've been pretty successful. Obviously, the job is not done. I keep talking about we should all be super happy about how far we've gotten. We should all be very grateful to our elected officials and our policymakers for taking this leap with us and learning about how this works and figuring out how to regulate crypto in good faith. But without market structure, we didn't finish our job. So that's a big thing that is on my mind, and I think a lot of people in the industry. It's funny, when I joined Stand With Crypto, like, I originally started as a volunteer, and I like the job was to do common sense regulation specifically around market structure. And here we are in a couple of years, and some people are talking about, we got stable coins, it's okay. And not everybody's united behind market structure. But the job isn't finished. That was the original task. So anyway, I'm very grateful for everybody's participation, the lawmakers, and where we are. But sound public policy is exactly what we need. Can you talk a little bit more about the crypto voter? And I guess, how does the crypto voter play into fundraising? Because Stand with Crypto is one side of the coin, right? Like, we are the grassroots, we are the voice of the people, we are the millions of crypto voters around this country, right? But the other part of the piece, and everyone knows, like, politics is votes, and there's also campaign contributions. What does the other side look like, and what is the landscape shifted to?
No, those are really good questions. I mean, I think the crypto coalition is growing rapidly. I mean, people are much more engaged and much more aware and recognize the importance more so than just a few years ago. Obviously, I think the community is just growing in absolute terms, and that's part of it. And I think that Stand with Crypto, blockchain associations, organizations are doing incredible work in terms of advocacy and getting people involved. And I think, like, one of the next things that an idea whose time has come is getting some of these donations that are coming from the crypto space and actually having them come through in crypto and bringing political donations on chain. I will tell you that it's definitely early days, but I think all the data that we're seeing from our platform is validating the thesis that this is an entirely new demographic of politically active people. It's definitely true in terms of political donors, that's for sure. Donors are traditionally on the older side, quite partisan, quite set in their views, basically quite easy to categorize in one traditional political box or another. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But crypto donors are completely new. There's very little crossover between that traditional pool of donors and this new group of folks who are getting involved. They're crypto issue first people usually naturally, but they're younger. They fall into kind of interesting modern buckets in terms of their policy views. Maybe economically a little more libertarian, definitely very techno optimist, socially generally pretty progressive, inclusive. So this is a new audience of citizens that doesn't fall into old political buckets, at least not neatly, and is definitely up for grabs and open-minded in terms of their support and who they're supporting.
Yeah, and I love hearing the details about the profile of the voter, right? Because one of the things that's so exciting is this is like a new generation in a lot of ways of people getting super civically involved. And I tell this to folks is like, some of these people, these crypto advocates that have been activated by Stand with Crypto and all our other partner organizations are more active than most normal people that care about democracy. And they're not going to stop being active. They are incredible advocates and activists. And there's kind of a beast that's been awoken. I mentioned this earlier. It's like I just keep thinking back to that day where Senator Warren put out I'm creating an anti-crypto army graphic, and that was such a big moment for the community where people are like, oh, that's like a category that you can be. Well, I'm going to be pro-crypto. So we all care. Like, these are all people. I like you mentioned techno optimism. Like, that might be a big differentiator in a lot of ways. Is like, people are scared of technology, but people in crypto are like, hey, let's build. Like, let's find a way to improve the future. And that's something I talk about when I'm like, these people care about a better future, and ultimately, that's what you really want in an engaged citizen. But
most definitely,
yeah. This is like a step back a little bit. Can you just tell me about supportcrypto.org? Like, what is it like? Can you share technical details of any capacity? Like, if I'm a user, how do I engage with it? If I'm a campaign, how do I engage with it? What does the actual deployment look like?
Yeah, those are really good questions. So we are in the middle of updating the system for the 2026 midterms. We think the next 3 years are going to be a breakthrough moment for crypto in politics and for crypto donations. We have a really big midterm cycle coming up, and then we have the 2028 election. And these days, every election cycle is the biggest election cycle in history. And I think that will prove true, especially with crypto involvement. But we're really lucky to be working with Coinbase, and it's kind of a end-to-end Coinbase-powered transaction flow right now, where the donor can connect their wallet, donate through Coinbase Commerce, and then that goes to a Coinbase account and then comes out to the campaign. And they can choose to receive it in crypto, they can choose to receive it in stablecoin, they can choose to basically have it off-ramped in cash and then spend it on their daily campaign needs. One interesting thing about the political space, you'll see it's very different, I often say that campaigns are like, small, poorly run startups. But there's, the mindset is very different. Like, you're supposed to burn all of your resources going into election day. So usually campaign resources come in and you spend those within a week or two. So you need to be able to, spend quickly and keep going quickly. So we make that very easy for the campaign. We also, take care of the compliance side, which is one of the biggest barriers to entry. Campaigns the space doesn't evolve very quickly, to your point. I spent a lot of time in the early days of this project kind of hand-holding sort of older campaign treasurer types of folks who are like, wait, how is this safe? How is this compliant? Where is this money coming from? Is there a way to do this that falls within the rules and regulations? And so that's a big part of like our role and our layer, is that, we make sure that the funds flow in a compliant way, that the KYC is done properly, especially at the federal. States have different rules, but at the federal level, there is a base level of KYC that needs to be behind every donation. And I think there's like a lot of interesting stuff you can do regarding the blockchain in that area in the long run. I think it's just an interesting use case generally. But in terms of like this kind of MVP cycle, the way it works is that we handle the compliance layer. We handle, helping the campaign accept these funds in an easy and sort of pain-free way. And for donors, they can go to campaigns and seek out campaigns that are accepting crypto, give it easily online, just as though they were using some other campaign donation platform. And then over time on the supportcrypto.org platform, hopefully in partnership with Stand with Crypto, we're going to identify the campaigns that are probably like right on the cutting edge in terms of accepting this stuff and advocating for policies that the community is behind and putting them up on the platform. This is something we did last cycle, putting these target races and campaigns and organizations, target in a good way, up on the platform so that people can find them and find folks to support, even if they didn't go in knowing, okay, this is exactly the person I want to give donations to. They can find that person, read their agenda, and support the candidate.
Awesome. Yeah, I think the more tools that we can equip the voters with, the better. Because again, like we've all seen, the crypto voter has such a direct impact in some of these elections that we need to make sure that people are able to channel their energy and their passion into affecting real change. So you're working with campaigns. What is the vibe shift, or like what is it like talking to these people now? I mean, you're saying you've been talking to some folks that are like, well, what is this technology? But what is the environment change like? And one question that's like more specific is like, do you have to talk to like younger people on their team to work with this, or like what is the new normal, I guess?
Mason, it's very funny because I told you right before we came online that I was a little nervous coming into this, so I wrote some bullet points to fall back on if I needed to, and one of them was vibe shift, because the vibe shift has been crazy working with campaigns in an awesome way over the past 3 years. Like I said, a few years ago, 3.5 years, 3 years ago, I'd have to like spend an hour or two on a Zoom with a campaign treasurer. I'd have to go to their compliance firm. It would take a couple of weeks to like get a campaign on board with this. And those were campaigns that were generally like pro crypto anyway. For those who weren't familiar with it, it was kind of like a closed door. But now it's shifted. Campaigns are coming to us and organizations are coming to us and saying either, hey, we have someone who wants to give in crypto, or we want to tap into this community, or we want to do a crypto related event. How can we accept crypto? So in that sense, the dynamic has reversed.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's good. I mean, the vibe shift is crazy. Yeah, you see it everywhere. You see it with companies wanting stable coins. I mean, whenever we get market structure passed, like, I don't know what the future is. I'm a believer in having the alternative financial system as a way to compete, right? So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what we can do as a community, as an industry, as we move forward. This is like another random question, but you kind of see the races that are engaging in this stuff. You have like a view into the voters. Are there like tangential issues or tangential things that voters care about besides crypto? Have you seen any association with that, or is that something you don't have visibility into?
I don't have a ton of visibility into that. I mean, having conversations with people who are, coming to our platform, coming to events that we're involved with, like, I definitely absorb some of that. And like I said, I think the most interesting thing here is that, whereas traditional voters typically fall into a bucket, like if I see somebody donated to this particular campaign, I could probably guess a pretty high level demographic analysis of who that person is and what they care about. On the crypto side, it's completely different. Like, everyone is truly a unique individual who's bringing their own sort of policy preferences and worldview to the political process. So in that sense, it's exciting, but it's also, harder to categorize. I would say, like before, if you had to generalize, you might see folks kind of on that techno optimism and business and innovation side being more on the libertarian end of the spectrum, and then on the social end of the for social policies being more inclusive, progressive, favoring that kind of thing. Not totally out of line with what you would expect from kind of a millennial and Gen Z generation voter.
Yeah, for sure. And the part you mentioned there about like a millennial Gen Z voter, I just love that crypto can be the gateway for so many people here, kind of like I mentioned before. We have a couple minutes left. Let's wrap this up with like what when you look forward, what do you think your outlook is for crypto and politics for the upcoming election cycle and even beyond, right? Like 2026 is big. Like you said, every election cycle is bigger than the last one. But looking into 2026 and 2028, since you have this this perspective from both angles, and you're obviously part of this infrastructure that's so crucial to all election cycles, what is your outlook? What do you see in your vision?
So my outlook is very positive. The old idea that there's nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come. And I think that this is an idea whose time has come. I think that everything is lining up perfectly. I think that this is going to be one powerful way for the community to engage. I think that contributions, with, lots that you can say pro and con around it, campaign contributions are an important part of the American political system right now. So in order for the community to get more and more involved, this is an important channel that we're going to have to embrace. And I think also in terms of like an idealistic future perspective, it's a really cool use case for crypto. Because if if you believe this is the best way to make payments and you're going to donate to something, why not donate in crypto? And if you're a political candidate or organization that supports pro-innovation policy, then why not accept donations in crypto? And in the future, I do think one way that this is obviously an old idea, but a good idea, one way that campaign finance can become a better and better part of the political system is through more and more transparency. This is a very general idea. Like, I don't want to be the person who comes on and says, oh, the blockchain is the solution. But in some future where like you could imagine various futures where all campaign contributions are on the blockchain, part of the public record, and you can trace where the money is coming from, that is, that's a good sunshine sort of political policy. So I'd love to see, things evolve that way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would love to see that. I think a lot of people wouldn't love to see that, but we'll leave it at that.
You might be right.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, we're almost at time here. Do you have any other final words here to the millions of crypto advocates across the country that are chomping at the bit to get active, get involved?
I would just say, Mason, thank you for having me. Thank you to Stand with Crypto. Thank you for everyone who's listening. Thank you for what everybody is doing to advance the ball here. Another thing that's changed over the past couple of years is a few years ago, maybe this was kind of a fragmented movement. I think there's a lot more unity and kind of a united front now, even with people who have like disagreements in other areas or even on certain policies that are relevant. This is kind of a united movement going into the next couple of election cycles. So, really excited to be a part of it and look forward to meeting a lot more interesting, cool people over the next coming couple of years.
Yeah, man. Well, I think we'll be in touch, and thank you so much for joining. For the audience, thanks for watching another segment. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with Crypto Council for Innovation.
I would say that the biggest struggle when you're starting off in the real estate space is that if you don't have daddy's money or a rich uncle, it's almost impossible. It feels damn near impossible to get into the real estate development space. What blockchain has the capacity to do is give community developers the step up that they need by replacing banks with community. So in terms of real estate, if you are starting out, when you go to the bank and you say, hey, I've got this deal, they'll say, okay, we'll provide you the funding, but we need to see 5 years of already existing work. We need to see that you already have an existing portfolio of assets. We need to see that you have double the amount of cash required for the close in your account. And it's like, whoa, how do you get these done if you are just getting started? So I realized something clicked in my head. I knew that if I were to create a token that's backed by my real estate, then I can have the whole community, give them an opportunity to own fractions of these assets, gain cash flow from those assets, and that in turn gives me the ability to acquire more properties so that we can exponentially grow the portfolio of assets. So that's exactly what we did, and we came up with this idea called Equity Share that allows any other community developer, like myself, to be able to raise up to $5 million through crowdfunding, and then secondarily be able to tokenize their assets in order so that people who are in their community can own fractions of those assets. Fractional ownership and giving people opportunity to have tokens that represent their assets in their community, it's gonna change their mentality. So no longer can community developers go into neighborhoods and just think that they're gonna take over, think they're gonna develop without any kind of friction. If you go into communities now, they are not allowing developers to come into their community without getting something back put into the community. So if we can actually create an ecosystem in which these large developments across the country can actually have the community members own fractions of that asset, that is going to change their environment. And that decentralization, having hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of people involved in the project, you truly begin to understand where we're headed as a society. That is what's going to help us really see some real world change, when it comes to blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a real estate developer, I'm a husband, and I'm a crypto voter because I'm invested in the future.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Stand with Crypto Day. This is the Crypto Council for Innovation session. Real builders, real impact. We're going to go beyond the policy talk, and we're going to hear from the entrepreneurs who are using crypto and blockchain technology to solve real problems, to connect communities, and importantly, to remove some of these burdens for small businesses. I'm your host, Amanda Russo. I'm the comms director at CCI. So maybe for those of you who are hearing about CCI for the first time, we're a global advocacy organization, and we use evidence-based insights to help governments make responsible regulation for this tech. But enough about me and enough about CCI. We want to hear from the builders themselves. I'm joined by a great panel. I'm very happy to welcome Deborah. She is the CEO and co-founder of Althea. Their company, it's fascinating. They're bringing tech that enables affordable internet for underserved communities. We're also joined by Todd. He's the CEO and founder of TCS. They're bringing faster, fairer, cheaper payments for truckers across America. And finally, we have our own Renee. She is the head of CCI's impact base and research. And also, I would like to just say a big thank you to the Stand with Crypto community for bringing us all together today and having a wonderful day of programming. So Renee, let's kick things off and start with you. You've been looking across research and working with builders for the past few years to create our impact base. What are some of the trends that you've been seeing? What's sort of stood out to you?
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Amanda, and it's great to be here with everyone today. So we really started the Center for Digital Future, our research program and impact base, to document real-world emerging use cases so that policymakers can really ground their understanding of the space in real-world activity. So in addition to research reports, we publish vetted case studies documenting usage around the world that really seeks to get at the social, economic, and environmental impacts of these projects. And so while crypto as an investable asset gets a lot of attention in the news, what we're really seeing as one of the most exciting trends is that crypto's inherent qualities facilitate a much wider range of really interesting and impactful new use cases. In particular, we're really seeing crypto facilitate a powerful new coordination and accounting layer that streamlines processes and costs to such a degree that entirely new models and services can be made possible. This might bring services to new customers and provide better operational environments for small businesses that are working as part of a broader complex of service providers. We're really seeing this as particularly true in complicated business environments that are really critical to American businesses and consumers, including those industries that Todd and Deborah represent. These are industries with really complicated webs of participants, contributors, and physical assets, which have traditionally required really significant overhead management. So what kind of crypto qualities are we talking about? I think the most important one is crypto's programmability. So using smart contracts that really helps to facilitate coordination across a much wider web of actors. So long as clearly defined conditions are met, transactions can be approved, which is a huge unlock when we're thinking about these really sort of complex networks of supplies and contributors. Another big quality is instant settlement times, including through the use of stable coins, but through other forms of crypto as well, which provide much faster payment times for compensation, including for contractors and other contributors to businesses who may require payment to continue operating. In logistics, that's a big one. On the customer side, we're also seeing real-time settlement make it easier for customers to pay only for services that they consume instead of bracketed flat pricing. As I'm sure Deborah will speak to, this might result in lower costs for customers who could really benefit from that. And then finally, in an age of digital insecurity, the immutability of the blockchain can also provide really critical security of important business data to ensure that businesses remain operational no matter what may be happening. So with all of that being said, I think that Todd and Deborah represent two really great examples of industries that we already see benefiting from this coordination and accounting unlock that crypto can provide. So with that, I'll cede the floor so that you can hear from all of them directly.
Cool. Thanks, Renee. And yeah, Todd, let's jump in with you. I mean, I think there was a stat you said before that there was a very high percentage of the trucking industry that are small business owners. And obviously without them, goods don't get delivered, stores don't have the products that we need to buy it. So I would love to hear more about the TCS origin story and like, what was that light bulb moment for you? And how was crypto the answer for that?
Sure. And I also appreciate the invite, Amanda, and a big thanks to Stand with Crypto for hosting us today. So I'm an attorney by education. I've been working in the transportation industry for about 10 years. I've owned a freight brokerage. And the single largest problem in the $2 trillion US transportation industry is cost of capital. Most people don't realize this, but if you're a trucking company or a logistics firm, and you deliver a load of bananas, you're not going to get paid for 30 to 180 days, right? Most companies can't wait 30 days to get paid. They certainly can't wait 6 months to get paid. So what is happening in about 70% of the industry is these companies have to sell their receivables, their freight invoices, that they're owed from these shippers and debtors to third parties. These are typically banks and intermediaries. In the transportation industry, they're referred to factoring companies. And this is not only a major problem in terms of cost of capital for transportation companies, because they're typically paying 30% or greater annualized interest rates to get paid sooner, typically in 1 to 3 days. But anytime you're forcing major costs of capital on these companies who are 97% of the supply chain participants on the full truckload side of the industry, you're adding what I refer to as a silent VAT tax on goods, right? If companies are forced to absorb these higher costs of capital, that all trickles down to every consumer and household in the supply chain. So every time all of us go to the grocery store to buy goods, 70%, actually over 70% of all goods in the United States are on a truck at some point. But anytime you're forcing these large costs of capital onto these companies, everybody's paying a price, right? Everybody's paying a silent tax on top of inflation. So the light bulb moment for me, I was late to Bitcoin. Regrettably, I didn't buy any until 2017, but I went back to the Satoshi white paper during COVID. And I said, this really isn't talking about Bitcoin as a store of value. This is talking about how a blockchain tech stack is better tech for B2B settlement, reducing costs, disintermediating third parties, more immutability and transparency, like what Renee was talking about. And I thought, this is exactly what the transportation industry needs. So fast forward, TCS has been invited to the White House twice since March to talk about how we're mitigating cost of capital and cost of goods in the supply chain. We have over 100 trucks on the platform now. We have freight brokerages on the platform now. And we're scaling up, and I would be remiss in not adding the final point that all of this value is facilitated through not just blockchain rails, but a digital asset, TCS token. All of our flows move through TCS token, which is an ERC20 token that also rides on the Polygon L2, and our token is listed on the INX exchange here in the U.S.
Okay. And Todd, it's a large number of trucking companies only have 3 to 5 people in them, right? It's very...
About 97% of the full truckload industry is 1 to 5 trucks. So I joke with people all the time. Yeah, I say if these companies disappeared tomorrow, not only does the entire U.S. economy collapse, but the shelves are empty in 2 to 3 days and we're all shooting squirrels in our backyard. That's how important these companies are to the supply chain.
I don't think I'd do well in that world, Todd. I don't think I'd do well.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
So this is interesting. Obviously, moving commerce and physical goods is one part of the American economy story. The other part is moving information. So Deborah, I want to kind of come to you next. You're kind of in charge of that other bit that we really have come to rely on every day. Applying for jobs online, telehealth, buying goods and services that end up triggering Todd's truckers to deliver those goods and services. But there's a lot of places in the US, believe it or not, that still are not connected or are not connected in the way that we maybe are here in like DC or LA or where you folks are, Ohio and Oregon. So tell us a little bit more, Deborah. How are you folks using technology to connect people? What's your story?
Yeah, thank you again for having me. I'm super excited to share with you all what we have been working on. And thank you again, Stand With Crypto, for hosting this so we can share the story. And yeah, Amanda, that's exactly right. There's been sort of a problem. I think everyone sort of recognizes that no one says, look, I love my internet, it's great, or very few folks. Um, I think that internet service providers have worse net promoter scores than dentists. If
That's tough. That's a tough one.
Yeah, and and like you said, even in urban areas, and I think this kind of speaks to where we start to understand the problem area. In New York City, for example, 17 to 19% of people do not have adequate access or home internet.
New York City. New York City.
New York City, yeah, and it actually becomes even higher when you look at marginalized populations there as well. Um, so, and so I think a lot of times we oftentimes think it's just an infrastructure problem, and really where Althea started, I live in a small town. I'm actually, talking to y'all from a small town in Oregon. That had received actually multiple grants, tons of millions of dollars to build internet infrastructure here, yet still the amount of underconnected people relatively remained the same, despite multiple providers bringing infrastructure in. So really back in kind of 2017 when we started, we go, well, look, hey, internet providers aren't evil. They're not, sitting with tented fingers, like, trying to make things worse. But there was fundamental misalignments in this system. And that, to Todd's point, is what's so exciting about crypto, about blockchain, is that we can craft better systems of alignment between providers and users and enable these smaller business, enable governance and coordinated systems to happen more locally and different types of entities to participate in this stakeholdership. And I think that's especially important when we're talking about infrastructure or internet, which is very much, to your point, at the heart of our economy and livelihoods and quality of life as well. So, we got to work kind of 2017, started rolling out these systems in around 2019. It's a machine to machine. So the routers and infrastructure in the internet basically programmatically, to Renee's point about that automatic piece of it, these microtransactions in stablecoins between different stakeholders in the network. This allows us to do really creative things with revenue share, so that people that own, a farm or a city, a municipality can participate in owning pieces of the infrastructure and then get paid that revenue share back in a sustainable way. So across now 12 states in the US and a few different countries, we've been able to empower local operators to, essentially operate, provide the customer service, and then many different stakeholders are able to receive part of that revenue back. And that might be Farmer Joe with the tower, on top of the grain silo, and he's getting a few dollars back. Or we have an observatory in Arizona where they are able to help fund that scientific research by also being part of that network infrastructure as well. And you really create that kind of deeply embedded local, building with community in a way that serves the need of that community.
And that is it more expensive? Is it cheaper?
So our average cost is around $45 a month. It depends, of course, on each individual community will set their own rates for what works, which is usually about 2/3 of the average cost for folks. But also a key piece of what Althea has is an always on free tier. So, for example, we have a retirement community in Phoenix, Arizona. So everyone gets the internet. There's an always on free tier for emergencies, for writing that email, no matter if that person has funds that month to pay for the internet, they're not accumulating debt, and then they pay as you go. So for folks that maybe are on a fixed income or where resources are limited, that really empowers them to be able to always have that kind of safety net of internet, but the system becomes sustainable because they can pay as you go.
Interesting. So it's because I know a lot of folks were saying it's that last mile delivery sometimes of broadband that's the most expensive. And then that takes several years for the community to actually pay off a broadband company or an internet service provider to actually do that legwork. So that's how you're saving people money, is you're not doing that last bit of expensive infrastructure work. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's a key piece to it. There's a lot of nuance to exactly how these systems are more flexible. But that flexibility of being able to co-locate, infrastructure with a landlord, as opposed to, let's say, having to get permits for all of the poles and so forth. That coordinated system is much more affordable and much more flexible. So in a lot of places, you might put out 5 different towers, right, at 250,000 each. Or you could simply locate on rooftops and use this more coordinated systems, which would save a significant amount of cost.
I'm very interested. I'm always looking for ways to chop down my internet bill. So here we go. But I mean, we're kind of coming up on time here, and I do have one more question left for both of you. I know we've talked a lot about how you guys are scaling, you're growing, you're solving problems, but I think one of the things that I know kind of connects both of your companies as well as many of the other builders that Renee has spoken to and that we chat to at CCI is we kind of need some type of rules of the road for businesses to actually grow and expand. And so we do have a lot of folks from Washington who are going to be tuning in today to the Stand with Crypto Day. So, I know we kind of say, clarity is not really it's not just like a nice to have. So Todd, let's start with you and then we'll go to Deborah. Is there any type of message that you would have for the folks in Washington who are tuning in today as a small business holder?
Well, the good news is we've seen, in our minds, we've seen like a 180-degree turn on the regulatory front from Capitol Hill since January. TCS, here we are out there trying to solve this capital cost for small businesses to the benefit of the macro economy and consumers and households and cut capital costs by 50% for transportation companies or more. And we got debanked during Choke Point 2.0. Right, by the previous administration. So, I'm very bullish on what's happening on the Hill right now. I think the Genius Act was huge. The Clarity Act, hopefully we can get that over the curb and to the White House between now and the end of the year. That seems to be the consensus. But the companies that are still in the industry, right, that survived Choke Point and some of the trials and tribulations over the last 2 years, they're companies that are building valuable propositions, right, for consumers, for businesses. And the industry's matured a lot over the last 2 years, even though it was very painful for a lot of builders. So I would encourage Capitol Hill to remember that there are real world use cases for blockchain and digital assets. There are Main Street uses for blockchain and digital assets. And if you don't know where they are, you need to be reaching out to CCI and GBBC and all these organizations that are trying to help create that lift and educate the folks on the Hill who need a little bit more education. So,
Deborah? Thoughts?
Yeah, definitely second that and appreciate the work that CCI has been doing on that front and Stand with Crypto, doing that sort of translation on that front as well. My only add would be that there is an inclusive conversation on chains that are decentralized as well. Those interact a bit different than maybe what you might see from a Stripe chain or a JP Morgan type of chain, right? It's a little more centralized. And the rules should be inclusive to include both models.
Amazing. Well, Deborah, thank you. Todd, thank you. Renee, thank you. Thank you to the Stand With Crypto folks. And as we're going to close out here, we've started talking about crypto in America, but CCI is global, and we've really had the pleasure of talking to some builders and some other folks to see really crypto's global impact and global change. So we're going to leave you with 2 videos that showcase crypto's impact overseas. Thank you so much. I'm Amanda Russo. Thank you for joining Stand With Crypto. I'm going to kick it over to our production team to show those videos. Thanks, everyone.
And gentlemen, welcome to the first ever crypto game show. And if it's not the first, I don't really care. We're rolling it with it today. My name is Cody Carbone, CEO of the Digital Chamber, joined here by my co-host and colleague,
Taylor Barr, Manager of Government Affairs at the Digital Chamber.
We are the largest, oldest, leading blockchain trade association in DC. We are thrilled and honored to be here today for the Stand with Crypto Advocacy Day. We're gonna have a lot of fun. We need you energized for this game show. We need you engaged in the chat. Taylor, tell the folks out there what games we're gonna be playing today.
I would love to, Cody. So to kick it off today, we're gonna be starting with an NFT showdown.
A showdown?
Yeah, a showdown. Whoa. You get to pick between 3 different NFTs, and we're going to purchase one of them to display in our office right here in DC.
We're buying this?
We're buying it, Cody.
Okay.
And then we're going to move on to the Chamber Tank, where we're going to hear from some of our stellar member companies about what they're doing in the digital asset ecosystem and how they're making things for innovators and developers across the US. Then we're going to move on to Who's That Congressperson, where we're going to run through some quick hints about who a potential congressperson is, and you're going to have to guess along in the chat. Then we're going to move on to our final game show today, which is Who Wants to Be a Crypto Whale?
Ba-ba-ba-bum.
Where we're going to go through some quizzes, and someone's going to be a crypto whale.
All right, let's get going. Our first game, get ready for the NFT showdown.
All right, now let's see the options.
Do we have the showdown on the screen? All right, we've got the 3 NFT options on the screen. Again, Taylor just informed me that we are going to be buying one of these NFTs for the office. It depends on which NFT you decide that we are going to pick. We need you to scan the QR code. We need you to click the link in the chat. Tell us, what NFT do you want to hang in this awesome, beautiful setup? Well done to our team. Let us know. While you're doing that, we're going to hit you with some NFT fun facts. This is meant to be a very fun, interactive opportunity to tell the crypto world what are the beauties of NFTs. Let's do it. Taylor, get started.
I'd be happy to. So in 2021, digital artist Beeple, many of you may know him, smashed records when his artwork every day, the first 5,000 days, sold for $69.3 million at Christie's. That is the priciest NFT ever sold at auction.
I am in the wrong business. That is a lot of money, and I would like that.
Yeah.
I am hoping none of the NFTs that we are showing the people on the screen today cost them.
I can promise you we are not spending $69 million on an NFT today.
All right, well, let me hit you with a fun fact now. CryptoPunks, the original NFTs, back in 2017, way back, it's hard to even remember that long ago, CryptoPunks launched 10,000 unique characters and gave them all away for free. Again, I'm in the wrong business, the fact that I didn't know that at the time. Now, some of those CryptoPunks sell for millions of dollars. Talk about a glow up.
No kidding.
I dislike whoever made me say talk about a glow up on screen. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, so let's skip a few years ahead to 2021. Some of you may know Gucci.
Heard of it.
Yeah.
Heard of it.
Digital Gucci, a handbag as an NFT, sold for more than the real thing in stores. Fashion flex? Definitely.
So I can buy my wife a Gucci NFT at Christmas instead of the handbag.
Might be a little more expensive,
okay.
But
okay.
Yeah.
Just checking. Next fun fact for you. What is a fidgetal? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Try it.
I will embarrass myself.
Okay. Fidgetal NFTs mix physical and digital, hence the word,
there it is,
assets, blending the real world with the virtual one for a totally unique experience. We're going to have to get some Fidgetal NFTs for the office.
Sounds like we need some new members who are making some Fidgetal NFTs.
Yeah, if you're making Fidgetal NFTs, or if you have any idea where to buy one, let us know in the chat, because I would be very interested.
Yeah. In 2021 also, the first real estate property was tokenized as an NFT. And I know we have some members who are leading the charge in tokenizing real estate NFTs now. That all started in 2021. This has been made property ownership possible through the blockchain and has launched huge innovations in real estate.
That is very cool. It's crazy to me to see every single day. I feel like we talk about a new innovation in the blockchain. And it is the first time I'm ever talking about it on a live stream to 31,000 people. But tell us, what is your favorite innovation? I think we always talk about financial services, but I loved starting with NFTs and art and real estate. It's a very cool experience. All right, remember, please, please, please engage in the chat. Tell us which NFT we are buying for this office and spending money on. I see some folks saying Rocket Dog. Let us know. I'm partial to the dog, but we'll see what people buy. All right, next fun fact coming your way. The first NFT physical gallery, which what it sounds like we're going to be putting up in the office, in 2021, the very first physical NFT gallery showcasing NFTs opened, proving NFT art isn't just online anymore. And if the people who are writing these cards were my best friends, they would tell me where that NFT gallery was, but I have no idea. So if you know, let us know in the chat.
And once we find out, I think we should do an event at one of those galleries, bring members of Congress and display the innovations.
That's
of our
very,
industry.
very bougie. Crypto really like elevating its game. We're gonna go to NFT gallery parties.
I think we might as well do it.
I've never been to an art gallery. That's not true. I've been to a few art museums. I've never been to an NFT art gallery.
I have not either, and I think that would be something awesome that we should definitely look at doing. All right, so guys, if you have not already, take a look at the QR code or the link in the chat. Vote on the 3 different NFTs. This will be something in our office space. We have members of Congress, we have staff, we have industry leaders coming in here constantly, almost every single day. This will be shown to them. This is something that they will see. And so is it going to be a silly, funny dog? Is it going to be a crypto fish? This is something you guys get to decide.
Fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. You know, again, we're doing 4 games today. We are mixing it up. We are the Digital Chamber, the largest digital asset and blockchain trade association. Our whole goal today is, let's move away a little bit from the policy, and we'll mix in policy throughout the conversation, but we want to show you some of the awesome, innovative things that are going on with the digital asset space. We are Stand with Crypto. We are excited to be part of this advocacy day and continuing to educate the world on all of the cool and unique use cases of digital assets. We've got a few minutes left in this NFT showdown. Again, we really want you to engage in the chat. Which NFT should we be buying? I have a fun NFT story for you while we are waiting for folks to tell us which NFT we're going to be purchasing. My first foray into the digital asset space in 2019 was I bought 2 NFTs. I'm a huge history nerd, as people in this office know. 2 NFTs that were related to the Smithsonian Museum that were different portraits or art galleries of different luminaries. One was Muhammad Ali. I think the other one was Marilyn Monroe, and it was a very cool just introduction into the digital asset space.
That is awesome. Now I'm thinking about the first NFT that I ever bought. This is actually something the National Park Service did. They released virtual challenge coins that they did for each national park, and I bought one for the Yellowstone National Park. I thought that was awesome. I know someone who's in DC, I collect challenge coins all the time. And so they brought a DC-esque item into the virtual blockchain world, and I immediately had to buy it.
Well, that is very cool. You got to bring those. You got to print them out and put them here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think this is the gallery that we're building.
All right, guys, just one more time. Please, please, please engage with the chat. Click on the link or scan the QR code. Tell us which NFT that we are going to be buying for this office. You have 3 really cool options. Again, I'm not trying to influence the chat, but I'm definitely trying to influence the chat. I like the dog because I think I wouldn't mind seeing that in the office every day. I know some folks like the crypto fish. Take your pick.
Yeah, I think we are an office who loves dogs. I know a lot of our folks like to bring their dogs into the office, and so having an NFT representation of a dog, I think, might just have to win.
All right, just 60 seconds left. Let us know what NFTs we are going to be purchasing for the office. We are going to reveal it to you at the end of the lunch hour. Thank you for spending your lunch with the Digital Chamber today, if you're on the East Coast. Or if you're on the West Coast, thank you for having your morning cup of coffee with us. We're trying to make this the best we can. We are not paid comedians or talk show hosts, as you will find over this next hour, but we want to make this as engaging as possible. We have 4 awesome games for you today. Again, the NFT Showdown is the first one. So as we wrap up here, it's your last chance to let us know which NFT we are going to be purchasing for the office.
Get your votes in now, guys. About 10 seconds left on the clock.
I'm excited for this, even though I had no idea we were going to be buying something today, but that's fine. I will overlook that. All right. Last second, and all right, we will let you know at the end of the show which NFT we have purchased, which one won the count. We have a quick break before we turn to our next game show. Taylor, over to you with whatever we're going to do during this break.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think let's just start with, why is market structure something that we're even talking about?
Oh, we're getting real for a second.
Oh yeah, we're going to talk about this for a second.
Let me put my cards down then.
Yeah, and so this is something that comes up in conversation so often. Why are we talking about market structure? What do those 2 words mean for us? And why is it something that we're talking about so often on Capitol Hill?
I'm glad we're talking about market structure today and Stand With Crypto Advocacy Day. That's what we're here for. You know, we are advocates on Capitol Hill, and we really can't be the crypto capital of the world here in the US without clear, consistent market structure legislation. If you are wondering what all these various bill names mean, we've got the Clarity Act, we now have the Responsible Financial Innovation Act. What they are trying to solve for is they are trying to tell token projects who is going to be their regulator if they are going to issue a token, and they are trying to tell platforms who is going to be their regulator if they want to list a token. We have had jurisdictional infighting between the 2 market regulators in the US, the SEC and the CFTC. It has caused a regulation by enforcement regime. Projects need that clarity, hence the term the Clarity Act, to really thrive in the United States. They need to understand what is legally obligated of them to succeed. So we are very excited for market structure. We are supporting those pieces of legislation, and hopefully we'll get that signed into law quickly.
Great elevator pitch. Now,
thank you.
Welcome to the Chamber Tank. This is our next segment here, where we're going to hear from 3 different of our member companies about what they're doing, learn a little bit about more of their products, and we might just have to pick one to win the Chamber Tank.
And if you've seen Shark Tank, then you know exactly what this is. All right, let's roll the clip. Let's see the pitches.
Hi, I'm Anthony Weil, founder and CEO of NatGold Digital, and I want to personally welcome you to the beginning of something extraordinary. For thousands of years, gold has been the most trusted store of value. Bitcoin, the most disruptive digital force of the last decade. But what if you could fuse their strengths and leave behind everything that held them back? Well, that's exactly what we've done with NatGold. NatGold is the world's first fully sustainably mined crypto commodity, backed not by code or speculation, but by the oldest store of wealth the world has ever known. Each NatGold token is anchored in verified in-ground gold, digitally mined without dredging rivers, leveling mountains, or displacing communities. No dredges or bulldozers, no environmental wreckage, and unlike Bitcoin, no server farms devouring energy only to mine meaningless math. It doesn't much make sense. And that's the point. NatGold arises without emissions, without waste, just the geologically verified existence of naturally vaulted gold, sustainably mined via tokenization and delivered digitally to your wallet, utilizing about as much energy as you do when you wake up in the morning and turn on your computer. But what you may not have realized is that the token is only the beginning. Behind every token is NatGold Digital. We invented the model, we filed the patents, and we built a fully operational, compliance-first infrastructure with multiple patents pending for our revolutionary digital gold mining ecosystem. But we still needed to select the right technology partners to power it, and that's exactly what we did. Our platform runs on best-in-class technology, powered by Ivy League caliber digital architecture and institutional grade US partners. From one end to the other, integrity defines the entire NatGold digital mining process. And the economics are just as extraordinary. Every time a NatGold token is minted, 20% flows directly to us at over 99% operating margins. No extraction, no energy waste, no delays, just clean, scalable monetization of verified and naturally vaulted wealth without ever disturbing the earth. NatGold Digital sits at the vortex of 3 unstoppable global forces: Gold, tokenization, sustainable investing. We aren't just riding those waves. We built an engine that powers them. And the result? Picture it like this. Two caterpillars, one called gold, the other Bitcoin, crawl into a cocoon. Inside that cocoon is our digital mining model. And what emerges on the other side is a gold wing blockchain-powered crypto commodity, a monetary butterfly evolved, refined, and built to soar. Its DNA forged from the best of both and free of everything that weighed them down. It's not gold, it's not Bitcoin, it's something entirely new, with stronger monetary wings and far greater potential. We invite you to join us on this revolutionary journey. Get to know the token. Get to know Nat Gold Digital. Nat Gold Digital. It just makes sense.
Wales. Imagine if buying real estate was as easy as buying a share of Apple. No middlemen, no banks, no busted toilets. I'm Trevor Bacon, co-founder and CEO of Parcel, and we've built the future of real estate investing. Here's the reality. Real estate has created more millionaires than any other asset class, but it's locked behind a wall of pain points. Tens of thousands in closing costs before you see a single dollar in return. Huge down payments that tie up your capital. Tenants, maintenance, and taxes. You're basically running a business. And selling, that can take months while the market determines your fate. These barriers keep most investors out or stuck in deals they can't escape. Parcel tears that wall down. Our platform allows you to invest in the price movement of real estate markets directly. No property ownership, no headaches. Here's how it works. Deposit dollars. Choose a market. Dive into the details and analyze your deal. Transact in seconds. Track your portfolio performance in real time. With Parcel, closing costs are a fraction of traditional real estate transactions. You can start with any amount and you get total liquidity. Plus, zero maintenance, zero property taxes, and zero late night calls about your broken water heater. This isn't a concept, it's happening right now. Over 90,000 users have transacted more than $4.5 billion worth of real estate on Parcel. That's over 60 million square feet without a single closing table or clogged drain. We've built the rails, the demand is here, and the market is massive. The future of real estate isn't about holding keys, it's about holding opportunity. Parcel gives you speed, access, and scale without the friction. Wales. Real estate is the largest asset class in the world. We think it's time to open it up to everyone. Who's in?
The wild days of crypto is over, and we can see the mass adoption of the blockchain technology in the financial markets. Stablecoins are traded in billions, traditional financial institutions entering tokenization space with real-world assets. But what is important in this industry is that every mistake can cost us not only money, but also reputation for the whole industry. And we had cases like that. So what is important is to try to prevent the potential security risks that's coming building on-chain with digital assets. At Hacking, for last 8 years, we are securing both on-chain and off-chain components for digital asset providers, for blockchain-based protocols with different security auditing services, on-chain security monitoring, crowdsourced security, and general security advisory. Hacking is an end-to-end blockchain security and compliance partner for digital innovation. Unlike traditional security providers, we were born on blockchain. Our AI-powered, regulation-ready solutions cover the full decentralized stack, from auditing to licensing. Since 2017, we protected billions in assets for exchanges, DeFi protocols, enterprises, stablecoin issuers, and regulators. With deep Web3 expertise and market trust, we guide clients toward resilience and help policymakers shape industry standards. The world is entering next wave of the blockchain adoption, and Hacken here is for building trust and the resilience across the industry through different security services. So we work with different traditional institutions, regulators, and the general DeFi builders, starting from European Commission to ADGM to MetaMask to Ethereum Foundation, a lot of crypto exchanges, and general DeFi protocols. We're also cooperating with a lot of standard making bodies in the industry to make sure that cybersecurity is a part of every agenda on every regulatory or compliance document, and it's taken seriously. Because in the end of the day, cyber risks is on the top 3 of any business risks, and we need to make sure that it's minimized as much as possible. Whether you're launching, scaling, or protecting complex blockchain ecosystems, Hacken is here to bring trust and confidence needed to scale this industry. Vote Hacken. We protect the future of digital assets.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was 3 awesome pitches for the Chamber Tank from our member companies. We had Nat Gold, Parcel, and Hacken. And Taylor, I don't know if you know this, but Chamber Tank actually comes from a popular game show, Shark Tank.
Couldn't have guessed it.
Wow, yeah, so I am particularly a fan of the Shark Tank.
Yeah.
And if I was one of the judges, I don't know who I would vote for because I love all of our members equally, and I'm very excited to see what the people out there want to vote for, but I thought those were 3 incredible presentations.
Our members put up some stiff competition.
And they had very little time.
Very little time, and they did a great job explaining what their products are, what the impacts are, and how they're contributing to the massive and growing digital asset ecosystem.
Truly incredible and awe-inspiring performance from our members. I am laying it on far too thick, but that's what we do here and the Chamber Game Show. All right, Taylor, we have another very quick policy transition break. What do you want to talk about?
I would love to learn about stablecoins.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, and why do we just spend a bunch of time passing the first ever framework for stablecoins into law earlier this year? Why was that so important?
Was that the Genius Act?
It happened to have been the Genius Act.
That sounds genius. Oh, and our break is over. But I do want to tell you before we get to our next game, what is the best thing about stablecoins? People want in the digital age an instantaneous payment option. They want their payments to go to a cross-border or to someone else seamlessly, cheaply, and quickly. And they also want the settlement time to be instantaneously. Payment stablecoins do this. 98% of them worldwide are backed by the US dollar. It is a huge boon for the US dollar, and that's why the Genius Act was so genius. Do you see what I did there? All right, we are falling behind, and the production team behind the camera is telling me all different types of hand signals that I don't really understand. So we will move to our next game, and they are writing big notes. So let's go to our next game. Oh, wait a second, Neil. I forgot to announce that the winner of the Chamber Tank, which gets a very exclusive prize. It is not me investing billions of dollars. I see it. Thank you for the big Sharpie. It is not me investing billions of dollars into their company for a piece, but it is for a exclusive speaking slot at our DC Blockchain Summit, which is in March of 2026, which has over 30 members of Congress every year, members of the administration. The winner is, do the drum roll again, Parcel. Fantastic job to the Parcel team. Trevor, Kellen, thank you so much for participating. Thank you for everyone who engaged and voted. Huge, huge, huge win for Parcel. Thank you again to Nat Gold and Hacken for participating. Parcel will be speaking at this year's DC Blockchain Summit. Okay, thank you to the production team. Back on schedule.
All right. I hate to cut you off, but I hate to
cut me off.
This might be my favorite section of the game shows. This is going to be Who's That Congressperson? Now, if some of you guys know Pokemon and you've watched in between breaks of Pokemon when they show the little silhouette of the figure and you have to guess who's that Pokemon, we're going to be doing the same thing here, except for Who's That Congressperson? All right, we're going to kick it off with the first one. Now, I may say, before I even get to the hints here, you guys just may know it right from the haircut on this silhouette.
That's giving the voters a lot of credit out there.
Well, let's dive into the hints and see if we can help some people out. All right, so for this first congressperson, this person described Bitcoin as freedom money and wants to see it held in US reserves. This congressperson is co-leading a 2025 update to their digital asset market structure bill. This congressperson is actively working on policy to clarify tax treatment and consumer protections for crypto assets. This congressperson represents a state that has become a national leader in digital asset regulation. And if you didn't get it so far, I'll give you a little easier hint. More for the chat here. This congressperson is often called the Bitcoin senator or crypto queen from Wyoming.
You know, I think I might know it, but I will leave it to the chat.
All right, let's see who it is. It's Cynthia Lummis.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, they don't have that type of haircut, Bob, on the East Coast. It is beautiful for Wyoming. We love Senator Lummis. Thank you for everything you've done for us.
Awesome. All right, now let's move to the second congressperson. All right, this congressperson served in the U.S. Treasury Department under President George H.W. Bush. This congressperson previously founded a bank and brings deep financial background to their crypto policy work.
Founded a bank?
Founded a bank, and then came to Congress.
That's impressive.
I know. This congressperson helped advance the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act, which seeks to establish federal rules for stablecoin issuers.
And this wasn't the Clarity Act. This was...
I think that the notes are a little bit backwards here. Yeah. So he helped both the Clarity Act and the Stable Act move through Congress.
Okay. Well, we will blame the people who wrote the notes.
No worries there. And then this congressperson represents, and this might be a little giveaway here, Arkansas's 2nd congressional district and is one of the top GOP leaders on blockchain and crypto issues.
Taylor, have you been to Arkansas?
I have not.
I have not either, but I've always found it fascinating that it is spelled Arkansas and it's pronounced Arkansas.
Would have never...
No one really cares about that out there, but I think it's funny.
I love that. This congressperson is the chair of the House Financial Services Committee, influential in financial regulation. All right. And who is it? Any guesses in the chat? It's French Hill.
Ah, good old Congressman French Hill.
All right. Now we can move to the third one. And I may be moving a little fast here, so I may slow myself down. This congressperson is the lead sponsor of the Central Bank Digital Currency Anti-Surveillance State Act.
What does that bill do?
That bill prevents the federal government, specifically the Federal Reserve, from issuing a CBDC without congressional authority.
Okay, that seems important.
It's really important, and it protects Americans' financial freedom. This is something that we've been bringing to Capitol Hill, and we've been teaching lawmakers what is a CBDC, how does that relate to Americans' financial freedoms, and why is it important for us to pass a prohibition to just jump right into a CBDC?
And Taylor, before you give the next clue to guess who this congressperson is, can you tell people both where they can find out more about these bills that we are talking about, as well as where can they find out more about Pokemon? Because it looks like we're doing the Pokemon theme, and I want to know more.
I'd be happy to. So you can learn a lot of resources right on our website. We have a fantastic policy team here that produces tons of materials for our policymakers, for our members, and tons of folks across the industry who have deep dives into bill after bill, who have done tons of materials to help get folks educated. And it's a great resource from folks across the United States to learn about digital assets, what are we doing, and what are the biggest laws. So please visit digitalchamber.org to be able to learn way more about all of that information and just about us, the Digital Chamber.
You didn't answer about where they can find out more about Pokemon.
I always forget. Well, maybe just a good Google search or nowadays ChatGPT.
Okay.
I know. All right, so a few more hints on this third.
No free advertisements to ChatGPT.
I know. All right, so this former hockey coach co-chairs the Congressional Crypto Caucus. Now, I know we spent a lot of time with the Congressional Crypto Caucus beginning of this year and throughout this year, especially during Crypto Week, educating folks, growing the caucus, getting folks educated about the bills that are on their desk and they're going to be passing 3 in 1 week.
Crazy.
That is something that is historic, and we played a major role getting folks educated and up to speed about these major issues. So we're really happy to have one of the co-chairs of the Congressional Crypto Caucus as one of our guests at Congress people today. All right, so a few more hints for you guys. This congressperson championed a major 2025 House bill clarifying regulation between the SEC and CFTC. This congressperson introduced the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act.
I know that one.
Yep. To protect non-custodial blockchain developers. And this congressperson is the majority whip for Minnesota and one of crypto's most outspoken champions in Congress. Any guesses?
I think he's pretty important.
All right, it's Tom Emmer.
And just before on the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, because we got to always mix in a little policy to the game show, we are trying to educate the folks out there. The Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act provides that clear protection for software providers, validators, miners, all of those who are not truly financial institutions and custodying funds. It gives them protection by saying they don't have to register as financial institutions. So a huge shout out to our friends at the DeFi Education Fund, the Bitcoin Policy Institute for helping us move those bills along.
So important. And it's so important to have that clarity. Folks are creating some of the most innovative products across the United States now, and they just simply need that clarity to be able to continue to build. So we're so happy to clear the lanes out for these developers across the United States for them to just keep building these awesome products.
Let's keep building, man.
All right. So for the last one here, it is, all right, let's.
The last one?
I know, we're moving quick here.
This is the most fun lunch hour I've ever had.
I know,
And I am
right?
starving, so that doesn't make any sense.
All right, let's jump into the last one here so we don't run out of time, because I know I could keep talking about these Congress people forever.
Forever.
I know.
And
All right.
Pokemon.
What a great combination.
Really hung up on the Pokemon.
All right, so this congressperson represents a state that is home to many of the world's largest financial institutions. This congressperson played a central role in passing the Genius Act, working with their colleagues to pass the first federal framework for stablecoins into law.
Interesting.
This congressperson supports using existing commodities law to regulate many of the digital assets as non-securities, and has worked with us a lot to build out the framework for market structure legislation. This congressperson is focused on consumer protection and market stability in the digital asset sector, and this person has spoken to us and our industry a lot about that. And just in case anybody didn't get it yet, this congressperson is a Democrat from New York.
Oh, okay. I think I may know, but I'm very curious if the folks out there know.
Let's see. We'll give it a minute. We'll give it a second for folks to pencil in their last answers here.
And I'm very upset that you started with that this state that this congressperson represents is the leading financial capital of the world. And then you said New York, because I'm from New Jersey. And so Bloomington, New Jersey, shout out. New Jersey to me is the capital of everything, and no one in this office is surprised that I'm saying that. But if you're from New Jersey out there, and I know there's a Stand With Crypto arm in New Jersey, I love you guys.
Well, as a New York native, I may or may have not put that into these notes directly here. So I'm very happy to...
and that's why I need more oversight of the notes.
Awesome. So while we wrap up this segment here, I just want to say these four members that we've highlighted have been fantastic champions for our industry. If folks on the call don't already know them, get to know them. You should know these names. You should learn what these folks have been fighting for on your behalf in front of Congress, educating their colleagues, some of whom are older, may have not known about the digital assets, are newer to the industry. They've taken the time to teach their colleagues about our industry. And so thank you to those folks. We will stand here to be an advocating arm.
We will stand here with Stand With Crypto.
Stand With Crypto. Isn't that awesome?
You did it there. That's clever.
Thank you. We're going to stand here. We're going to stand with crypto, and we're going to continue to support those folks in Congress who are fighting so hard on our behalf. Awesome. So now, are you ready to play Who Wants to Be a Crypto Whale? I think that's...
Is that the last game?
I think... Is it
be on the last game already.
Time is moving so fast, Cody, but I am so happy to be joined by all these advocates across America for Stand With Crypto Advocacy Day. This is an awesome day. I'm so glad during congressional recess we find the time to talk about these issues that are so important and that we don't stop the momentum. The ball keeps rolling.
The ball keeps rolling. Did you ever reveal the last congressperson?
Maybe not. If I didn't, it's Kirsten Gillibrand.
Wow, what a way to build the suspense.
I know, right?
That was awesome. You're a showman.
We do it.
And a crypto advocate. Find you someone who could do both, right, folks?
I know.
Great job.
All right, so we're going to hop into the last segment. Again, can't believe it's already the last one. Are you ready to play Who wants to be a crypto whale?
I am not ready yet because I don't want this time to end. We have another quick break before we get to that game. What should we talk about?
I think we should talk about how folks on the call can get involved and continue fighting for digital assets. We have some of the most innovative developers on the call right now who are building some amazing historic products. How can they go to Capitol Hill and pitch that case? How can they do their part to create clarity and a clear environment for those products and know how to operate in the United States? A lot of those folks want to stay here. They feel like they've been pushed out. And so they just want to know, how can I make the best case possible for my product to stay and grow in the United States?
I think the first step is just by tuning in today, participating with Stand with Crypto, with organizations like the Digital Chamber, and some of our other great advocacy colleagues that are speaking to you today. You have to make your voice heard. And the power of just calling up your representative and senator cannot be understated. It makes a world of difference when the member of Congress can hear directly from you, from the constituent. What matters? Why do you care about this technology? Why is it impacting your business or your finances? Let your voice be heard. We are here to amplify those voices, as with everyone who is speaking with you today. So awesome opportunity to be part of Crypto Day of Action with Stand with Crypto. But now I think it is finally time. Our last game, and this one I am most excited for. And I don't know the questions, but I am playing Regis Philbin today. Or there were some other hosts after that, but the show really went downhill, so I don't really care about that. But if you've seen Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, this is the show we're playing today, but it is Who Wants to Be a Crypto Whale. Taylor Barr, are you ready to play?
I think I am.
And I don't think there are any lifelines, so if you get this wrong, we're going to overlook it, but there may be some consequences. All right, the first question that we have for you today. What milestone has Nike achieved in the NFT market? You have 4 options if you've seen the game, and I cannot display them for you on the screen, so I will read them carefully. Option A, sold over 185 million NFTs by turning sneakers into digital collectibles. Option B, created the first NFT-based fitness app. Option C, developed blockchain-powered shoes that track steps. And option D, launched a cryptocurrency called Nike Coin.
Well, I really wish I had a lifeline on this one.
Do you want me to read the question again? What milestone has Nike achieved in the NFT market?
I think we're going to go with final answer A.
A it is! Woo! Great job, Taylor. A. Nike has sold over 185 million NFTs by turning sneakers into digital collectibles. Great job. All right. Question 2. Would you like to continue?
I think so.
All right.
I'm playing for the big money here.
You're only, well, we only have 4 questions, so you're only 3 away from being a crypto whale.
And I don't think there's a lot of big money on the line, but I like us to keep going on this.
Well, we're just going to keep going. Question 2. Which platform is Walmart, big store, using for food supply chain transparency? Here are your options. A, Ethereum. Having a good day. Go ETH bag holders.
Yeah.
B, Bitcoin. C, Hyperledger Fabric. Or D, Solana.
See if any of my friends in the chat can help me out. I don't think I'm going to get a big lifeline there.
You have no lifelines.
Let's go with C. Honestly, because I like the sound of that. And that was the most fancy sounding one.
What was C again?
The Hyperledger Fabric.
Taylor, you're one step closer to being crypto whale. C, it is.
Oh my
Walmart
gosh.
is using Hyperledger Fabric for their food supply chain.
Go.
Taylor, did you bring any guests today to Who Wants to Be a Crypto Whale?
I didn't.
I'm doing
but
I
know I didn't, but I have my mom and dad watching at home. I'm sure sending me good vibes and hopefully sending some answers to the chat.
Is there anything you want to say to your mom and dad out there? I'm just kidding. No one cares. Except your mom and dad. Sorry. All right. Question 3. 2 questions away from being a crypto whale. So close. How does De Beers use blockchain in its business? A, to sell diamonds as NFTs. B, to track the journey of diamonds with proof of origin and ethics on an Ethereum-based blockchain. C, to mine diamonds using AI and blockchain. Or D, to create a cryptocurrency backed by diamonds.
I think I might have to go with A on this one.
That is incorrect. No. You were this close, Taylor. I thought you had it in you, but you didn't.
No.
The answer was B. How does De Beers use blockchain in its business? It is to track the journey of diamonds with proof of origin and ethics on an Ethereum-based blockchain.
I think I really just wanted them to be selling diamonds on a, yeah.
And you just risked your chance at being a crypto whale. That's okay, because this is not the real game, and we have one more question to go. So we will look over your imperfections and move to the last question.
So kind.
The last question before, not you, but hopefully someone in the chat will be a crypto whale if you're following along.
I know, I just lost my my shot.
I used
Hopefully
to,
my friends in the chat.
I used to play this game. They had it at Disney World where you could play this game, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? It was quite fun. All right, question 4. Which luxury car company accepts Bitcoin payments in Europe? Ooh. A, the Lamborghini. I just sounded like Will Ferrell. B, the Ferrari. C, the Porsche. Or D, Tesla.
Now, I could see Tesla doing this, but I think I'm going to go with...
Wait.
Oh.
I have nothing for you, but I just want you to think longer because you got the last one wrong.
That's fair. That's a good one. That's a help. I thought I don't get any lifelines. Looks like I just got a helpful piece of advice from
That's what Regis filled me.
I know. I love it. I think it might be Tesla. I think I'm going to have to go with Ferrari on this one. Option B.
Ferrari it is. Ferrari is the luxury car company that accepts Bitcoin payments in Europe. Taylor, 3 out of 4. You are 75% on your way to becoming a crypto whale.
I think next year it's going to be 4 out of 4.
Well, we'll see if we invite you back. Because I only want people that can get 4 out of 4. So if someone in the chat got 4 out of 4, you can come join me next year on Who Wants to Be a Crypto Whale. All right. I just like throwing the cards. That is very fun. All right, we only have a few minutes left with you. We have a lot still to reveal. We've had an awesome lunch hour or coffee hour. We don't ever like to overlook our friends on the West Coast. But wherever you are, thank you for joining us today for the Crypto Day of Action. We are the Digital Chamber. I am Cody Carbone. This is Taylor Barr. We have an awesome team. As much as I have been poking fun at them, that are behind the scenes today helping us out. So thank you to all of them. All right, we have still some things left to reveal.
A big thing to reveal.
You told me in the beginning of the show that we were buying an NFT on this show. I'm very curious what that NFT might be. But before we get to the big reveal of what the folks in the chat decided that we will hang in this beautiful office here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital. Tell us, run through again the quick game shows that we went through today, and what did you learn, Taylor?
Yeah, so well, first of all, I learned the answer to the third question. That is, De Beers is not using it just to make their own NFTs of diamonds, but they're actually using it to track and trace. I think that is something that I learned today.
I learned how to say De Beers.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm saying that right.
But today we had an awesome day where we had an NFT showdown. We had a chamber tank segment where we heard from some of our stellar members about what they're doing in the ecosystem. We had
Shout out Parcel for winning that, but also to Nat Gold and Hacken for an awesome submission. And again, a limited time frame.
Yeah. And then we had Who's That Congressperson as a nice hint towards all of our Pokemon fans out there. And then we finished off with Who Wants to Be a Crypto Whale, which was obviously something that I did not succeed at, but I think I'm going to push to come back next year and try my luck again.
A 75% is not bad, Taylor. Don't hold your head unless you're comfortable being a C student. Okay, I just sounded like my dad. All right, we are now going to reveal what NFT you all have decided that we are going to purchase and hang in this office. I think we just bought it, so thank you for engaging and purchasing it, or telling us what we are going to purchase. I'm just waiting for the folks behind the glass wall in front of me to tell me what it is. They are building the suspense, as we like to do here.
I'll do
They
a
are
little
writing
drum
furiously.
roll.
What is that? That is, I can't read your handwriting. The NFT winner is...
Drum roll.
Base Point. Base Paint. Base Paint.
Base Paint Day. Option
Oh
B.
my goodness. We are an organized bunch. Thank you all for having this hour with us. Thank you to Mason and the Stand with Crypto team for giving us the opportunity to participate today. We are huge supporters of this Crypto Day of Action. Again, if I have one piece of advice for everyone that is tuning in out there, and it's besides going to digitalchamber.org to learn more about our fun selves, it is make your voice heard. Join organizations like us, or call, or the other advocates on the call. Call your representatives, call your member of Congress, call your state senator, call your local representatives. Tell them why this technology is important to you. Thank you all so much. Taylor, any parting words?
Thank you guys so much. I know we cut right into most people's lunch hour, so hopefully you didn't miss out on eating a sandwich and you got to eat along while we played our game show today. But thank you again. To reiterate Cody's points, please come to DC, make your voices heard, join organizations like ours that are fighting on behalf of you every single day. So thank you guys so much for joining us during your lunch hour today.
See you later.
America's food system generally is just broken. On average, your food's traveling 1,500 miles from farm to table. So it's these massive distances. When we look at strawberries, almost all of them are grown in California. When we look at lettuce, almost all of it's grown in 2 counties in either California or Arizona. When we look at our basil, almost all of it's grown in Hawaii and then flown in by airplane to your local region every 2 or 3 days. These companies have spent millions of dollars to breed berries that look really good and ship a really long distance. Do they taste good? They need to sell. Are they nutritious? They need to sell. A crypto technology like blockchain can really flip this picture. There is this misconception about the crypto industry as a whole that it is just a giant casino and it's a bunch of, frat bros trying to hit 1000x on the next whatever meme coin that pops up that day. But what drew me to crypto and what kept me in this industry was the potential of blockchain to bring trust and transparency to society in a way that it just doesn't exist currently. Urban farming is almost like the blockchain for the food system, where instead of having this big monolithic system ran by a small handful of corporations, you instead have a global network of nodes of individual greenhouses being operated by individuals. With that transparency of all of the data that we can put on the blockchain, we can put water quality, air quality, greenhouse temperature, and lights, and we can share that data between all these different greenhouses and nodes so that they can improve their own processes and see what's happening with one another. And with all that efficiency, we get a better tasting, fresher, more nutritious product at the end. So it's a total shift from an old monolithic model to a new decentralized, individual-owned model. So instead of our basil being shipped in by airplane from Hawaii every 2 days, it's being fresh picked 10 blocks down the way from the store you pick at. And if you care about the data, if you care about seeing what happened with your food as it was being grown, there'll be a QR code on the packaging where you can see all of our blockchain data. What was the average temperature during the harvest? What was the water quality like? What was the air quality like? And there's no human element in that data. Boom, from sensor to chain to you looking at it. I envision a future where we have many tens of thousands of greenhouses and many billions of dollars of revenue growing food locally in cities. Because we can put this data on chain, because we can establish this next level of trust and transparency, it just totally enables something that wouldn't be possible otherwise. I'm a farmer, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm a crypto voter because I'm invested in the future.
everybody. My name is Jen Rosenthal. I am the Chief Communications Officer at DeFi Education Fund. And happy Crypto Day of Action. I'm super excited to be here with you all. There are thousands of people watching, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening for wherever in the world you're listening in from. I'm going to introduce my two esteemed colleagues and panelists, Amanda and Laz. Amanda and Laz, how are you guys?
Doing great. Happy to be here.
Good.
Can you guys just give a quick little intro, who you are?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, I'm Amanda Tuminelli. I'm the Executive Director and Chief Legal Officer at the DeFi Education Fund, and we'll get to what we do in a minute. But generally, I help everybody do their jobs well at DEF.
And I'm Laz. I'm our Director of Research, and I assist Amanda in a lot of policy stuff, and she helps me do my job much better.
So Amanda, you teed this up a bit, but can you just quickly, for anyone who may not know, introduce the DeFi Education Fund? Who are we? What do we do? What do we stand for?
Yeah, absolutely. So the DeFi Education Fund is a nonpartisan nonprofit. We advocate for sound DeFi policy and for software developer protections everywhere and anywhere we can. So that often looks like putting in amicus briefs into major cases where the court could benefit from an explanation as to how DeFi technology works, or if software developers could use an advocate in those cases. We also respond to agencies' rulemakings when they touch on DeFi, and we do a lot of education. We do DeFi demos. We educate members of Congress about how the technology works, how self-custody works, all that stuff to assist them when they're legislating and it touches on DeFi.
Love it. Perfect. Couldn't have trained you better as a comms person. Laz, well, shout out first to Mason from Stand With Crypto. When we were chatting about this, live stream, he suggested that we talk about privacy. There were two court cases that if you're following anything in crypto, you've likely heard about: the Storm trial and the Samurai Wallet trial. But I want to take a big step back and let's paint the big picture. So how would you define privacy in the context of crypto and DeFi?
Well, I think first things first, information tells a story. And depending on how you look at that information and how you present it, it tells a certain story. And so that could be either good or bad. In the Cypherpunk manifesto, it says it pretty well, but we should be able to determine what information about ourselves is presented to the world. We should be able to have the authority to tell our story. And in the context of crypto, the blockchain has all the data transparent, your financial transactions. And as it's been proven, it's not too hard to find out who owns which wallets. And so with that in mind, you're now able to paint very intimate pictures of people's lives without them consenting to what story that is.
So specifically to decentralized finance, why is privacy something that matters?
Well, I think in DeFi, there's a lot of privacy enhancing solutions that are trying to build ways to solve this problem. Because in the end, I think that what's going to make crypto and DeFi usable is that people are able to transact with that kind of peace in mind, that they are able to have privacy from surveillance states or corporations who have other things in mind. I think for DeFi, it kind of serves as a pretty serious consumer protection.
Yeah. One of the reporters, and I'm blanking on I think it was Frank Corva, when we were talking about this recently, we did a panel at PubKey. He made a good example that oftentimes when we're transacting now using even Venmo credit cards, our financial transactions are automatically private. And due to the nature of the blockchain, being public transparent, we don't have those same luxuries. So unique consideration for blockchain-based financial transactions. Amanda, can you give us a very brief overview of the two cases, the Storm and the Samurai Wallet case?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really key to a privacy discussion is whether software developers can build privacy preserving protocols in the United States. And these cases really speak to the heart of that issue. So several years ago, the developers of Samurai Wallet and separately Tornado Cash were indicted. There are different charges in both cases, but both cases really center around the concept that developers, according to the DOJ, could be held responsible for the bad conduct of third parties who they do not control and maybe never even have had a connection to. So the charge, like I said, the charges are different in both cases, but like that principle is really central to both cases. And the Samurai Wallet developers just pled guilty to a Section 1960 conspiracy violation a couple of weeks ago, which I can also get into. And as I'm sure many of the people watching this know, the Tornado Cash trial in the United States against Roman Storm just wrapped up with a jury verdict last week, last week. And in that verdict, the jury hung, meaning couldn't come to a unanimous decision on a money laundering conspiracy charge and a sanctions evasion conspiracy charge. But they did find Storm guilty on a Section 1960 charge. So I think that ultimately, and we can get into more of the details here, but I think while you could paint the fact that there were 2 hung jury counts in Storm as a success, because clearly the DOJ's arguments were not compelling to the jury on those allegations. We are worried about the precedent set by Section 1960 guilty conviction in Storm and pleas and Samurai Wallet. And to get into that just a little bit, Section 1960 is the criminal code provision that deals with money transmitting businesses. And what that statute says is that if you transfer funds on behalf of the public and you don't have a license for that conduct, and there are state laws that require a license and federal laws that require a license, then you are criminally responsible for running an unlicensed money transmitting business. Now, it's very clear, I think, in the statute that if you are going to transfer funds on someone's behalf, you have their funds. You have custody and control over someone else's funds. But the DOJ took a different position on the law in these cases and said that software developers of immutable smart contract protocols where users had self-custodied their assets, self-directed their transactions, where the developers had no custody and control, they could still be found responsible for running an unlicensed money transmitting business. And that's obviously very problematic because it is a limitless interpretation of the criminal code.
Amanda, can you give an example for someone who may be watching around what happens if this has implications that are broader?
Sure. I mean, it really isn't even just a crypto problem. It's a software development problem. So, many people use Signal. It's an encrypted messaging app. The creators and both people use it for totally benign reasons and for illicit reasons. So we would not think that the developers of Signal, the messaging app, could be responsible for 2 people who use Signal to message about some crime, whether that's money laundering or buying drugs or something like that, right? The Signal developers are not responsible for third parties' bad conduct. And that's the principle that should apply to software developers of immutable smart contract protocols. But unfortunately, like I said, the DOJ took a different position in these cases.
Okay, we're gonna dig into the legal piece, but I'm a vibes person, as you both know. Laz, I mean, all 3 of us were all New York based, so we had the ability to go to SDNY, so we were in the courtroom for parts of the trial. But Laz, can you give us some highlights about, you can start with Storm and then maybe pivot into Samurai, because I think you were there as well, about what stood out to you in the courtroom?
I mean, it was a very interesting experience. I think it was very interesting to watch the prosecution kind of do their thing. Based on like everything Amanda's talking about, control is kind of like a really central element here. And it was decided that it would not be even said or brought up once during this trial. The prosecution came in and talked a lot about hacks and how hacks moved around and somehow touched the Tornado Cash protocol. Also, well, I guess I'll get to that. But it was very interesting. A lot of like the prosecution's witnesses had questionable methodologies, questionable exhibits. I know one of them, I remember when the defense was asking about his methodology, he didn't know where it came from. He hadn't tested it, and it wasn't published in any like scholarly article or peer-reviewed articles. But it seemed to have, it seemed to make its way into this courtroom, and so I thought that was very interesting. But yeah, for the most part, it was a little bit just like it was a little bit violating in some ways too. I mean, you watch, like I was saying about the privacy, you know, information does tell a story. And so the prosecution was taking, you know, messages, you know, limiting their scope to tell a certain story, taking messages, IP address it, or like the movement of Storm's IP address, all these different things, and telling this story. But then when you like kind of zoom out a little bit, you kind of see a little bit more of the context, and that it's not quite what the prosecution was trying to say. And so it was a very interesting experience. I think a little bit triggering in some ways too.
Amanda, did anything stand out for you? I mean, last, to just echo what you said, I think the cherry picking of data and how overtly that is something that's interesting. It's also really jarring because, you know, particularly Storm is in the room. He's just feels like a normal guy, right? And so the fact that this is a software developer, family at home, right? Like there's just something real about it that anyone who's developing software could potentially be in that position. That was the thing that stuck to me. But Amanda, you want to dig into any highlights for you or anything related to the outcome specifically in these cases?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what stood out to me was the government really wasn't trying to educate the jury on how the technology worked as they presented their case. And just imagine if you are a person who has never heard a single crypto term in your entire life, and then you sit on this jury and you're being told about smart contracts, immutable protocols, you know, mixers, tornado cash, right? Like it must have been overwhelming to be a jury member who didn't have any prior context for anything that they were hearing. And then they bring up experts who say, like, their tracing analysis says that this particular victim's funds supposedly are 10 hops away from tornado cash. And like, we in the industry understand that 10 hops is not the standard for showing a connection between two different wallet addresses. But like, if you're a jury member, you're like, oh, well, there's a straight line from a circle A to circle B. Like it probably looks connected, right? So I think it's really, the jury system is both a beautiful thing and also a frustrating thing because it sometimes has interesting results, right? And here you have a jury who I think got it right and that they couldn't agree that there was actually money laundering here or sanctions evasion here that Storm was responsible for. But on the most technical charge, on the charge that is the most legally nuanced and technically nuanced, they found Storm guilty. And I think that reflects them trying to like compromise, right? They have the government who comes into the room with all this legitimacy and credibility and gets the assumption, as they should, right, that they are investigating something that is valid. But the jury was probably trying to find a way to say, all right, well, it seems like maybe something happened here, but I don't really know what the details are. So like, let me pick this charge that doesn't sound as scary as money laundering and sanctions evasion. But I think when you really do understand what a 1960 charge is all about, it's so clear that Storm was not a money transmitter, not running a money transmitting business. And that's why it'll be challenged, right? Like next steps in this case are that Storm's team can make some post-trial motions in the next few months and then appeal the guilty verdict.
So Storm case, 3 charges, jury was hung on 2 of them. Government has the opportunity to decide if they're going to retry, and 1 he was guilty on, the Section 1960, and the legal team has the ability to appeal. Can you just talk quickly about the outcome of the Samurai Wallet case?
Yeah, so in that case, there were 2 charges to start with. There was an allegation of a money laundering conspiracy and an allegation of a 1960 conspiracy. Both defendants, both Samurai Wallet developers who were charged, pled guilty at the same time to just the second charge, to just the conspiracy to operate a Section 1960 unlicensed money laundering business. And that's not, there's no precedent set as a result of a guilty plea. It's not the finding of a court after fact finding, right? Of course, the DOJ could point to it and say, like, look, there are these 2 guilty pleas on this, but there wasn't a whole jury trial with factual findings by a jury. So that is how that resolved, and that really means that case is over. And what I imagine, I don't know this, of course, but what I imagine is that those 2 developers did a risk assessment, right, as did the government, and they decided to limit the downside risk of a longer prison sentence at trial, and trials are uncertain, with the certainty of pleading guilty earlier, and the government also had to do that risk assessment in making a plea offer. So I really just think that is the result of 2 different people doing risk assessments and coming to that conclusion that that was the right answer.
Yeah. So Amanda, DEF has talked a lot about 1960. You've written a paper, Laz has written, papers on PSA and other things. Can you talk about what a 1960 fix would look like and why that would matter to the industry?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I said, I think the statute is clear in that if you read it the right way, it says if you transfer funds on behalf of the public, then you are running an unlicensed money transmitting, or you're running a money transmitting business. But because the DOJ has misinterpreted this language to mean that even somebody without custody and control can be transferring funds on behalf of someone else, it would be great if the statute could get clearer so that it could not be misread in that way. So we have proposed, DEF has proposed, along with many other members of the industry, an amendment to the criminal code, an amendment to Section 1960 that would make the language even clearer and manifest Congress's intent that software developers, like the ones we're talking about in this conversation, are not money transmitters, are not running an unlicensed money transmitting business. So that's really important. We're proposing that to be part of market structure, which is an ongoing conversation. I'm sure others have talked about that today. And we're really hopeful that members of Congress will agree with us and take that up.
And for those who are listening who may still be skeptical and they're like, well, what about actual money launderers? Can you talk just a little bit, Amanda, about you've talked about Section 1960, the other ways that the government could think about addressing criminal money laundering? Because I don't think your position is that we shouldn't ever go after bad actors.
No, there's a money laundering statute, and it's not Section 1960, right? It's actually Section 1956. So the government has lots of other tools at their disposal that they can use to prosecute people who are actually responsible for the bad conduct that exists. So if somebody is laundering money, then they should be charged with money laundering under that statute. If somebody's evading sanctions, then they should be charged with violating IEPA. But our hope and our point is that the government should go after the people who are actually responsible for those things, not software developers who have no control over the people who are doing the bad things.
Okay. For anyone who wants to dig in, this went wildly fast. So if anyone who wants to dig in a little bit further, where can folks go to learn more about the cases, about Section 1960, or to read the papers that you both have written?
I can go ahead. Our policy analyst, Gavin, he leads a very excellent effort doing a DeFi debrief that comes out on a weekly basis, but it basically goes over everything that's happening in Washington, as well as any work that we're doing. Gives good summaries and links to like full papers, full statements, things like that. So if you just want to continuously stay in the loop, I think that's the best way to do so. And you'll be able to see any of our research, any of our policy papers, any of our legal papers, amicus briefs, etc.
Yeah, DeFiEducationFund.org or any of our social channels. Amanda, not to put you on the spot, but I did share with the Stand With Crypto team a video of you last year. You were testifying in front of Congress, and I watched it. And even though it was from last year, it felt like it's like an amazing explanation of DeFi. It's really stood the test of time. So before we pivot to that video, can you just give us a little context? Can you set the scene before folks get to watch it themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the kind words. I was asked, along with many other esteemed people in DeFi, to testify at the first ever congressional DeFi hearing. And really that was while DeFi, of course, had been mentioned in hearings before that, this was the first hearing solely dedicated to talking about DeFi and helping members understand why it's different. And what you'll hear in the testimony is my description of why DeFi is so different from TradFi and therefore needs different rules that are tailored to DeFi. So hopefully you find it easy to follow. We really tried to speak to everybody at every level of understanding in the room.
Well, Les, Amanda, thank you. Everybody, happy Crypto Day of Action. And if you have any questions, you could find us on social media. But I hope everybody has a great day.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for having us.
Testimony, Mr. Tumarelli, you're recognized for 5 minutes to give your oral remarks.
Thank you to the subcommittee for holding this hearing. My name is Amanda Tuminelli, and I'm the Chief Legal Officer at the DeFi Education Fund, a nonprofit, nonpartisan group that educates lawmakers and the public about decentralized finance and advocates for sound DeFi policy. We believe that DeFi is the path to a more equitable and more efficient financial system, one in which people have access to finance regardless of where in the world they live and regardless of the merits of their application. I will leave you with 2 points today. First, DeFi is different from and an improvement upon traditional finance because it does not rely on intermediaries. And second, the existing approach of demanding that DeFi look like, function like, or be treated like traditional finance has not and will not work. So what is DeFi and how is it different? As others have said today, DeFi enables peer-to-peer transactions in which users self-custody their assets, just like with cash. Using DeFi, a person can trade assets, make and take loans, or earn interest, but it is improvement on the current system in a number of ways. For example, TradFi relies on intermediaries that often serve as gatekeepers to finance. Traditional financial institutions like big banks can and do deny access to the system for discriminatory reasons or no reasons. But DeFi is open access. Anyone with an internet connection has access to a DeFi protocol, and that is the epitome of financial inclusion. TradFi is expensive to access and slow to use. Even the simple act of sending money usually requires paying fees to third parties and waiting days for a transaction to be approved or processed. But using DeFi, I can send money or execute far more complicated transactions anywhere in the world, 24/7, with nearly instant settlement. And as one last example, DeFi is better because it's self-custodial. As this committee knows, when TradFi services fail, customers lose access to their assets. But in DeFi, there is no fear of losing access to your money in a bank crisis because assets in your self-hosted wallet are always available to you. So that brings me to my second point. The existing approach of trying to apply rules for TradFi to DeFi will not work. The traditional financial system requires intermediaries to function. Brokers effect stock trades and clearinghouses settle transactions. And that means that we need to trust intermediaries to do their jobs reliably and honestly. And the existing rules evolve to prevent the abuse of our trust. But DeFi doesn't use intermediaries. If I want to swap 2 digital assets using a DeFi protocol, there is no broker and there is no clearinghouse. DeFi's existence, the very reason that this technology was developed, was to eliminate the need to rely on intermediaries and empower people to transact directly with their peers. Existing law assumes that there is some identifiable entity that can take possession of my funds, collect information about my transaction, and even block a trade. But that entity does not exist in DeFi. The untenable position between the law as it stands and the reality of DeFi technology has led to an increasing amount of regulatory uncertainty. Seasoned lawyers with decades of regulatory experience cannot give their clients advice with certainty about whether their projects comply with the law. That's why judges in multiple district courts across this country have called on Congress to make new rules regarding digital assets. And this chamber has supported bipartisan efforts and signaled that the status quo is not working for DeFi and digital assets. The existing approach of trying and failing to apply existing rules to this technology has led to so much hostility to innovation that American jobs and businesses have been heading overseas. But the vast majority of DeFi developers are smart, creative people with a vision of building a better financial system and they want to do that legally. So the US can be at the forefront of that and create a clear path to building here, or we can let other countries pass us on the path towards our digital financial future. But if you care about national security and you care about economic development, then you want this industry here on US soil. We appreciate the efforts of members of Congress, such as those on this committee, who have engaged with us on the reality of the technology and engaged with us on a path forward. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being tuned into the Stand Up Crypto Day of Action. I think we had some incredible guests since I last was on. Shout out to CCI, showed a lot of awesome founders and what they're building. Shout out to the Digital Chamber for running a very exciting and unique hour of programming. When they told me they wanted to do a game show, I was like, let's do it. So that was really entertaining. I liked the riffing, so really great stuff. I got messages on the side like, this is hilarious. Shout out DeFi Education Fund, doing some incredibly important work. I know that all the advocates watching here understand how important privacy and developer protections are, but I'm really hoping that we can keep making sure that our lawmakers understand that as well, because that's something that we can't lose. But now we have the Blockchain Association, Jessica Martinez and Dan Spuller. Thank you for joining me. Blockchain Association is a fantastic group that works out of DC and you know, keeps the industry together and makes them able to engage with their lawmakers in a way that is super critical. And we're very thankful for all the work they do. So with that, I'd love to get them to introduce themselves. Who wants to go first? Jessica, Dan?
Yeah, Jessica, go ahead. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Mason. And I'm so happy to be part of this very exciting day, counting the 2 years. So just wanted to shout out you guys and all the hard work you guys have been doing over these last couple of years. And thank you so much for having me. So I'm Jessica Martinez. I am the Senior Director of Government Relations with Blockchain Association. I am relatively new to the space, or excuse me, to the industry, to the Blockchain Association, about 3 months in, but super happy to be here. So I'll hand it over to you, Dan.
Oh, great. Thanks, Jessica. Dan Spuller here, head up the Industry Affairs Member Services Division for the Blockchain Association. I've been in the space for quite a while now. I'm a long-time Bitcoiner, crypto supporter, dating back to around 2012. I'm from North Carolina, but I'm up here in Washington, D.C. now, as you can see. And we're just excited to be here today with you, Mason, on the great work that Stand With Crypto has been doing over the years. It's been 2 years now. Congratulations on the anniversary. We're happy to be a partner with you.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome. And I just noticed your Ethereum, I assume that's a Bitcoin decoration below it behind you.
I got two. I got Ethereum and Bitcoin, so everybody's happy. I got to add Solana next. That's the only one I got. Everybody wants that.
Yeah, no, Dan, mate, you're a real OG. He just posted a picture right before this of him with Vitalik, I think, right? So let's get a little bit into your background. Let's talk about what brought you to crypto advocacy. I know you've done stuff at the state level. So what was that work like? How did it translate to federal? And how are you feeling in general?
Well, my background had been primarily in public administration and state government. I was working for the State Department of Commerce at the time, which oversaw and was part of the State Banking Commissioner's office. And this was like 2013 or so. And at the time, the state's money transmission legislation hadn't been updated since 1991. It was long overdue, and other states were considering adding a provision for what was then referred to as virtual currencies. New York State had just really approved and updated their BIT license, which it still is viewed as widely restrictive, and I didn't want our state to go down that route. And so essentially over the course of 16 months of deliberations between the state's legislature, General Assembly, we worked, me and others, just really was grassroots group. We weren't registered lobbyists, to help push to get some recognition and to get some clarity on this. And what we did was we helped essentially define virtual currency in the state statute. And it provided clarification, and it provided clarity on what activities will trigger licensure under the Act. And so it also provided some exemptions for software providers, for smart contract platforms, non-custodial wallets, multi-sig, colored coins, which is kind of an old term. I guess they are now known as NFTs. And all of those wouldn't require a license under the new MTL. And other states eventually took that as somewhat of a blueprint and expanded it. And so that was finally signed in 2016, but during that whole time, I was still working for the state. I was a Bitcoin enthusiast. Did the meetup groups, met a lot of great guys from our state. Jameson Lopp, Jeff Garzik, core developer. He just actually moved to Atlanta before we launched that conference. And we did do that Bitcoin conference in Raleigh and another one in Charlotte. David Bailey came, and his Emily, his then girlfriend, now his wife, came. A lot of big names came. Vitalik, Daniel Larimer from BitShares went on to become EOS. And I really enjoyed that time. I mean, just looking back on it now, it's like, what, almost 11, 12 years ago. And anyway, after the legislature passed that and the governor McCrory signed it into law, I was offered an opportunity to move to Washington, D.C. and started the Digital Chamber. I was there for 4 years. I think I was second or third hire there. It was me and Jason Brett. And I did member services there for 4 years, really got a chance to know a lot of the early players in the ecosystem. Did that until 2020. And I transitioned over where we're at now at the Blockchain Association. So I get to work with Jessica and Summer Mersinger, our new CEO, and just a great team.
That's a great story. And yeah, if you were doing member services right at the beginning of all this, you have a deep understanding of all the companies that have ever wanted to get involved with this. That's ground floor stuff right there.
It's a great position to be in too. You get to see projects come and go over the years, and the ones that have stood the test of time. And there's a lot of them. Like Coinbase was very early. Coinbase's first government affairs director, John Collins, way back, was pushing for those MTL licenses. And then, of course, there's projects in layer ones and coins that are long gone. And in working in this position, I like to say you're a fly on the wall. You get to see a lot of companies that are hot, and then a few years later, they might not be around anymore. But it's a really cool position to be in.
Yeah. Cool. All right, let's talk to Jessica for a second. Jessica, you used to be a Senate staff director, right? So for the advocates out there, I would love for you to share what was that experience like and what brought you from that role into digital assets and crypto policy?
Yeah, absolutely. So big shout out to a Blockchain Association too. I remember being a staffer on the Hill a few years ago and having some of the early panels on, what is cryptocurrency, blockchain technology 101, and Blockchain Association was always at the forefront of that. So I have been around the Hill. I spent some time in the Senate and in the House, most recently as a staff director in the Senate. I cut my teeth politically through the tech and telecom space. So I have a background kind of more on that policy and kind of seeing the innovative technologies, the way that the US can really come in and be a leader on some of that, especially when you think of the advent of the internet as well, and how communities interact with each other. Just the way that fundamentally changed the way that people interact online was so great to see, so awesome. All of that can't happen without broadband infrastructure and telecommunications. So that's kind of where I came in from. My former boss at the Federal Communications Commission, Jessica Rosenworcel, had wrote an op-ed back in 2018 on utilizing blockchain and potentially thinking about how you can get that to for spectrum allocation. And at the time, it was a super cool idea, right? Nobody had really heard about it. No one thought, these were just big think ideas. And I've always been somebody who loves sci-fi. I love thinking about what's the next ahead, what's the next cool thing that we can do. And so really seeing the technology here and the promise that it can be for the United States and just for Americans too, right? Thinking through how you can diversify your local economies, how you can generate more growth and economic activity within some of these areas that, don't really have a lot of that opportunity at this point in time. This technology can help bring that along. And so I thought about blockchain technologies in that space coming more into the financial sector and financial services, realizing you really have to have both, right? In order to be comfortable and to see the promise of what blockchain technologies can be, you got to be comfortable with the cryptocurrency, and you got to be comfortable with kind of that whole financial sector. And seeing that growth as well has been pretty awesome. Just like a lot of industries before, technology can really be the disruptor here, can really and help just get us into a new space here, right? And to test things out to see what works and see what doesn't. So I'm really excited to be here and be at the forefront of it all. And, Blockchain Association, thanks to Dan, man, really getting up in our membership. We run the gamut on all of the industries, right? Whether you're a developer or an exchange, really seeing the whole ecosystem as a whole from this point of view has been really exciting. And I'm happy to advocate for cryptocurrency on Capitol Hill because of that.
Awesome. Love that. I love what you're talking about with sci-fi too and disruption. And I think sometimes people forget that this should be fun. Like this should be a sci-fi feeling, right? Like people, I get sad when like people that are like so jaded about the world, they don't get excited about space anymore, or they don't get excited about like anything happening with the internet, crypto, AI, whatever. Like we should be excited, I think. And like people that really want to see structural change in the world, disruptive technology can really bring that, right? So that's my opinion. I think that we're all on the same page there. So for both of you guys, I guess this question would be, what is your take right now? Like, what is the vibe? What is the status of how you see things developing? I know obviously things change in 2024. Obviously you guys have been around in different roles on Capitol Hill for a long time, so you've seen how things develop. But from your vantage point, what does the state of play look like to you, and how do you feel in general?
Well, I'll take a stab at it just first. I think it's looking good. This year, we heard this from the industry, we heard this from our members. One of the signs that I like to track is companies that want to come back and do business within the United States. That's a clear telltale sign. Since January of this year, we've just been inundated with inbound prospective companies, most of which have since joined us, that were reticent to do business in the United States under the prior administration, primarily because of the SEC and Gensler and Treasury and FinCEN regulatory uncertainty. It's night and day. Companies now, they want to come in, they want to do business, they're excited, they feel a lot more comfortable, and they want to roll up their sleeves, and they want to help participate in that whole process of legislation and ultimately the rulemaking, which is next. So to me, the sentiment's great from the industry side. And I mean, having been in the space for a long time, these don't happen very often, but this is a really good, the sentiment's very good. And then the personnel has been great. I think this administration's made some key hires and put in good people that know what they're doing and are very open to learning more. You know, Bo, who just stepped down, I've known him over a decade, back when he was in at NC State in Raleigh. And, by sheer freak luck, he ends up gets put into the role at the White House, and I get to know him, reconnect with him. And he just did a terrific job over the last, 8 months, a tough job, a very tough job. But he did a lot of good work and listened to everybody and took a lot of good ideas. And I think Sachs is doing a good job too. I think that just the different agency heads, Paul Atkins is just a breath of fresh air. He knows what he's doing. So to me, I think it's very positive, and I think we're going to have the second half of the year. Remains to be seen how we're going to get this market structure done, this legislation, but it's a priority for us.
Awesome. Yeah. What do you think, Jessica?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that, I know we were going to talk about this a little later too, on just like the bills and legislation and seeing the outlook in the fall. But taking a step back and thinking through, I've been around the political space for some time. These bills like these don't come up very often, right? Traditionally, when you think about what passes on the Hill, most recently, it's just like funding the government. It's your, defense reauthorization. It's kind of like the bigger bills, or it's like big laudy bills. Having this focus on, market structure legislation, on stablecoin legislation, is just, it doesn't come around very often, and it's such a cool and exciting time, but it shows the momentum, and it shows the, I think, grit and strength and the sheer willpower of the crypto industry to continue moving forward. You guys have it's been a lot of ups and downs, and it's really cool to capitalize on this opportunity right now in the time that we're in. I mean, now's the time to strike, right? You've got a lot of good places, things that have been set up, and it is a good time. I would be remiss, though, to say that that didn't happen by accident, that didn't happen overnight. This has been years in the making. I know that a lot of the staff on the Hill have been working on these issues for years and have just been fine tuning it. And so to see that, accumulation of all of that work come in to the legislation that we're seeing now is really exciting. And that just it's all the more important to continue moving it forward and making sure that we get it right, because this opportunity doesn't happen all the time. And so, we're really here to push for the best legislation forward.
Yeah, totally. And try to emphasize this to people in the community, as well as to make sure they keep beating the drum and making their voices heard, is we do kind of have theoretically there are multiple shots, but we do kind of only have one shot here. The circumstances are very well set up because of all the work that's been done and all of the goodwill or the trust that a lot of these lawmakers have put in the community, where they're like putting their necks out, right? So we gotta do good.
On both sides too, right? Like you have both on the Republican side, on the Democratic side too, right? Like you can't have a lot of this legislation. And what I would always say is, like, in order to get something that's strong, that will last the test of time, you do need to have that bipartisanship. Like you just can't have it your way.
Well, you have to get to 60, right?
100%. Yep.
That's been really good with state too, Mason. And I want to point that out too. Your grassroots efforts have been just tremendous, and bringing in just individuals from all over the country, from different states to meet with their representatives. I think that's come really a long way, and we're seeing the benefit of that too, because we work, hand in hand with you on a lot of those crypto days that you do on the Hill, and that has really helped shift the narrative from being to making it more of a bipartisan effort, both sides of the aisle, and I think that's super important, and it's an area that I've seen a lot of improvement in.
Oh yeah, I mean it's really great to get that face-to-face connectivity with a lawmaker and their constituent. We got a great team over here. Shout out Nick, shout out Mitty, shout out the whole crew have been here for a while tomorrow. But let's talk about, and we're running out of time a little bit, like I just want to have for the audience, like both of you guys can chime in here, but let's start with Jessica. Like, can we walk through the rest of the process for what Clarity would have to go through, just so everybody watching understands what the legislative process looks like in these next couple months?
Yeah, definitely. So on basic level, right, you had the House bring up their bill. It went through committee and it had a big markup. It went then to the rules, and then they passed it on the House floor. The bill then would move over to the Senate. So what the Senate is doing is they're kind of getting their jurisdictions within committees. So you have Senate Banking on one side that has jurisdiction over the SEC, and then the Senate Agriculture Committee on the other side that has jurisdiction over the Commodities and Futures Trading Commission. And so they are developing their own draft legislation, which will come up through their committees. You'll have hearings, you'll have markups. This will happen likely in the fall. They've announced that they're really trying to push to get that timeline to get these markups through in the fall. And so you'll see that come through the committees. Once that happens, both bills could then, there's a couple different ways that procedurally the Senate could put this together, but a package will end up coming to the Senate floor, and getting voted on. And so once that bill gets voted on, whether it's, taking the House past Clarity, and like you could either, put the Senate versions of that bill inside of that, so that the language is, so that it's just one bill, but it's the Senate language is going to be put in there. Then you would have a Senate vote. You'd vote that bill out of the Senate, it would go back to the House, and then it'd be an up or down vote. I think that makes sense. Sorry if I was like not clear, but that's essentially what's going to happen. Or with the bill.
Yeah, it's very simple, like not many steps in the legislative process, just a couple things to do.
And then also, I always love to say it's a member-driven body, and like every senator has their own ideas and a lot of power on that side, and so things can come up, but you never know. That's how.
Well, thanks for sharing. And oh yeah, I mean it's always fun. It's a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's wrap it up with Dan. I got one more question for you. So you're obviously so plugged in with how members of your organization engage in DC. Would love to hear a little bit about what strategies you think are the most effective, but add a spin to this question. How does that kind of relate with your experience at the grassroots level as well? Because you're coming from an interesting perspective where you were a real grassroots organizer, and now you're helping run this entire, industry group that's on the forefront. So what is your perspective there?
I think that one of the benefits and philosophies that we have here, the Blockchain Association, is that we're the collective voice of the crypto industry specifically. You'll notice we're not, and I think that's very important too, and that's why our members appreciate it. They know that we're focused like a laser on that. Decentralized digital assets and permissionless networks. And that makes a difference. Us not working with like big banks, for example, or other TradFi players, because oftentimes their interests may not always be aligned. And that makes a big difference too when you're advocating for the future of this policy on Capitol Hill. And that's what we do. We shape this policy to ensure the success for our companies and for the crypto ecosystem. And how do we do that? We engage with our companies and we work with them very closely to help formulate policy positions. And that, whether it's through direct meetings, multiple calls that we'll do, and then the Hill staff, oftentimes that are leading these committees, they come to us first because they know that we're surrounded by most of the key stakeholders that are going to be affected by these policies, House Financial Services, Ag, Senate Banking, et cetera. Same thing goes with the administration. We're working hand in hand with different agencies, Treasury, FinCEN, SEC, CFTC. We've built really good working relationships over the years, the previous administration and the current administration. And it gives our members the opportunity to participate, and feedback, comment letters, in certain cases, amicus briefs for doing a lawsuit. And that to me is probably the biggest benefit and the way that we differentiate ourselves from the greater industry.
Cool, man. Well, thank you for everything you guys are doing. We're going to play a video from you guys' organization, I think a recap from last year. And we'll be in touch. We'll keep working together. We got a big couple months ahead of us, and Stand Crypto is very grateful for everything that BA does, and the community has a lot of respect for y'all. And let's keep pounding the pavement. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's so important for the industry to show its face in DC, to show policymakers in DC that there are real people building real technology, real companies in this space.
It's really hard to follow everything that's going on in the government and every policy discussion that's coming up about crypto, and having a kind of centralized place to gather that information, highlight things for you has been invaluable.
When you become a member of the Blockchain Association, you can be part of these discussions. It's a force multiplier. So you get the benefit of all the great intelligence and guidance that comes from being a member, but you also don't need to do all of it yourself.
I think the U.S. has a really big opportunity, not just because there is a more openness and receptivity to talking constructively about crypto policy. So this is really a chance for the U.S. to move forward in a positive direction.
We joined the Blockchain Association because we have seen from the beginning the importance of policy for the future of the technology. We think it's absolutely critical to have a collective voice in Washington and beyond, advocating for the industry with policymakers.
What is going on, everybody? Frank Corva, White House and political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine here. Super pumped to be joining you all on the stream. Thank you so much to Stand With Crypto for giving Bitcoin Magazine, the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and Bitcoin Laws this hour. I'm going to kick things off right now with Shinobi, the technical and opinion editor for Bitcoin Magazine, as well as Zach Shapiro, head of policy at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. How are we doing today, Zach?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. Shinobi, how's everything over there?
Hanging in there, I guess.
Looking good, looking good. All right. So, Zach, I don't want to waste any time. I think we're going to break this up into two 25-minute segments. So I want to dive right in here. Zach, we were just together at the courthouse downtown in the Southern District of New York for both the Tornado Cash trial and also for the Samurai, the situation where they accepted the plea deal, pled guilty to the money transmission charge. And we were, I'm not sure you were there that exact day, but we were in the courtroom during the trial for which Roman Storm ended up being found guilty of this money transmission charge. What does this mean for transactional privacy moving forward? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this signals some real danger for not just transactional privacy, but the future of peer-to-peer payments and financial infrastructure writ large. The crime for which the defendants in both the Samurai Wallet and Tornado Cash cases were convicted is a little bit confusing. Technically, it's a conspiracy to operate an unlicensed money transmitting business. Although the government allegations at the beginning of each of these cases did actually allege that the defendants required a license to run their respective non-custodial businesses, they dropped that object of the conspiracy. And so effectively what everyone was convicted of is a crime that consists of operating a business where there was money that was transmitted by the business and where the defendant knew that some of the funds that were being transmitted were the proceeds of crime or an attempt to hide the proceeds of crime. The problem is, if you really think about what that means, if it is possible for you to transmit funds without being in custody of those funds, and only other ingredient it takes for you to commit a federal crime is to know that some of those funds were the proceeds of crime, this would apply to almost anything in the crypto space, right? Anyone who runs a node, anyone who offers a non-custodial wallet that allows you to generate private keys or broadcast transactions, Bitcoin miners, Ethereum staking nodes, layer twos, any kind of DeFi protocol, you name it. And so we need to make sure that we don't unintentionally set a precedent that goes way wider than the law anticipated. What it means to be a unlicensed money transmitter, the concept ultimately comes from a law called the Bank Secrecy Act, which says that you are a money transmitter if you accept and then transmit funds on behalf of the public. For most of the short history of the crypto space, people understood that to mean that between accepting and then transmitting funds, you needed to be in possession or in control of those funds. Just logically, that's entailed by the language. And this was backed up by guidance from FinCEN, which is the regulatory part of the Treasury Department that enforces the Bank Secrecy Act. And these two cases, and specifically the prosecutor's theory in these cases, leads to these really wild results where if you can somehow transmit funds just by providing infrastructure that other people use to transmit their own funds, there are very few software developers or service providers in the crypto space that are safe from this, including folks like open source wallet developers and Bitcoin miners who literally physically can't comply with the KYC AML required by the Bank Secrecy Act. So the first thing I think that needs to happen is we need to overturn these precedents, and there are two good shots on goal in this. One is the appeal in the Tornado Cash case. Roman Storm intends to appeal before the Second Circuit the ruling that the Tornado Cash service, including the smart contract, the pool, plus the front end that didn't take custody of funds and the relayers that didn't take custody of funds, and the fact that he ran servers for both of these, that constituted money transmission. And then there is a case, Llewellyn versus Bondi, that's working its way through the courts where the plaintiff, Michael Llewellyn, is suing the federal government to try and overturn the precedent from the Tornado Cash case. But the longer term fix to this that doesn't really rely on a judge that may or may not understand the underlying technology really well is a piece of legislation called the Clarity Act, which was passed through the House of Representatives that is being worked on in the United States Senate They have a discussion draft out. They'll probably vote on that legislation by the end of this year, and then that would be signed into law by the White House. And so I think in terms of what we need to do to protect open source developers, to protect non-custodial technology, and then by extension to protect individuals' rights to privacy, is to make sure that this Clarity Act goes through and makes crystal clear, even to prosecutors who would say otherwise, that the Bank Secrecy Act only applies to people who are actually transmitting money in that they have custody or control of that money.
Appreciate that overview, Zach. Thank you for breaking it all down. Shinobi, we've had this conversation a lot about, so ideally things break the way that we want legally. We see maybe a better resolution when the Roman Storm case, when it goes to the appeals court. But on a certain level, anybody who's developing this technology is feeling the chilling effect that is sort of permeating the air at this point. Should devs remain anonymous if they're building this sort of technology at this point?
I mean, I think that's definitely something to at least very seriously consider, like from your personal point of view. Like I'm aware of developers in this space who kind of had that existential wrestling period with themselves of, am I okay with going to jail for this potentially? But that is a very serious risk in the wake of these cases. And just the absurdity of the nature of this, being convicted of doing something they did not do, like as explicitly clarified by the relevant regulators, is just absolutely absurd. Like the message that sends is, we will just fabricate and invent excuses or reasons to prosecute developers for whatever reason we think of, no matter how many times along the way regulators clarify this is incorrect. Like the expert witnesses that, if I remember correctly, in some of these cases were not even allowed to testify to the fact of how this works, all the way up to actually like pressing charges. It's just absurd for the fact, for things to have gotten to this point in the first place, is just all bets are off. And that is absolutely something anybody building anything in this space should consider. Zach, you spoke to how this precedent could broadly apply these requirements to all kinds of infrastructure providers in the space. I mean, given the absurdity of this in the first place, I would argue that could potentially even go further. If I start tagging Google on Twitter or other social media and tell them, hey, I'm using Gmail to mail digital currency around and transmit value, are they now, because of their awareness, a money transmitter? Do they have to go through these licensing requirements? Like, it's insane. Like, especially in Samurai's case, they did operate a centralized service, unlike Tornado Cash, which was fully autonomous on the Ethereum blockchain. But that server that they operated did absolutely nothing except facilitate messages being passed back and forth between their end users. At no point did it facilitate conveying value. At no point did it have control over any user's funds. They were simply a message coordinator so that users could collaborate amongst themselves to sign a transaction involving all of their funds. And for that to be considered a money service business, like, how is that different than any messaging platform that exists on the internet today? We can pass messages through whatever we want. And Bitcoin transactions at the end of the day are simply pieces of data with a proof of authorization from another piece of data, your private key, your secret key. And that's just the nature of how this works. So like taking this to the absurd extreme, like what is the liability?
It's a really big question. Zach, I want to go back to what you just mentioned about the Clarity Act. So the Clarity Act borrows some language from the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, which is a relatively brief bill. I think it's just 2 pages long. Bipartisan support. I think we saw Tom Emmer come out in support of it. Representative Richie Torres come out in support of it as well. Can you talk a little bit about this language, especially the language that was sort of lifted from the BRCA, from this act, brought over to the Clarity Act, and what this would mean in terms of sort of superseding everything that just happened with the Tornado Cash trial, with what happened with Samurai? Not that the plea deal is the same as the outcome of the trial, and what that would mean for developers moving forward. Would this sort of remedy some of these issues that both you and Shinobi just mentioned?
Yeah, I think the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, the certainty we're seeking about, is exactly about this question that we've been talking about. The problem with the government's theories in the Tornado Cash and Samurai Wallet cases is that it has no limiting principle, right? I think you can take it to even more absurd extremes, even than Shinobi was saying. If all it takes is for you to facilitate others' movement of money to be a money transmitter, then the timber company that chops down the tree that becomes paper, that becomes the envelope that one criminal uses to hand cash to another criminal is a money transmitter, because that would facilitated the cash transaction. And that's ridiculous. And so I do think we need to ask the government, what is the limiting principle? Where does this end? What is the line between you're a money transmitter and not? And we need an answer to that question. And in the very early days of Bitcoin and crypto, this was an open question. The attempts at creating electronic cash before Bitcoin mostly failed because of money transmitter regulations. Things like DigiCash, Eagle, Liberty Reserve had a centralized party that was deemed to be a money transmitter, and these things got shut down. And what was different about Bitcoin is that it was a peer-to-peer system, right? Through solving the Byzantine generals problem through proof of work, Bitcoin invented a way that you could actually directly operate on a peer-to-peer basis. And for the first time, you could transfer money electronically without an intermediary. But then, of course, our laws presume that if you're going to transmit money electronically, there has to be an intermediary that can be regulated. And that's really the cause of this tension that we're seeing in these cases and in the courts right now. So the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act draws upon guidance that FinCEN put out in 2013 and 2019 that really sort of drew the early line for who in the crypto space is a money transmitter and who is not. And the line was what they called total independent control, which says, do you have essentially custody of other people's funds? Is a user of a product interacting with the blockchain directly, and they're just using an interface like a front end or a wallet that helps them generate private keys? Or do they have an account with a service provider like an exchange or a custodial wallet where they are using someone who really is more of a financial service offer? And the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act writes into law what FinCEN had put in its guidance, that in order to be a money transmitter, under the Bank Secrecy Act and similar regulations into the future, it needs to be the fact that you have custody and or control of user funds, total independent control. And that would capture really, I think, what the industry has come to expect, which is if you're a custodial exchange, you are subject to the Bank Secrecy Act, you are a money transmitter, you need to get licenses, you need to KYC. If you are just someone who publishes software, whether that software is a non-custodial wallet or whether it's a smart contract that allows people to trade assets between each other on a peer-to-peer basis, where the person transmitting the money is not the software developer that built the tool, it's the person who holds the private keys to the assets that are being swapped, then you are not going to be treated as if you were a regulated financial institution any more than someone who creates builds a USB cable is responsible for any crime that is committed by putting data through that cable. It's really the line between a service and between infrastructure.
Okay. Shinobi, one of the things that, it's something that goes back as far as Hal Finney talking about is, so Bitcoin, we sort of know that the base layer of Bitcoin is something that it's not going to be maybe something that, at least not in its current form, the current iteration, without certain improvements made to it. It's not going to be something that everybody can use. Not everybody in the world is going to be able to have a UTXO. It'll be too expensive to transact on. There'll be many things that inhibit people from doing that. So we could end up in a world like Hal Finney predicted, where we do have Bitcoin banks and obviously a different sort of regulation that will need to address that, because then there will be actual custody. But I want to talk a little bit about what we can maybe do to sort of reduce the need for Bitcoin banks as much as possible. What improvements can we make to Bitcoin so that people can be as self-sovereign and sort of ideally we get past this stage of lawfare and these issues with Samurai and Tornado Cash, and people are able to use Bitcoin freely, on their own autonomously. But what do we have to do for Bitcoin to sort of improve, to get to a level where people can do that on a technical level?
We're going to have to upgrade the Bitcoin protocol itself. Specifically, the most prominent direction is a class of different upgrade proposals called covenants. And the general idea of what they do is essentially restrict how coins can be spent into the future. So say you have a normal UTXO, that can only be spent proving that you have control of the relevant key it's locked to with a signature. And then from that point, you can do whatever you want with that UTXO. The idea of a covenant is to add extra restrictions beyond prove you have control of this key. such as if a bunch of people are sharing a UTXO, some type of proof that the money you are trying to spend out of that is something that everyone involved agreed to, that this is the correct balance distribution. And another such restriction would be ensuring that the rest of the money must be spent back into a UTXO still locked by that covenant, so that the rest of the users still have the ability to prove their current balance and withdraw that if necessary. And essentially just kind of create an arrangement where people can pool control over their UTXOs safely and actually have the base layer protocol of Bitcoin enforce that those arrangements execute correctly. That when balances are shuffled around and people trade money amongst each other, that new balance arrangement is something that any of them can enforce and withdraw their money from on chain at any time. And this is absolutely necessary to really have Bitcoin function as a system that can be resistant to the state. Like, we need an option to interact with this system that is not custodians, that is not putting someone else's unilateral control between you and the actual Bitcoin network that is enforcing all of these rules and ensuring that transactions are correct and valid. Like, users need a way to interact with that directly. And the economics of having a limited amount of block space just make that prohibitively expensive. So the only way around that is finding ways for users to safely pool their money together, sharing a UTXO, while still having that strong ability to enforce a claim on their share of that, so that they can spread the cost around.
Okay. Yeah, because if we do get into a custodial situation, then we're dealing with sort of the laws as they exist in the traditional system. And I guess, you know, obviously we know Bitcoin was designed to be an alternative to that system. So ideally we get to a point where people can use it as such. I want to ask a broader question to both of you. I'll start with Zach here. Biggest concerns moving forward. What does America have to get right regarding Bitcoin and crypto legislation more broadly? And I say this because in the United States, for better or worse, oftentimes the legislation that gets crafted here gets copied and pasted globally. Some iteration of it gets copied and pasted globally. So ideally, we get things right. What does getting it right look like, Zach?
So I can give you a specific and a general answer. The specific answer, I think, is exactly what we've been talking about so far. It is making a priority out of respecting the peer-to-peer nature of Bitcoin and crypto transactions. That is the technology that makes this different from what has come before. You know, there's a lot of energy behind what are perceived to be sort of more economically important questions about what's a security and what's a commodity. And I understand that there's a lot of money behind both of those questions, but that's really a short-term Pyrrhic victory if you can't use the blockchain itself, if you can't operate in a peer-to-peer basis, because then, you know, if it's going to be captured anyway, you might as well use the legacy TradFi system. None of this technology provides a benefit other than the fact that it's peer-to-peer and you can self-custody and all of the sort of special and magical properties of you know, Bitcoin, and to the extent that it arises a Web3 economy. I think zooming out and generalizing a little bit, one thing that I think policymakers around the world should realize, and this is really sort of specific to Bitcoin, but it's a broader point, is that you should think of Bitcoin really more as a commodity than as a technology product by any company. And when you think about sort of Bitcoin, and then I think you could probably broaden this out to DeFi as well, really thinking about this as infrastructure that allows these peer-to-peer interactions. And we have different types of regulations for infrastructure than we do for companies or products. And I think policymakers are well served by having sort of that mental picture when they're thinking about how to regulate these things.
Okay, appreciate that. Shinobi, anything to add to that?
I mean, I am not very optimistic about the near term. You know, I agree with everything that Zach said, but at the same time, my worldview is generally one of skepticism, paranoia, and a lack of trust. And I do not trust at this point that governments will cede very easily the right to privacy in interacting with these technologies peer to peer. I think that is something they will fight tooth and nail. And it's an inevitable thing in my mind, but also a very disappointing and dangerous thing, because all of the existing financial regulations as it pertains to privacy, money laundering related subject, is all predicated on the notion that it is not possible for anything to exist non-custodially except cash, that all digital systems by their nature are inherently centralized and custodial. And so all of this regulation is kind of a dual-sided thing. Like, there is the mandate that these institutions and custodians have access and view to all of this private information, but they also have a legal requirement and responsibility to keep that information private from the general public, to safeguard that, because that is their customers' sensitive personal information.
Mhm.
And the way this technology works is just in complete defiance of how they've dually structured that regulation. Like, these systems are inherently completely public. Everything that happens on them is public knowledge. They can watch, they can learn, they can find patterns and deduce things from that. The only missing piece that is not inherently publicly available is your personal identity, your actual legal identity and who you are. But once that gets associated with something, there is no way to undo it. And that is a very real and serious threat to people's physical safety with how this technology works. It is completely a bearer instrument. Anybody who is able to get access to your private keys can send that money elsewhere, and there is nothing you can do about it. There is no chargeback, there is no customer support. It's just gone. And in the last year, especially, incidents of people being kidnapped, physically attacked, tortured, just because of the perception that they have some large amount of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. It's becoming a weekly occurrence.
Mm.
And to not have our government recognize that very real personal risk to people's safety and take it seriously, it's disappointing. It's incredibly disappointing. And I just think demonstrative of negligence in terms of actually thinking about their citizens, their voters.
Deeply sobering as always, Shinobi. Much appreciated. Very important information, though, and I appreciate the way with which you present it, because I think it is that stark. There's a very sort of I think, I don't want to call it a fight to be had, but there's definitely, we're going to have to sort of put our foot down and say this is what's important to us and sort of stand our ground as much as possible on these issues, no question. We have about 2 minutes, gentlemen, so maybe a last 60-second call to action, whether that's, speaking to the general public or Shinobi to devs. I'll start with Zach, but, what can the general public do here to, if they really do care about P2P rights, what can they do to defend them?
Yeah, speaking to the general public, I'd want to look at 3 timeframes. So looking backwards, I think it is remarkable how much progress we've made in the last year, how much of a important topic of policy consideration Bitcoin and crypto is, how much more seriously our concerns are being taken, how much less regulation by, at least new regulation by prosecution or regulatory enforcement actions we're seeing, and how much of a voice we have. I think there's an important lesson in that, in how we conduct ourselves and the results that we've seen. In the sort of short to medium term, I think the most important thing is to sort of fight these battles. We're in a unique moment in time where Bitcoin and crypto is being integrated into various legacy systems, both into government policy, into traditional financial rails, into being a kitchen table issue for people around the world who need a store of value that is safe from debasement and confiscation. And a lot of people who have been in crypto for a long time are probably reluctant to interface with government. They're reluctant to think about some of these issues. And they're adages, right? Like, you can't stop Bitcoin, or everything makes Bitcoin stronger. That's not necessarily true of you. And if you want to live in a jurisdiction where you're not going to be treated like a criminal, where you are going to be safe in your person, your Bitcoin is harder than you are. And so, following policy organizations, donating, calling your senator to advocate for the Clarity Act, I think makes a ton of sense. And then, I do think it's important to end on a note of sobriety here. I think if we extend out to the long term, then my view starts to converge a little bit more with Shinobi's. I think in most ways, Bitcoin and crypto is a completely neutral tool. It is something that all sorts of people around the world who have all sorts of belief systems, and good people and bad people, and capitalists and communists and authoritarians and freedom fighters can all use. I think one way in which it is not neutral, maybe the only way in which it's not neutral, is that incrementally it does take some power away from the centralized state, especially the giant type of centralized nation state we saw arise in the 20th century. And I think this is going to be an important theme of the 21st century, the way that this power ebbs away a little bit. And I don't think that the most powerful nation states around the world, I think especially authoritarian nation states like China, are going to completely take that sitting down. And no amount of court cases or lobbying or anything over the long term is probably the thing that is going to make this technology permanent and live up to all of its potential as a tool for freedom. What is going to do that is the cypherpunk movement that built it. It's the tools that builders in the community are building. It's creating technology that is private by default, that is easy to use, that is a clear 10x improvement from the legacy system that is disrupting, and is unstoppable because it is built on a decentralized peer-to-peer foundation. And so if you're not the type to write a check to lobbyists, if you're not the type to call your congressman or senator, maybe you do have a skill set to get involved in building the technology to take us to the next step, to work on the software and hardware that will bring this technology to the masses and help meet its promise. And I think a lot of the policy stuff that we talk about, while it may be a central part of the story of today, and I think it can't be overstated how important it is, ultimately, in some sense, it's a rearguard action for the stuff that the builders are building.
Appreciate that. On that note, Shinomi, I'm going to hand you the baton. We have about 30 seconds, if you don't mind, if you could just wrap it up for us.
I mean, that's I could not have said any of that better than
Beautiful.
Zach. So I will just say I agree with him.
I appreciate that. Shinobi, Zach, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. I think we're going to take just a momentary break, and then I'm coming back with Julian Farr from Bitcoin Laws and some of the rest of the editorial team at Bitcoin Magazine. Again, I'm Frank Corver, the White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. I was joined here by Shinobi, technical editor and opinion editor for Bitcoin Magazine, as well as Zach Shapiro, head of policy for the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Stick with us, everybody. We're coming back in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody. Frank Corva here, White House and political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by an all-star cast, including the one and only Mr. Julian Farrer, founder of Bitcoin Laws, Juan Galt, business correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and Joachim Book, the managing editor for Bitcoin Magazine. Before I jump in with these gentlemen, I just wanted to say I actually just broke some news on Twitter. At midnight right now in India, local time in India, on the day of India's independence, the Bitcoin Policy Institute of India has announced its launch. So super cool information to be breaking on air right now. Congratulations to the Bitcoin Policy Institute of India. We hope to see really, really cool things from you guys. And go check out my tweet on that. Anyway, Julian, I'm going to go over to you. We have Julian Farrer, founder of Bitcoin Laws, lawyer by training. Julian, I want to just, if you could give us a little bit of a rundown of what you've been working on with Bitcoin Laws. I feel like it very quickly sort of became this sensation. Everybody was using it as a reference. Kind of seemed like it happened overnight. Part of me says there was maybe a little bit more work going on in the background. So how did you get this together?
Thanks, Frank. Both an overnight success and the result of kind of a lot of grinding away, learning how to build Bitcoin Laws, which is, in addition to all the wonderful things you said about it, it is a database simply of all of the legislation that has been introduced, some of it passed this year, all across the United States. Everything touching on Bitcoin in so many different areas of law. Many strategic Bitcoin reserve bills, of course, would be, I guess, the type of law that people have paid so much attention to, but so many other things too, from money transmission to tax treatment, probate in the states, and lots of different areas of law, as I said. So I built it this year, launched it in January as a way to kind of track everything that was going on. We've seen now, I think, about 220 pieces of legislation in some form that touch on Bitcoin in some way be introduced across the United States, and so it's a challenge to keep track of, which was why I started doing it. It's been fun. It's been a pleasure to do it, and appreciate your support too, Frank. I know we kind of chat about all this stuff all the time, but it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to help, I suppose, spread the word today.
Yeah, absolutely. For those who don't know, Julian and I do a show basically weekly. It's called Capital Gains, TOL. We're a facetious bunch, the two of us, so facetious duo. So tune into that. We usually do it on Thursdays or Fridays. Joachim, I want to swing it over to you. So you're looking in on the American political landscape as it pertains to Bitcoin and crypto. My first question to you is, do you think we're all completely insane? And then I guess the second question is, does anything that you're seeing have you optimistic at all about the direction that we're headed in regarding Bitcoin and crypto policy?
I mean, you're entirely correct that it's insane and it looks crazy from the outside, but then, I'm a European. I turn around and look at my own madness from Brussels with the MiCA regulations and all kinds of stupid stuff coming out of that cesspool. And then you guys look pretty good, Okay. So I'm not entirely sure about that one.
I'll take it. What does have you optimistic? In what ways do you think we are trending in the right direction? And maybe touch on the other side too. Or are we potentially maybe not trending in the right direction in other ways?
No, I think because we have all these cases coming up and there's all this discussion about it, and it's on a political level, it's in the legal system, you have the cases, lawyers are not oblivious to it. I imagine if I interview a random politician or even an expert in the field, whatever, in Europe, I'm not going to get the kind of knowledge that you guys have. So yeah, easy 5-10 years ahead, regulatory speaking.
Okay. Good perspective. Juan, I want to go back to you. Juan covers a beat that I used to cover, which was he's the business correspondent of Bitcoin Magazine. One of the big questions that I used to ask a lot of the people who I interviewed was like, do you feel safe working in the United States? And this was under the Biden administration. And that sort of vibe seemed to change under the Trump administration. Does that still seem to be the case, Juan? Do you feel like people are comfortable setting up shop and continuing to operate in the United States as Bitcoin/crypto businesses?
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, I mean, I think there's there's definitely optimism. There's a lot of companies that are growing, that are expanding. You see it in the home mining space, a lot of startups, distributors, manufacturers. We just had the big announcement by Block's mining branch called Proto. They just announced a very impressive and innovative sort of new mining rig They claim that it's sort of built in the United States. So this is a big investment. It seems like the sort of industrialization that the Trump admin is sort of trying to do it is, we're seeing it impact the Bitcoin industry. But I think on the other hand, the developers are definitely concerned. Software developers, like self-custody wallet developers are certainly concerned. There's a lot of mixed signals from the legal system coming on that front. I think we expected a slightly more authoritative move from the Trump admin after its sort of claims or let's say praise of the industry and progress to defend self-custody. And I think it seems like they could have done more on the DOJ side to sort of hold back these prosecutors from the Biden era that are basically putting a chilling effect on the self-custodial sort of software wallet industry. So that's very concerning. We just had this sort of strange news yesterday about Google sort of like accidentally banning self-custody wallets from the US and Europe through their policies. They rolled it back today, but now it's not clear if custodial wallets like eCash or maybe things that are like somewhere in the middle, like Nostr sort of payment social media apps are gonna have to somehow get a license, right? So I mean, I think there's a lot of questions up in the air, and but I am optimistic because I think that there's this saying that goes. I heard it a few months ago. It was like, when the going gets weird, the weird go pro.
Okay.
And the weird are going professional. Like we have enough of the tools and momentum now to kind of become real players.
Yeah, I like that. We are weirdos. There's definitely no questioning that for sure. I appreciate that. I like that phrase. Thank you for that. Julian, I want to talk about some of the trends that you're seeing. You built this site that's plugged into all these different local government websites. You have these APIs that are connected to everything. You're paying attention to these, as you mentioned, 200 bills that are running through all these different state level governments. What trends are you noticing? What are you picking up on as you're looking at this mass amount of data?
It's a great question. So of the kind of 200 plus bills we've seen, you can kind of, you can break it down, I suppose, state by state and look at what's happening in different parts of the country. And you can also break it down by the issues that they touch on. And so I think the people are most excited about, for example, strategic Bitcoin reserves, but they also have featured very prominently across the country, right? So I think something like 50 of these different bills or measures, bills, executive orders, other things have been related to reserves in one form or another. So that's been a prominent theme, I guess, subjectively, but also quantitatively as well. We've seen some other things as well as that. One kind of theme that's been emerging, and you and I have touched on this over the past couple of weeks across the country, has been an increasing increasing regulation of, and I suppose update to perspective on how Bitcoin ATMs and kiosks are being treated at the state level, and this is less positive, right? So what we've seen in a lot of these bills that have been introduced and some of them passed is bringing these ATMs within money transmitter regimes. Generally, and then some of the specific things that have come along with this have been, straightforwardly just a big ratcheting up of KYC obligations. So I think this is kind of literally what's happened, for example, in some Wisconsin bills that have just been introduced in the past couple of weeks, where should they pass, anybody that goes to conduct a transaction at a Bitcoin ATM will have to fully KYC, provide name, address, email address, as well as take a photo of yourself, take a selfie and kind of update it to this ATM you're standing in front of, right? So that's one specific example, but it is kind of representative of a lot of what we've seen in this area of law. Aside from that, which does kind of tie into these privacy concerns that we've talked about in other contexts, there are a bunch of other things that are a lot more anodyne, but important as well. And so big picture, I think what we're seeing is an integration of Bitcoin and digital assets into the legal system in so many different ways. It's not always controversial. And so in some states, that you wouldn't say are as Bitcoin friendly, so California, for example, we're nonetheless seeing legislation pass through because it touches areas of law that aren't necessarily pro or anti-Bitcoin, but it's something like dealing with, unclaimed property or estates law or things like this, where it's kind of, I see it as positive, although it's not headline grabbing, but it's this process of, as I said, integrating Bitcoin into the legal system in so many different ways. And I suppose if I had to offer a take on that, which maybe is an optimistic one, I would say that the more that this happens, even if it's, as I said, not so headline grabbing on a day-to-day basis, the more that this continues to happen, the more that Bitcoin becomes just a fact of life in the institutions that govern us and in the kind of the world we live in. So that's a positive from my point of view.
Okay, appreciate that perspective. Thank you, Julian. Joachim, I'm going to go back to you. We have a stand-up every day. We catch up on what's happening when it comes to technological developments with Bitcoin, and we just had Shinobi on here talking about how to make Bitcoin, how to upgrade it so that more people can use it in a self-sovereign way. And then you have someone like me coming at it where I'm talking with politicians. Kind of feels some days like it's almost a bit antithetical, right? So like, why are we talking to politicians? I thought we created state-resistant money. When it comes to this kind of stuff, how much do you think we need to be thinking about politics when it comes to this technology that's supposed to sort of, I won't say be immune to politics, but maybe immune to state tampering, let's put it that way. How much mind share should we be giving the political spectrum? Do we have to be giving it a lot of mind share at this point because of certain things that are happening, I should say?
I mean, I'm personally always coming to this from a deeply libertarian anarcho-capitalist point of view, and I want to say, burn everything down and ignore it, right? Like, don't be in the White House. Frank is doing an excellent job, but it's in the wrong place. So that's always my intuition. That's always my go-to want to say, right? But also, I have a friend who he always tells me that you can ignore politics all you want, but politics won't ignore you, right? So at some level, we gotta play it as a lace. We gotta play the game, and then we have to do something, right? And that's where we're sort of at,
Yeah, I think that's a good take. Yeah,
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I think it's necessary, and at some level, this is what we have to do, and it's better to be at the table than to be the dinner.
Sure, agreed. And I think that's also kind of the cost of living in civil society. I work with a lot of activists who constantly talk about this. You need to be engaged. And I think that that's definitely true on many levels. Juan, I want to go back to you. We obviously talk about Trump a lot at Bitcoin Magazine. We have a lot of, we had the Vice President of the United States at the conference this year. We had Trump while he was on the campaign at the conference the year before. Trump, not then president, while he was on the campaign trail, I should say. We've seen a lot happen in these first 6 months with Trump in office. What do you think things look like 4 years out? I know it's like that's probably a lot to ask because it seems like so much happens on a day-to-day basis. But where does the Bitcoin crypto? Where are we at with Bitcoin and crypto by the end of this 4-year administration?
Yeah, I mean that's a great question. I am optimistic. I think that say what you will about the Trump administration, it does seem to be largely led by CEOs, entrepreneurs, people with business experience. His cabinet is sort of very different than I think what people usually expect from American politics or various administrations. And I think that business mindset is showing up in the results. However, there is still a lot of work to do. I mean, I think we have to get the Clarity Act or something along those lines, probably through law and in a way that actually codifies protections of self-custody. And that, the future is uncertain. The future is sort of something we have to sort of help manifest. And that means we have to be active in the game. And I think, the libertarian mindset, as much as I also am I come from the anarcho-capitalist world, the problem is sort of this illusion that the market, the white hand of the market, the magic hand,
the invisible hand.
The invisible hand of the market will take care of it. No, we are the invisible hand. The CEOs, the movers and shakers, the people that are actually taking action, they are the invisible hand. Okay. And so we have to take action. And I think this question of whether we should be political or not, or we should be politically engaged or not, is actually a misconception. And Peter had a great tweet about this that's got me thinking lately. He said in reaction to the Google accidental ban of self-custody wallets, he said, people were saying, well, you can sideload the APK, which is like the file format for an Android app, into that you download. It's like, well, you can sideload it into phones, and that's how we deal with it. It's like, that's first of all very technical. I know how to do it. I've done it. Most people don't and won't, and it's scary. And so Peter's like, you're incredibly naive if you think APKs are a reliable solution to get around this. Without political opposition, sideloading will be banned. It already isn't possible on iPhones. And then he says, cypherpunks write code is bullshit. The cypherpunks wrote PGP and then sued the U.S. government and won. Let's say that again. This cypherpunks write code is bullshit.
That's right.
It's not totally bullshit. They do write.
Yeah, I was gonna say we gotta be
Yeah, but then he follows it with the real cypherpunks wrote PGP, but then sued the U.S. government and won. So I think my thinking here is Bitcoin is not censorship immune. It is censorship resistant. That resistance gives us leverage, and we need to use that leverage in order to change the political sort of conversation and structure. And I think what it has allowed us is a kind of human rights argument, which is like self-custody is a fundamental human right, and this is something that we should probably, this is a hill we should probably be willing to die on.
Impassioned words from Juan Gold, ladies and gentlemen. Much appreciated. I did see that quote from Peter Todd as well, and I really enjoyed it. For those who don't know exactly what Juan was referencing, he was referring to the PGP wars, PGP standing for pretty good privacy. This was a fight in the 90s that the cypherpunks, people who developed this sort of freedom tech, fought, and it was the ability to basically encrypt messages online. And now we're having this fight over basically encrypting value and sending value anonymously online to preserve our privacy. So on some level, I would say it's exciting times, but the stakes are high. So it's hard to just say that they're exciting. They're scary in some ways, they're exciting in other ways. There's a lot happening. I want to give everybody just about a minute, a little bit of a space to maybe talk about what your concerns are moving forward, and maybe also a call to action for the audience. What can people do? Maybe if they're more technical, what can they do in the development community? If they do want to get more involved politically, what are the best steps to do so? Or just generally speaking, what would it, if they really do care about Bitcoin and even maybe the broader crypto space, what are steps that they could take to protect it, just as everyday people, as plebs, if you will? I'll start with you, Julian.
Sure, yeah. So, look, I would say I'm not a libertarian per se. I don't identify that way, even though I'm very much a Bitcoiner. I believe that you either have political power on your side or you abdicate the space and give it to somebody else, right? And so I think, how do we translate that into practical calls to action? I think, look, as I've said, there are laws being introduced and passed everywhere, across the United States for sure, but all over the world that affect Bitcoin and rights of Bitcoiners today. I will also say that, it's not that hard to become one of the most knowledgeable people about them. Do a little bit of reading about what's going on in your home state or in your hometown or in your country. Read up for an hour and you're already realistically in the top 1% of people who are informed on that subject. So that's my call to action. It doesn't take very much. Like, go and read for half an hour to an hour on what's going on. You'll then be informed and you'll know who is either wielding this power or wants to and can do something about it, right? And they are politicians that have phone numbers and email addresses and staffers. So that's my call to action.
Love that. Appreciate that. And you should be tuning into Capital Gains on Thursdays or Fridays every week. We'll be teaching you about what's happening as well. So obviously that too. Joachim, over to you. We do have to keep it at about a minute here. So your final thoughts / call to action.
Oh, I'll go less than a minute. I'm going to abdicate this space because this is not my expertise at all. I know things about financial markets and I'm a monetary guy and I was trained in financial history. I understand central banks and stuff like that. I don't understand tech. I'm leaving this to the experts over here. So I will say one thing and correct what Zach mentioned in the previous segment when he talked about US dollars, and he implied that they were made out of paper. They're actually made out of cotton and linen. So we're not cutting down any trees and timber to make US dollars. So that's my little monetary tidbit over here. Shout out to Zach.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't get lost in the weeds there, Joachim. That's good. I'm glad you're looking at the big picture. That's good stuff. I appreciate that. Juan, over to you. Final thoughts before we wrap it up here.
Incredible. By the way, my dog's barking in the background. Hopefully, that won't be too much of an issue. But I think I had a conversation with Matt Odell, who I'm going to be writing a piece about a lot of the stuff that he's doing, and he had a concept that I thought was really great. He said that everything in this industry can be sort of distilled to two pillars: education and tooling. Everything is education or tooling. BPI is education at the Washington level, at the political level. And then all these sort of different technology, self-custody walls are tooling, and there's all kinds of tooling. And so I think the answer, the call to action is whatever calls you, do that. Follow that track, push it. I think very clearly we need to route around the app stores. They have been a problem for a long time. It'd be great if we can get them to stand down and open up via political action, and that does seem to be happening. There's a big court case against the App Store that sort of opened up an important door there again. But I think it's clearly a choke point, and it's a choke point that, as we can see, can be abused.
Yeah. Juan, wise words, appreciate it. Gentlemen, just want to say thank you so much for joining us. Also want to give one more shout out to Stand With Crypto for having us here. And there's one thing I didn't say in the beginning, but I want to make a point here. You know, Bitcoiners, sometimes there's this idea of the toxic Bitcoin maximalist and all this kind of stuff. But I can firmly say that everybody that I've had on with me, both in this call and in the previous session, we all firmly support P2P rights, and that's whatever you're using, whatever P2P technology you're using, we're fully behind that. And I think that's where our Venn diagrams overlap, regardless of whatever coins you're using or anything else. So just want to say that we do stand with crypto in that regard for sure. Again, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to Stand With Crypto for having us, and we'll talk next time, everybody. Take it easy.
Back, everybody. Thanks again for tuning into the Crypto Day of Action. We've had an incredible day full of programming from all types of partners across the industry. That last segment with the Bitcoin takeover, always really important to hear about privacy, the fight that's happening, how to make sure we pay attention to fundamental rights about transacting and making sure that we are set up to protect developers, protect free speech and all types of the things that we care about from a crypto perspective, but also from an American perspective. Our next segment is with Coinbase, one of our closest and most trusted partners. Obviously, they've been working with us for the entirety of Stanford Crypto's lifespan, and we're very grateful for everything that they've been doing, both with us, but also with the broader industry. We have Faryar from Coinbase, and we also have Luke Martin from Impact Research. So we're very grateful for both of you guys to join. Do you guys want to do a quick introduction and tell us a little about your story, how you got to this role, and why you're passionate about crypto and the future of crypto in America? Faryar, you can start.
Great. So I've been at Coinbase for a little over 4 years, and I have to tell you, it's been the most energizing 4 years I've had professionally. I actually came out of traditional finance. I ran government affairs at Goldman Sachs for 15 years, which is a funny jumping off point to come to a crypto company like Coinbase. But it's probably the place from which you most understand why the potential for crypto is so important in terms of reshaping and updating the financial system. And so it's been really kind of a rush. But just to kind of give you a little bit of background, so I was in government before I was in Goldman Sachs. I had a number of positions in the Bush administration, including as what they called the Deputy National Security Advisor for International Economics. And that was a place where, among other things, it was my job to staff the president on questions relating to technology, finance, trade, and the future, which, again, was another good starting point for understanding why crypto is so important. So thrilled to be here. Stanford Crypto is doing amazing, important things. Today's a day of action, but ultimately the action is what makes the impact of a grassroots organization like this matter. And so really excited to kind of talk about what we can do and why this moment is so special.
Awesome. Thanks. And Luke, you want to tell us a little bit more about your background and what does Impact Research do for the audience who may not be familiar with polling in general?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Luke Martin. I'm a partner at Impact Research. We are a democratically aligned public opinion research firm. In layman's terms, we are pollsters. So we help, Democratic candidates up and down the ballot. We've worked for the last 3 presidential candidates on the Democratic side, but also, everything from that down to Senate races, down to city council. We really kind of do it all, and we do it everywhere. And really, our role is to provide strategy to candidates and organizations to basically just help them achieve their goals, which a lot of times is winning. In this case, I do a lot of research specifically around crypto and crypto voters. So, really kind of diving into, why these constituencies are so important. For me, when I think about the kind of importance of these voters just broadly, I think the Democratic Party, needs a future-looking, forward-looking vision. And I think, the sort of new economy and kind of how to unrig the economy is a big part of that. And crypto, I think, has a very important role to play in how we do that and how we kind of message the Democratic Party from here on out. So I'm super excited to be here, super excited to dig in a little bit more and kind of give folks a little bit more nuance into how we kind of see crypto voters playing a pretty, I think, outsized role in the future of elections.
Awesome. Thank you. And we appreciate your expertise and doing all the polling that we've been so excited to receive and analyze as we broadly expand this movement and make sure that everybody's activated. Faryar, I want to ask you about the 52 million Americans that own crypto. So that's a number that both Stanford Crypto and Coinbase has been referencing for years now. Can you explain a little bit from your perspective at Coinbase, how does that 52 million Americans translate into political power, and why should lawmakers take notice?
Well, if you think about the number, 52 million is a huge number. It's 20% of the adult population. And if you put it and compare it to other groups in the US, it gives you a sense of how big that number is. So 52 million is larger than the number of people who belong to unions. It's larger than the number of people that have electric vehicles. And so if you think about like big constituent groups that Congress takes seriously, the crypto owner is actually by far larger than most of those groups. And so it's a huge segment of the population. And what Luke and Impact Research, as well as the other polling firm that worked with them, were able to do was to demonstrate that this is not only a very large segment of the population, but the position of politicians on crypto issues mattered to the crypto voter, that these people would show up, go to the polling booth, and pull a lever one way or the other, depending on, in part, where the candidate stood on the crypto issue. And so we used much of last year to tell the story that there is a voter, that they will vote on this issue. And the election of 2024 showed, I think, for the skeptics, that this was a real thing. It was most vividly seen in the number of what are known as young male, sort of low propensity voters who ended up voting for President Trump in the 24 election. The Trump campaign built an entire campaign around bringing in a younger male, urban, Black and brown voters, young people generally, over to the Republican side to vote for him. And crypto was a key plank in that strategy. And now everybody kind of understands why this number is not just some abstraction. It's a really potent political force. But the key with any political force to show it can continue to exercise its power. So, here we are. We have a much more pro-crypto Congress. We have a extraordinarily pro-crypto administration, but our work is nowhere near done. And that's why days of action like this, Mason, are so important. These are the moments in which a lot of people, a lot of communities drop their guard and they kind of get complacent. And I think everybody who's on this call has done a really big, important thing in understanding that the moment is here for us not only just to win the sentiment battle, but to win the legislative and policy battle. And so that's why the number matters so much, and why events like this are so critical to the future of crypto in America.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And it's been really exciting to see these voters activate. And right, the story you were saying of last year, we had to prove that the crypto voter was real, but this year people kind of understand it. Like they see it, they see the repercussions of what has happened at the ballot box. But when I tell all the community when I talk to them is, we have, there's no way we can't stop now, right? People have to believe, they have to see, this is not just a one-time thing, but also if we don't, we need to hold the lawmakers accountable, right? Because all of these voters, all these communities, every day they're waking up, they're like, well, what do I do for crypto? How do I make sure that this happens? And so again, all the 50,000 people that have tuned into this stream, they're waiting, they're ready. It's August recess. And for the lawmakers that are watching as well, we are still active, and 2026 is going to be exciting as well. But we were talking about the impact of the ballot box. Luke, do you think that you could break down a little bit more of the data you understand from this voting constituency and how they affected the 2024 election, especially if this is something you've been studying? And obviously this was something the Trump campaign leaned into, so it's a post-mortem in a lot of ways.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing I would just sort of double tap on, as Faryar said, is just this is a real sizable voting block. Again, you've got around 52 million people. It's 20-ish% of the electorate. But I think as much as kind of understanding how big they are, I think understanding who they are is incredibly important. This is a diverse bipartisan constituency. Pro crypto voters are basically split pretty evenly between self-identified Democrats and Republicans. Only about 60% of them are white. You've got about a third who are Black, Latino, or Asian. That's actually a breakdown that pretty closely mirrors the national electorate. They do tend to obviously kind of skew younger, a little bit more male. But I think, less so than national media narratives sometimes make it seem. We're not talking about pro wrestling here or anything like that. In fact, you've got about a third of crypto investors who are women at this point. I think the other really kind of key metric to understand is that in the lead up to 2024, and I think the reason why we ended up doing so much research with these voters is because they are actually a really highly motivated constituency, and they did turn out. In the run-up to the 2024 election, our polling showed 83% of crypto owners in battleground states, so the most important states in the country, were almost certain to vote in that election. And you had 74% of them saying that they were enthusiastic to vote in the election. So these weren't kind of people that begrudgingly were going to the ballot box. And you also had over half, 54%, who said they were very enthusiastic. So these are people that are engaged, they're fired up, they're important people for candidates to be talking to. And I think we saw this kind of borne out in the voter file data that we've analyzed post-election as well. Crypto voters voted at rates, I think, about 3 percentage points higher in 24 than in 20. And that's actually, a little bit different than the trend lines overall for national turnout, which, kind of fell by pretty similar margins over the same period.
Yeah, that's incredible data. So when we think about what made crypto voters show up at the ballot box, obviously it was candidates that are expressing their interest in crypto, but specifically what they were talking about is making sure that America solidifies its place as a leading hub for crypto. And what does that mean? What are the steps that are needed to take to get there? And I think everyone, especially the theme of this call, has been market structure and passing a bill that solidifies rules of the road. So, Faria, I would love to hear your perspective on what is the state of play for market structure? Why is it so important that we get this done this year as soon as possible? And what is at stake for the crypto community if something like Clarity is not able to be done?
Yeah, I mean, first on the good news, the progress side, we got Genius done. This is the stablecoin bill, and a lot of you on the call played an important role by writing your member of Congress, calling them, and kind of pushing that issue along. And so what Congress has done is created a clear federal framework for the issuance of stablecoins, which is hugely important. What they didn't do, though, is about 80% of what we need done, and that is to define what the rules are around the crypto markets. The assault that the Biden administration and Elizabeth Warren launched against the crypto industry was largely driven through the fact that there was such ambiguity in the law that the SEC in particular could go and sue any developer at any point in an effort to try to essentially drive the industry and the developers offshore. And what the market structure legislation does is it creates real guardrails around the regulators. It tells the SEC when it has the authority to assert jurisdiction over a crypto token, and the terms under which it can assert jurisdictions and the limits on that assertion. And then similarly, the CFTC, it empowers them to allow intermediaries to offer crypto, intermediaries like Coinbase, Kraken, and others to be able to offer crypto subject to very clear, transparent rules. And so the market structure is ultimately the rules that guide the industry and the developers and all of the users, all of us on this call, but it also puts strict limits around what the regulators can do so that you don't have the kind of abuse of power that we had to deal with over the last 4 years. The stakes couldn't be higher than on the importance of this legislation. This is really everything. And Mason, if I get even further political, some of the folks who were replaced in an effort, as we work to get a pro-crypto Congress, are now put their hands up and they're running again. So, for example, Sherrod Brown in Ohio, he's just announced the other day that he's going to run again. And so there will, if he wins, it could be payback time for all of us on this call in terms of the impact that potentially it would have on legislation. So it's really important for us to take this moment of opportunity we have right now to get market structure legislation done, bed it down, get the regs written, all before potentially you have people who are very hostile to the sector and want to drive all of us offshore before they get back into office. So really, really important.
Yeah, and I'm glad you raised that point too. This is something I communicated with our chapter presidents the other day as they were getting ready to tell their communities about the Day of Action. Is we always talk about the positives of, look at us, we can unlock innovation, we can improve the financial system, but there is unfortunately the negatives as well of a potential regression and even payback, like what you're talking about. That's something people should be at least keeping in the back of their mind. But we're talking about 2026, right? You're talking about people raising their hand to run again. Luke, do you have any insights as we go into 2026, what are things that candidates are thinking about when it comes to crypto, when it comes to these voters, and what should, if they're not thinking about it, what should they be thinking about?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I'll mainly kind of focus on this from the Democratic perspective because we are a democratically aligned firm. But to me, when I think of kind of the zenith of the problems for the Democratic Party at this point, I would put up there the fact that we have largely ceded the mantle of being the like future-looking party, the party with the clearest vision of what America should look like tomorrow, to Republicans. You go back to the Obama days, and we were the party of technology, of progress, of fresh perspectives, really of the next generation of leadership in a way that felt almost ordained. But we, I think, have lost sight of that, to a pretty sizable extent, and become, instead this party that is just much more reliant on kind of being reflexive because of Trump, and as a result of that, you're seeing the party lose ground. With people that I think are essentially more dissatisfied with the status quo. I mean, we've talked about, younger voters, particularly men, voters of color. These might sound like similar demographics because they are the exact type of people that are more likely to own cryptocurrency. It doesn't have to be this way, though. And I think, thinking ahead into 2026, I think it would be just a monumental mistake for Democrats to apply this kind of partisan framing to digital assets. And be, again, reflexively opposed to it just because Republicans have kind of laid down a marker already. Fortunately, you do have, a new generation of Democrats that I think are providing a really good example of a path forward. People like Alyssa Slotkin, Angie Craig, both also happen to be Impact clients for what it's worth, who have figured out, that you can be forward-looking and embrace this kind of more economic populist vision of the economy while also wanting to do it responsibly. And that's really kind of what we're here talking about today. And, if you're a Democratic member of Congress, if you're a candidate, I think that is the kind of right side of this issue to be on. And that is like the good politics side of this to be on. You can be pro-regulation, pro-consumer protection, and still be pro-innovation by being thoughtful about the rules and guidelines that both rein in bad actors. For us, that's, people like members of the Trump family, while also giving good actors the opportunity to harness, what I would say is really the economic potential of digital assets. And again, it's not just good policy, it's good politics. My colleagues over at Global Strategies Group, they put out some numbers showing that a majority, 57% of voters, including even 79% of Democrats, supported legislation like the Clarity Act when it comes with clear rules and regulations for the industry and people like President Trump that are involved with it.
Yeah, no, that's very insightful. I want to get even a little bit more detail for both of you guys here because you both are such experts in your fields. Faryar, so you come from traditional finance and now you're in Web3, crypto, blockchain, and you're advocating for the regulation that would set up the future of this entire technology in the country. Do you mind sharing a little bit about what the update to the system actually could look like based on your experience running a lot of this, traditional finance, an understanding of how traditional finance work? What needs to be fixed with your work in crypto?
It's a really good question. We gloss it over a lot, Mason, and we don't kind of dig into what it means. But basically, updating the system means giving the consumer a diversity of options on how they hold and spend their money and how they choose to invest and where they try to get their returns. We have a system right now that is enormously paternalistic that basically says that for the vast majority of the American people, they don't have the capacity to make their own decisions about where they invest and how they invest. And so you've got this whole infrastructure of regulations that are essentially designed to prevent people from being able to have a full range of investing decisions in the way wealthier people are allowed to do under the law. The other thing you have is a regulatory system that assumes that you can't move money, you can't move anything of value, whether it's a stock certificate or a commodity token or a tokenized gaming point or whatever it happens to be, the regulatory system assumes you have to have an intermediary. And so basically the regulations end up creating a business sort of franchise for a whole set of intermediaries that the technology of crypto has now obviated the need for. And so one of the hard issues that we grapple with, which shouldn't be that hard, is people will say to us, well, what will happen to a transfer agent in the securities markets? What do you do about traditional custodians? What do you do about really any number of intermediaries in the financial system? And when you explain that crypto allows people to transact peer-to-peer and store in their own wallets tokenized versions of things of value, whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, or a tokenized stock, or a tokenized title to their car, it's kind of a mind blower for politicians. But that's what the updating system means, is to take the technology that allows you to move things peer-to-peer and hold them on your own should be allowed to flourish. And the law shouldn't essentially say that you have to use an intermediary. And that's what we're fighting for, is to empower people to make their own decisions, to have the choices that I talked about earlier, and to embrace a system where you've got empowered individuals. We went through a version of this, Mason, when the internet came around. I'm old enough to remember when the internet came around, people would say, well, if we allow this internet thing, somebody might set up a website with bad stuff on it, and then anybody can access it. And I remember vividly an article where somebody said somebody could post on this website thing the formula for making a nuclear bomb, and then somebody like Luke potentially could access it and make a nuclear bomb. And how can society operate this way? These are real things. There was lots and lots and lots of articles that said basically some version of that. And we now understand that the democratization of information is one of the biggest advances that we've had economically and socially over the last 30 years of the internet. And we're on the verge of having a similar democratization of finance, the ability of people to move and hold value, for Luke and I to decide if we want to transact title to my car, for example. He can pay me on chain and I can send him the title on chain, and we can settle it out matter of seconds. We don't have to pay an intermediary to do it. And you have thousands and thousands of different applications that fall along that line. But the first thing that has to happen is that the law has to respect the right and the individual to be able to make decisions about how they want to move and store things of value. And that's what we're fighting for. It's a freedom initiative, and I'm really proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, that was an awesome explanation. And the idea that you don't need intermediaries is something that whenever someone's skeptical, it's crazy. The idea of just peer-to-peer transfer is mind-blowing for so many people. It's one of those things, like if you're steeped in crypto and you're like, oh, that makes sense. But when you step back and people just have accepted so many things that have just take on layers and layers and layers of legacy systems, people just accept it. But we don't have to accept things. We can fix them. So it's also really exciting to work on this stuff. I have a question for Luke, but I do want to follow up on one thread here. Fire, I saw a post earlier today things got spicy last night with the letter from the banks about Genius. I would love for you to give your take on the Genius drama that unfolded on Twitter to the audience here, and then maybe share, if you're okay with it, a little insight into what that behind the scenes discussion between the banks and the crypto people were, because obviously stable coins and interest was something that was hotly debated throughout the country when this was going through Congress. So if you want to share anything about that, I think the audience would love to hear.
Yeah, the Genius bill, the stablecoin bill, was a huge breakthrough. It was a landmark moment. We should all be very proud of it. Inside it, though, there's one big bitter pill that we all had to swallow that I'm still kind of annoyed about, more than annoyed about. But what it says is, by law, Congress passed legislation that said a stablecoin issuer cannot pay any portion of the interest or yield associated with the reserves that they hold with the holder of a stablecoin. So I think most people here know how a stablecoin works. So if I'm an issuer, Mason, you give me $1, I give you a $1 token, whether it's USDC or whatever, and then I take your dollar and I hold it and I invested in treasuries. So I make, let's say, 4% returns, 4.5% returns on that dollar you gave me. That's significant returns for a very simple business model. I provide you a token that is nimble and moves around. And so what issuers do is they say, okay, Mason, you not only get the dollar token, but I'm going to share some portion of the interest that I earn off of the dollar you gave me. So I'll keep 2%, maybe I'll give you 2%. And this is a win-win, so it's a way for you to earn money. Congress, by law, has now said that the issuer can't do that anymore. They put a ban on it. What they didn't do, though, is to say that companies like Coinbase or other distributors of stablecoins, we can still continue to have rewards programs like the one Coinbase does. Now, obviously, we're glad that we were still able to protect what we can do at Coinbase, but now you have the banks. Every major bank organization just teamed up and wrote a letter to the president saying, we want you to extend the ban on issuers and distributors from being able to share the interest that they earn off the reserves with the American people, so that nobody can do it, so that not only the issuers can't do it, but the distributors can't do it either. That's crazy. And so I did a tweet on this that Mason's referring to. My handle is @Faryar-Shirzad, so you can find it pretty easily. Welcome you guys reposting it or liking it or whatever, because the data that the banks use in trying to extend, they're saying it would cause a $6 trillion outflow of deposits from the banks, which is crazy. The most optimistic estimates of how much stablecoin adoption there'll be on the outer end is 4 trillion. So there's just a bunch of made up data for an industry that's trying to protect their entrenched interests and make sure that the American people can't earn returns on their dollar. And that just can't be. We can't have that happen. That's going to be one of the big fights we'll have in the Clarity Bill. It's a market structure bill, but what the banking industry wants is to essentially extend that prohibition even further than they had it in the Genius Act. And we can't let that happen. And you guys will be instrumental in helping us avoid that sort of result.
Yeah, and people are ready to fight for. I mean, the on-chain interest piece was a pill for the community to swallow as well. But I think the quote-unquote loophole, like, it still offers a lot of value to everybody, right? Distributors are incredibly valuable. So I think we got to a good place, but it's very concerning to know that they're trying to rip it away some more, because competition is very good for everybody. I think I am very passionate about. When I was actually DMing someone that was on the stream and chatting about stuff earlier today, and we were talking about how just broad-based, the idea that there's an entirely new financial system that can compete with old financial system is how you see that radical change that empowers so many people. So it's very exciting. All right, back to Luke. Luke, can you tell the audience just a little bit, this is skipping like way far back, but like, can you explain how impact research does its polling in any way that you can? I'm sure there's proprietary techniques you have, but what does it look like when Coinbase or Stand With Crypto or somebody else says impact research? Can you help us understand who the crypto voter is? What is it that you do? Because polling, again, is, everyone sees it on Twitter. They see polling, whatever that account is. They're like, oh, whatever. But I don't think people actually understand the methodology behind it. And so we have a good moment for you to explain it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, first of all, would like to be very clear. I have never accessed a website that has instructions on how to build a nuclear weapon, just to be very clear for any government people that may or may not be on this call. Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, our methodology, we try to be honestly as kind of transparent as possible with it. We use a mix of different technologies to reach people. I think, my kind of ethos with polling at this point is really, the way people access information and communicate is incredibly diversified. And so polling, the way we try to talk to people needs to be equally diversified. So we really use any method we can. We use, online interviews. We still call people. There's still people like my parents who have a landline, and my mom will pick up and talk to a pollster for 20 minutes. And every time she does, she calls me and says, "Oh, I took one of your polls." I'm like, "Mom, there are like thousands of pollsters in the world. I am not the only one." But she still picks up her landline. We do a lot of cell phone interviews. Most of our work these days is on cell phones, whether that's somebody calling somebody and talking to them on a cell phone, or being texted a link to a survey online, or increasingly we're using what we call peer-to-peer texting, in the sort of like theme of peer-to-peer that we're talking about today. And that's a newer sort of like methodology that I'm really excited about. That basically is like a live two-way conversation over text between an interviewer and a respondent. So those are kind of just like the different methodologies that we use. What the sort of like sausage making process looks like when somebody like kind of Coinbase comes to us is, we really have a lot of conversations about, what you want to learn, and that really informs who you want to talk to. So we've done, research on everything from just really general stuff like, likely voters in 2024, or, in the upcoming 2026 election, to more nuanced looks at data. We've done research specifically with crypto owners, where we kind of screen out people that don't earn cryptocurrency or any sort of digital asset. And we really kind of do deep dives into, who those people are, what their attitudes are. I think, one of the biggest misconceptions that people have about polling is that, they see on Twitter, they follow Nate Silver, they follow, an aggregator like Real Clear Politics, and all they see is these kind of top line numbers. They see the generic ballot, or they see Trump's approval rating. And they think polls are like these kind of like singular instruments designed to learn one thing. In reality, I mean, most of the polling that we do is these kind of much longer, more in-depth, reads of populations. So, polls that we do, they can be, up to 20 minutes long. And yes, there are, again, still people that will do a 20-minute poll, as surprising as that may sound to people. But we learn a lot of information in a single poll. A lot of times, again, for Coinbase, we want to learn about who these people are, what's important to them, what motivates them to vote, what makes them excited. I think, one thing I think that has been kind of like really striking to me, based on the recent polling that we've done, is just how important crypto voters think digital currency is for the economy. Poll after poll, focus group after focus group, all we hear from people is how important things like the economy and inflation are. And I think, people expect, again, like cryptocurrency to be this kind of like young, male, like tech dominated thing. But really, crypto owners are, really focused on the economy to the same degree that normal voters are. The difference is, the crypto voters already kind of recognize the tangible assets or tangible benefits that digital assets can have for the economy. If you look at the numbers, you've got 67% of crypto owners believe digital assets can increase economic growth. You've got 63% who say it increases access to important economic tools, things like stablecoin. And you've got 65% who believe it makes the current financial system better overall. So these are all like things we have learned from like really in-depth instruments that really dig into kind of, again, like the attitudes of these people, of whoever we want to talk to, what motivates them, how we can kind of communicate with them better. But there's just a lot that goes into that. And it's, again, much more in depth than I think people normally realize when they just see, whatever poll snapshot on Twitter.
What's some of the funniest stuff you've heard someone in this process tell you about crypto or whatever, like when you're asking them questions? What's some of the most the funny stuff or the notable things?
Yeah, I mean, we've done, qualitative, the funniest kind of best stories tend to come from qualitative research where, you're doing focus groups, or, you're doing kind of like online journaling where people have a little bit more freedom to kind of speak their minds and kind of use their own words. And, especially early on, there were just all sorts of like weird, random understandings of, what cryptocurrency was, the kind of stories that people had from it. Especially early on, there were still a lot of people who kind of remembered the early days when, people were paying, 10,000 Bitcoin for a Domino's pizza or stuff like that. So there's still kind of like people that have those memories, and that's always, I think, kind of fun to relive with them. But then, we also just get a lot of really uninformed voters who don't really have, any idea really of what's going on in this space. I think to me, that's, again, been one of those striking things where, I think the trend line we tend to see in the data is that the more exposure people have to crypto and digital assets, the more they like it, the more they understand the benefits, the more they kind of recognize the potential for this to be kind of revolutionary and really give people more power over their personal economic situation. But it really depends on that exposure because, you look at the population right now and there's still a lot of people, there's, a majority of people that, have kind of what we call soft views of cryptocurrency. They don't feel strongly one way or another, or they just don't even know about it. I mean, there's still, about a third of voters who, if you ask them if they have a favorable or unfavorable view of cryptocurrency, they'll just tell you they don't know. There's still a lot of work to do when it comes to just exposing, what this is to people and kind of the benefits of it. But again, I think to me, the really encouraging and the really striking thing, in addition to all the funny stuff that people say, is just that, it really does resonate with people once you actually can get them that exposure.
Hey, Basic, can I ask Luke a question? A lot of the politicians that attack crypto, I think, presume that there's an anti-crypto voter. Did you find an anti-crypto voter, Luke, for whom, like the Elizabeth Warren line appeals or Gary Gensler's attacks appeal?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I think it's a big misconception that type of voter exists. I mean, again, there's certainly voters out there that I think, are feel strongly about consumer protection. There's a lot of people that, feel just generally disillusioned with the economy. It's important to kind of understand, though, that those voters aren't kind of like projecting those attitudes onto cryptocurrency. Really, what we see is people that are aware of cryptocurrency and feel very strongly about it. And then we have people that are less aware. And the less aware and the less they kind of recognize cryptocurrencies and digital assets and just the benefits of them, that's really when we tend to see more negativity. It's just these people who are actually, they're not negative, they're just uninformed.
Yeah, that's a good question. It has always been such a strange thing to see people plant that flag, right?
It baffles my mind, the amount of energy the opponents of crypto spend on the issue. And I tell myself, Mike, is this like are they appealing to some donors? Who are they appealing to? Because anecdotally, I just don't think there is an anti-crypto voter. But there certainly is a pro-crypto voter. And it's funny to turn your back on so many Americans, all for the benefit of appealing to God knows who.
Yeah, I mean, I think like anything else, it represents change and people are scared of change. And, unfortunately, politicians on both sides of the aisle like to use fear. It's a powerful tool. And I think this is a good example of, how it can work in a really kind of like negative way that doesn't really benefit the people, that are using it in the way that I think it does.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I was joking about this earlier today about that one post, the "we're building an anti-crypto army" post that seemed to change the entire. It like split the timeline, right? Like if that post had never come out, there wouldn't be a pro-crypto army. Well, there would be, but it was such a stark moment, like stark image for people on Twitter to see or like the community to see. We have a few more minutes. I want to ask you one more question, Faria, and then there's kind of a broader forward-thinking question at the end. But just because you have a national security background, I just want to understand a little bit more of the crypto as national security argument, right? Because we broadly say this when we talk to lawmakers or we have it in materials, we just say, oh, it's a national security issue. But since you're an expert, you've been in C and you've made these types of decisions, what is the tangible, tactical things that crypto brings to the table, or what are the downsides of not embracing it from that perspective?
It's a good question. There's a general presumption on any new technology that it's U.S. policy to embrace that technology and to ensure that it develops as much in the United States as possible. And they call these technologies either emerging or foundational technologies. So these are technologies that in the vernacular of government are deemed to be foundational for the development of certain applications, or they're emerging where the proof is not yet there that the technology is going to yield a thing of value, but they are emerging. There's enough indicators suggesting that that this technology could go places. And so just as a matter of principle, the government, and Congress has passed legislation saying this, for emerging and foundational technologies, the policy of the United States government is to try to ensure that that technology develops in the United States, because like with any technology, you want the experts, the engineers, the coders, the chemists, the biologists, the whoever it is, depending on the nature of that technology, to be in the U.S., aligned with Team USA, and ultimately, potentially down the road, subject to the U.S. standards, requirements, laws, whatever it may be. And so it's baffling the degree to which you have an emerging and foundational technology like crypto, that you had a government for 4 years try to drive it offshore. And there's data that's showing that it went offshore. And there's lots and lots of evidence that with it going offshore, there's also a development of big kind of ecosystems of software developers and engineers who are building applications. Interestingly enough, the government that's the most supportive of blockchain technology is the Chinese government. Every major city in China has a state-sponsored crypto innovation lab. They have a central bank digital currency that they use. They have a tokenized identification system. Now the difference is, in China they have an internet, but it's a closed internet. It's controlled by the government, and they've similarly created a closed ecosystem for crypto. So they have Web3 technology, but it's all under the control of the government. So they understand the power of the technology, but they've answered the democratization potential of crypto by putting it within strict guardrails for inside their domestic economy. For outside their economy, the Chinese are working very actively with the Russians and others to set up cross-border payment systems to compete with SWIFT, which is the current prevailing system for bank transfers that the U.S. Controls, and most of those flows ultimately flow through the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. And so that's why a lot of sanctions that the government apply are powerful, because of the number of transactions that flow through U.S. systems. And so with crypto, there's just a basic point that it's an emerging foundational technology. We should have it in the U.S. Plus, there's ample evidence that people are building alternative financial systems and payment systems and payment networks using that technology. We want the engineers that build the next generation of crypto applications to be in the U.S., under U.S. rule, under U.S. law, rather than having them in jurisdictions that the U.S. has no control over. And so that's basically the argument about why you want crypto in the United States. It's a resonant one. Once you make that point to politicians, they all start nodding, because they understand how it's true with every other technology or innovation, and it should be true for crypto as well. That we, as a matter of policy, we want in the United States, but it's been a hard-fought battle to get them to pay attention, just given the complicated politics we have to deal with from Elizabeth Warren and others.
Yeah, and I guess it is one of those. It is the technology or an industry that they had to be taught to take seriously. Obviously, they take it seriously now, but for some reason, magic internet money, some people might want to take it not seriously if they hear that phrase. But all right, let's wrap it up. Thank you guys for the time. I have one last question as we go. So we're going back into congressional session once the August recess is over, but then we're also going into 2026. So Fire, if you want to do any type of brief breakdown of what you see ahead from the legislative perspective. Luke, I would love to hear you after talk about what you see in 2026 election season, because it's obviously going to be a feverish year, I think. It's going to be a lot of pressure for everybody from all angles. So we'd love to hear you guys' final thoughts on both of those topics.
So the House passed Clarity, which is the market structure bill, by a big vote. I think it was 296 to 113 or something. So a huge bipartisan majority. The Senate now has to move the bill on their side. Moving legislation in the Senate is very hard, because any one senator can gum up legislation, and you have to get 60 votes to stop one senator from blocking a bill. And so it's so critical to have all of you on this call and the community at large write your senator and just say, let's get market structure legislation done. Now, people may not realize it, but every time you make a call to a congressional office and say, I support X, they just simply tab it down on the interns who answer the phone have a sheet of paper, and they just check off 1, 2, 3. We got 4 calls on Clarity. We got 3 calls on that. We got 5 calls on whatever the issue is. And so next time you see the portals that Stand With Crypto has on writing or calling, emailing or calling your member of Congress, please take 3 minutes and just click through and let Congress know that you want this legislation passed. It makes a huge difference, huge difference, much more than you think. And nobody's going to interrogate you when you make that call. The intern's not going to force you to explain yourself. And so you should just get on the phone, do your best to explain why you're in support of market structure legislation, and it'll help make it happen.
Before we jump to Luke, Fario, what is the number of check marks that has crosses a threshold for a staffer when they see that, if they're tallying stuff up?
If on the morning of the vote they get 10 calls from constituents saying we want something, that's very significant. In some campaigns we've been able to get 100 calls, 15, 1,000 calls. But even if you get 10 calls in support of legislation, it matters. It makes a difference. So each of you are very empowered to, particularly if you're willing to call, it's even more powerful. So don't think, oh, I don't matter. 1,000 other people are going to carry the load. Sometimes though, two calls, 3 calls, 10 calls make a difference, particularly with members who are sort of on the fence on what to do. And so try to be that one call that makes the difference. The power is in your hands, and you can move legislation just by virtue of taking 2 minutes.
It's very true. All right, Luke, you get the last word. Let's talk 2026.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'll kind of give this through the perspective of Democrats, but I think if you think about states where there are younger, more diverse electorates, places again where you'd expect there to be higher concentrations of crypto voters, there's 2 states that really come to mind, California and Texas. What do those 2 states have in common right now? If we end up kind of going through with this whole mid-cycle redistricting gambit in both of those states, which I will say looks increasingly likely, there's, I think, a lot of risk on both sides of the aisle. I mean, you're redrawing lines with a recency bias toward the 24 election, one where younger and more diverse voters shifted fairly dramatically toward Trump. But if you're in, let's say Texas, for example, and you base your new lines on the assumption, that those trend lines with Latino voters are going to continue, it kind of opens a massive door for Democrats to actually flip the script. If, and this is a big if, they can find ways to bring those defectors back into the fold. I think crypto obviously presents a very big and unique opportunity to do that. But I think if you are on the other side of the coin, the proverbial coin, if you are just blanket anti-crypto, you run a massive risk of just being seen as the de facto, I would say, defender of the current status quo system. I think one thing that we are sort of seeing, unite voters, base Democratic voters, swing voters, Republican voters, is that people are really hungry for change. Voters really overwhelmingly want, this kind of future vision from their candidates. They want change in the global financial system. You've got over 2/3 of voters that think the global financial system needs at least major change. And they want change that puts more power back in their hands. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. At the very least, though, they want to see that the people representing them, I think, are open to exploring different ways of doing things. And again, I think there's a real risk if you're just kind of reflexively anti-change of you kind of missing the mark for where people are at these days.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for both joining. This was super fun, and we are about to break 50,000 live streamers. So it's been a very fun day. Thanks again, and we are done with this segment.
Yeah. Thank you all for having us.
Thanks, Mason. Thanks, Luke.
Failure to act has consequences.
It would be in the interest of consumer and investor protection to bring crypto into a workable but rigorous regulatory regime.
We need to have clear rules of the road.
I'm here because I think we need to be engaged. It isn't going away, and we have a responsibility to be here and be part of the solution. I believe it is critical that Congress establish clear protections for consumers and retail investors, as well as rules of the road for businesses dealing in digital assets.
Smart, nimble, market-driven innovation regulations.
It's critical that we finally enact digital asset legislation to provide a framework by which firms can operate in and protect consumers by establishing broad guardrails.
We have a deadline before us. If we want to protect consumers, if we want to unlock innovation, if we want to be the home of the kind of investment that will transform these industries, now is the time for us to get this right.
We are the pioneers,
the visionaries,
the builders of a growing movement
with the power to democratize the old economic models
and create a world economy of the people,
for the people,
and by the people.
We
are crypto.
Economic inequality is on the rise.
The top 1% of the population
control almost half of the wealth.
Profiteering corporations erode the buying power of working families.
And speculative investors
can topple national economies for profit,
leaving millions without basic resources.
Crypto is the revolution
that puts the power in the hands of the many.
15 years ago, we were a fringe experiment.
Today, we are an economic, social, and political grassroots movement spreading across nations
and embraced by people of all races, gender, political affiliations, or economic class.
Today, 52 million Americans own cryptocurrency. Their conviction is based on the belief
that the value of currency
should be dictated by the consensus of those who own it.
This is the moment for us to make our voices heard. With our numbers.
With our voices.
With our votes.
We are the catalyst that will create a new world.
We are crypto.
Welcome back to Stand With Crypto's Crypto Day of Action. We are Crypto in America. My name is Eleanor Terrett, and I'm joined by my two fabulous co-hosts, Jacqueline Melnick and Gerald Gallagher. We're here to take you through until the end of the show today, 4 to 5, and we're going to do 2 interviews, actually 3, because we're going to end the day with Mason. He's going to come back on and chat with us, but we are going to start our segment off with Ji Kim. We're going to bring him in. He is the CEO of the Crypto Council for Innovation, one of Washington, D.C.'s most prominent crypto trade organizations. So Ji, come on in if you're ready.
Amazing. Thanks for having me. Very excited for today's conversation.
We're really excited to have you. So we always start, when we do our podcasts, we always start with this question with our guests, and it's no exception, so we have to ask you too. What does crypto in America mean to you?
Yeah, this is a very important question. I think crypto in America means that the U.S. has to lead when it comes to crypto innovation and crypto policy. And I know we'll get into it in more detail in a moment, but we're seeing amazing progress, for lack of a better phrase, in just the past several months when it comes to U.S. leadership. So this administration, President Trump has said that crypto has to be, the U.S. has to be the crypto capital of the world. So crypto in America means providing consumers, Americans with choice, access, and so much more. So a very exciting time for the U.S. and for our industry as well.
Yeah. G, you also have a very interesting trajectory into CCI. You were acting GC and head of policy at Gemini before moving into this role. What kind of drew you to this organization, especially now?
Yeah, I had a great experience and time at Gemini in my role, and also at Kraken, 2 exchanges, of course. But I really want to focus more on policy. I think it's great to help develop and grow a legal team at these exchanges. But I thought it was a very important time for the U.S. In particular, and I wanted to focus more on that. And it's great to see all the progress, as I mentioned now, but at the time, we're going through a tougher stretch for the industry, to put it mildly. So I wanted to step more into it, play my part, be a resource to advocating for smart, sensible crypto policy across the world. CCI is global, so of course, we're very active in Washington, D.C. We also do a lot at the state level in the UK, EU, parts of Asia Pacific. So it was just a desire for me to do my part for an industry that I love, for technology, for something that I care deeply about, and wanting to see the future happen here in the U.S.
Yeah, so G, you have a pretty unique perspective in terms of that global reach, right? I think, obviously a lot of the trade associations and other groups, NGOs in DC working on behalf of the industry are very US centric and very focused on US policy. But you guys had the lens of seeing, MiCA passed, seeing the way some of the regulators in other jurisdictions are moving forward. Where have you seen opportunities that the U.S. can lean in and maybe adopt principles from other jurisdictions, or maybe we're already ahead of them?
Yeah, I like to use the phrase, it's a global race to the top. So we're seeing that across the board, as you pointed out, Gerald. So I think for the U.S., it's less about cherry picking what has worked in other jurisdictions. Every country will have a different set of rules and laws and regulations. What has been missing is actually very obvious. It's a commitment to grow with the industry, to talk to the industry, to have a constructive conversation with the industry, and to actually come up with a comprehensive framework for both payment stablecoins, which we've seen with Genius, of course, passing and being signed into law, and now in market structure. So more than anything else, all these other jurisdictions, whether it's Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, UK, or the EU, where they have been ahead historically has been the desire and the commitment to work with industry, to hear from industry. The UK is a very good example. When I first joined CCI about 2.5 years ago, they actually had a roundtable of all industry stakeholders to talk about various issues, about how HMT, how the Treasury there, the FCA should work with the industry. So that's been missing. And we're seeing that now today here in the United States. We, of course, have the new SEC administration, Chair Paul Atkins, the CFTC, even the banking regulatory agencies, all looking to work constructively to ensure that all entities can participate in crypto. So that's the main thing that I've seen thus far.
Okay, maybe it's not a race, G, but if you had to pick a winner right now, who do you think is winning the race, and where does the U.S. rank up in?
I was going to ask that.
We're telepathic over here.
Well, I think there could be multiple winners, not to dodge your question, but I think there's no clear victor yet, and that's the opportunity for the United States, right? I think when you see U.S. companies go to other jurisdictions, it's because they want clarity. There's often a misconception that our industry doesn't want rules, they don't want the laws. It's actually the opposite. If you're a builder, entrepreneur, innovator, or even a cryptocurrency exchange, you want to know exactly what you need to do to bring to market the product and services that your customer base wants, right? So I think when I look across the board, it's that other jurisdictions have been partnering with the industry to hear how to grow this innovation on their shores. But I think right now it's still very much a global race to the top. We're seeing incredible momentum here in the US, as we all know. And I actually think that this is sort of influencing other jurisdictions as well. They're watching the US for the first time. The US, as we know, I'm a proud American, as you can tell, we've been leading on so much throughout our history. Now other jurisdictions, whether it's the EU, the UK, or parts of Asia, they're seeing this momentum. The US finally has a comprehensive stablecoin framework in the US. Market structure, clarity passing in bipartisan, overwhelming fashion. And now the Senate working earnestly on that as well. So it very much is a global race to the top. I don't think there's a clear victory yet. And I think we'll see other jurisdictions keep on innovating. And I think other jurisdictions will also react and respond to the US. Like, again, the UK is a very good example. They just recently announced a whole of government approach for the first time. They were looking at things from a very modular, piecemeal fashion, if you will. Now, partially in reaction to the US, I think the UK government's like, we have to go right now. So we're seeing that momentum shift across the world.
Mm-hmm. And Canada too. I was actually on a Spaces call earlier today with a bunch of crypto Canadians, they like to call themselves, and they were saying how there's initiatives in Canada right now because they're seeing what we're doing here in the US with Genius, with Clarity, and they want the same thing. They're much further ahead on us with the ETFs. They've really been, that they've been sort of an example for us when it comes to that sector of the market. But in terms of like clarity and policy and the legal frameworks, they're looking to us, and from what I can tell, they're really impressed with what's been happening over the last year. So definitely Canada's playing the catch-up game as well. While we're on the topic, let's go to Clarity, because I know you guys submitted one of the RIFs, request for information. The Senate Banking Committee put out the request a couple weeks ago. The deadline was August 5th. So what was the biggest thing? I know people submitted, I think there was over like 130 submissions, right? That's a ton for the Senate Banking Committee to go through. What's the biggest thing that you guys are looking for to change from the House's version, from Clarity? What would you like to see, improved upon in this latest version?
Yeah, I see it less as the differences with the House version, but just a few themes that CCI focused on was, of course, the first thing is just appreciation for the Senate Banking Committee for doing this in the middle of the recess. Not only do we have a discussion draft, but they're actually requesting public input to incorporate and consider as well. So that, and also just what I've been saying throughout the session, which is the urgency and the need for US to act now. That market structure cannot wait. When it comes to the more specific points, I think it's really clearly delineating the jurisdiction of the SEC and the CFTC when it comes to crypto. Now, of course, Senate banking, the jurisdiction is SEC, so CCI was not expecting this bill to cover the CFTC provisions, but the need for that clarity ASAP, which is what can the SEC do, what can the CFTC do, and make sure to the extent that there's overlapping responsibilities that they clearly flesh that out. The other is a preemption. Of course, states have been leading for a long time when it comes to crypto, actually. Back in 2013, you may know FinCEN said, hey, cryptocurrency exchanges, you guys are a money service business. In reaction to that, states have required exchanges and other crypto firms to pursue state MTL. But we also need sort of to make clear that there's a consistent set of rules across the board at the federal level. So states will still have a role to play when it comes to certain core functions. We saw this in Genius with stablecoin issuance being allowed at the state level, but also making sure that if something is not a security deemed at the federal level, let's say by the SEC, that the industry will not be subject to a patchwork of state regulations that it is a security. And largely just CCI has been supportive of the BRCA, the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, which was part of Clarity as well, to make sure that developers of non-custodial blockchain technology who don't have to take custody control of assets don't get caught up in all of this as well.
Yeah, G, I want to ask you about that patchwork, right? So as someone in the industry, we're coming to you live from the studio in the SAY offices here, SAY's in L1, and we sometimes think about how many regulators there are to report to or to deal with in the United States. Just to go back to Ellie's example about Canada, one of the views that I've heard from others is one of the reasons that they've had so much more progress is the CFTC and the SEC are essentially a combined regulator. And I know that's probably a very messy analogy, but in the US here, we have obviously FinCEN, Treasury, OCC, right? We've got, the SEC, the CFTC. The Fed, like how do you guys, the list goes on and on, right? We haven't even touched on the state level, and Stand With Crypto has done such a great job, at the state level as well. How do you guys at CCI think about your approach? Is it like a top down, like here's the issue of the day, here's the number one priority, or what's that like in working on advocacy, for you guys?
Yeah, well, first, it's a lot of fun. I know it gets complicated due to our country's regulatory system, but the way we approach it is going back to my key principle, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, which is we need legislation. We need clear, durable set of rules here. And as that happens, each regulatory agency will play their part when it comes to rulemaking. So just to take market structure as an example, because we're talking about that right now, once market structure passes, hopefully, both chambers of Congress, you're going to see the SEC being directed to go through different rulemaking on various issues, same with the CFTC. So for CCI, we're looking forward to that rulemaking process. Of course, we also think right now, when we don't have this legislation in place, it's important for us to be a resource, to be a source of truth to the regulators. So we've always been a big proponent of, to the regulators, hey, you have to understand this technology. If you want to regulate it, whether you're the FDIC, OCC, SEC, CFTC, work with the industry. So a lot of what CCI does is we have workshops where we bring regulators from around the world, actually, as well as policymakers. Here's a self-hosted wallet. Try to transfer Ether from yours to mine. Here's how the technology works. So it's sort of like, I'm a big basketball fan. I'm a Knicks fan as well. But I can't learn how to play basketball by reading a book, essentially. I have to go out there and shoot hoops, which I've done a lot. I'm not very good, but you have to go out there and practice and actually do the activity. It's the same for digital assets and crypto, which is, hey, regulators, you want to regulate this? You think you have a lens into this? Learn how this works. So again, just to recap, I think once we have those durable set of rules in place, CCI will be front and center, working with our members to make sure that rulemaking is responsive to the legislation. But in the meantime, until we have that legislation, it's been a lot of education, being a resource. Whatever regulators need across the world, we are there as your first source of information and advocacy as well.
So are you saying that regulators are setting up crypto wallets and buying things on chain?
They're experimenting, at least, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Well, Paul Atkins said it perhaps best, right? He wants to bring the whole market on chain.
Yeah.
Did you ever think you'd hear an SEC chair say that in all your time, G?
Yeah, it's amazing to see. It really is amazing to see. And you're also seeing both SEC and the CFTC react very quickly to the Presidential Working Group report on digital assets. So it's great to see the crypto sprint from the CFTC as well as the SEC's Project Crypto. And really what's been needed is sort of that innovation hub, the understanding that this innovation has to be here in the US and working with industry.
Mm-hmm. When you're having these conversations with these regulators and legislators, do you find that they actually, one, have an interest, and two, are starting to get it, especially in the US?
I think the short answer is yes. I think there's still a lot more education that we all need to do as an industry. I think, look, digital assets, we're talking about financial services for sure. There's so much more to all of this, right? Again, control for consumers, access, real use cases. So what we're seeing at CCI, and I know that my colleagues earlier was part of a Stand With Crypto panel on our research and impact research, is let's talk to legislators and regulators about why crypto is important, right? What is the research that CCI is doing? What are the use cases? I think people at this point more or less know what Bitcoin is, what Ether is, but what else can be used for this? So I think it's a sea change across the board, across the world as well, where they understand that digital assets are here to stay. I know we talked about that earlier on in the session, but what's changing globally is that no one is saying, hey, we can't have this anymore in our country. What they're trying to figure out is we want to fully understand this and how to harness technology. So Senator Elizabeth Warren, I tend to be diplomatic. I'll say she's a skeptic of our industry and digital assets. But even even earlier this weekend, she actually seemed to acknowledge the need for regulation, which I think is a huge, significant change and a recognition, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, whatever you may be, that the U.S. needs to lead on this, and also we need broader regulatory framework to make sure this happens, and also that we protect consumers and investors, which is extremely important to the industry as well.
Yeah, I'm curious about those use cases that you're actually bringing up to members or to whoever you're talking to, right? I've kind of said publicly before that I think it's really challenging as an industry to have to justify our existence through, non-financial use cases, right? I mean, we're seeing the stablecoin narrative, this kind of, reinvention of the US dollar, sort of establishment, the digital assets report, the dominance of the dollar was kind of front and center. And it seems like, we're looking at kind of the rails of financial markets getting an upgrade, but it does seem like you still need a lot of those, whether it's something like DPIN or healthcare or something else, these non-financial use cases for whether it's staffers or regulators to kind of grab onto. Where have you guys found traction on that side of things, like when you're doing that education or research?
Yeah, there's a few, and I know this is still related to financial services, but just because you mentioned stablecoins, like remittances actually has really resonates with legislators and policymakers to understand that people is not just to transfer value for personal reasons, but to send money to family members across the world if you really need to by way of a cross-border remittance. Also, NFTs. I'm personally a big fan of NFTs myself. I invest in those with my 9-year-old daughter. So digital art, right? It's like everything is moving on chain. Like we're seeing this evolution and progress. So it's like we're not just talking about something that goes up and down in value, but we're seeing arts, collectibles, and NFTs, ticketing, and all these aspects. And DePIN is also across the board. It tends to raise a lot of questions about curiosity and resonates because these are actual use cases in different neighborhoods. So those are just a few examples that CCI is seeing and that regulators and policymakers have been asking us about.
Just quickly, I want to switch gears a little bit and get your take on what's going on with the open banking discussion. CCI recently partnered with FTA. You guys, I believe, filed a motion in the ongoing lawsuit against the big banks like JP Morgan, charging fees for consumers to gain access to their banking data. There's some who say, Tyler Winklevoss is one of them, who say this is a really big threat to crypto. Can you expand on that and just kind of tell us where CCI lands on that argument, and is it really an existential threat to the industry?
Yeah, so CCI didn't weigh in on the litigation itself. That was FTA as a participant, but we've of course been supportive of this more broadly. And I think it really comes down to what I said earlier on in the session, which is consumers should have a choice to how to share their financial data and information. And right now we're seeing that certain major banks want to charge very high fees when this happens. So one example is if you're an exchange and you partner with these banks, and if I want to sort of share my information through API calls or whatever else it may be, if a bank charges heavy fees on the exchange, that's going to have a downstream effect on me in terms of what I do with that exchange as its example. So I think more than anything else, like this is an important issue. I think it's an issue that crypto needs to be well aware of. And we're also seeing all this progress with Genius and everything else. And if these banks can charge these excessive fees, it is going to sort of chill innovation, chill the progress that we're seeing thus far.
Yeah, but we're kind of in limbo right now because the Trump administration said they're going to go and maybe rework this approach to the open banking rule. So we may see some changes there.
Yeah, I'm very encouraged by the CFPB opening things up to a rulemaking. CCI looks forward to weighing in on that, providing our perspective, as you pointed out, Eleanor, and really explaining why this is such a big issue and a threat to the growth of our industry. But this administration has been supportive, right? The fact that they're switching gears and willing to do a rulemaking now, I think is really, really tremendous and positive.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. Well, G, before we let you go, can you leave us with something that you're watching in DC right now that we haven't discussed that you think others should pay attention to?
It's really market structure. I hate to give the boring.
You're like, that's it, yeah.
But look, I'm a hopeless romantic and optimist. I know market structure is complicated. There's a lot of important issues in play. But the fact that Senate Banking, Senate Ag are working on the clock right now during August recess, working on their versions, the fact that Clarity passed in overwhelming bipartisan fashion, that is the main event for our industry. That is what will cement U.S. leadership. That is what will make U.S. crypto capital of the world. So all eyes are on that. But again, it's also just been an amazing sea change in interacting with regulators. I know we talked about that quite a bit already, but this SEC, the CFTC, and being able to work hand in hand to hear our concerns, hear our thoughts, see the guidance. So these are all things I know we've talked about that you all have been focused on, but that's really the main thing that CCI has been focused on, and we look forward to advocating for members on these issues.
Amazing. Well, thanks for joining us, and thanks for being our first guest on this segment.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
We will be back in a minute with our next guest.
And we're back. Welcome back. We have a new guest with us right now. It's Nick Carey. He is the co-founder of blockchain.com. In case you guys forgot who we are, I'm Eleanor Terrett. This is Jacqueline Melnick and Gerald Gallagher. We are Crypto in America, and we're excited to sit down here with Nick today to talk about all things crypto. Nick, how's it going?
Great, and thank you for hosting me. It's a pleasure to be here, Eleanor, Gerald, and Jacqueline. And I love the podcast title. It is so relevant to the moment we're in right now. So let's have a great chat today.
Yeah, okay, great setup for our first question, which is the one we ask all our guests. What does crypto in America mean to you, Nick?
It's honestly, I'm so glad you asked that. It is really a personal sort of mission for us, and it's always been really clear. We've endeavored to create a more open, efficient, and fair financial system. That's why we named the company blockchain.com. And this moment that's happening in America is really creating an envy of the world. Blockchain.com was founded in York, in Northern England, a tiny little town, which I actually think is kind of a funny little thing because everyone always thinks New York. And we went to the original one at the beginning. And we started off just basically as a simple block explorer and a statistical project, and went on to build one of the most widely adopted wallets in the world, and have gone much further than that. And I think we were really quite proud of the pioneering work that we've done over the last decade to build a $4 trillion industry. But with everything that's happened here in America over the last couple of years, it really feels like a coming home party. And so we can see that in all the enthusiasm and optimism in the industry, but also the capital that's forming and the maturity in which the businesses that are now operating here are expressing themselves.
Yeah, Nick, you kind of mentioned the OG-ness of blockchain.com, and also, I mean, that domain had to be, I'm sure you guys got some good offers at some point, but you also started, I think, in the space pretty early on. I think if I read correctly, you kind of got your start on the professional side like 2013.
Yeah, that's right. So I've been involved in this space for a really long time, and most people don't really remember that in the early days, there were not good user interfaces. It wasn't clear how all of this would develop. And that was one of the first things we really wanted to work on. One was to figure out whether or not there really was product market fit for digital assets. And at the time, there was only Bitcoin. And one of the things we did was build the world's first iOS and Android app that got released into the app stores. And so we also pioneered very early on very, very secure wallet systems, and earning the trust of early users in those vintages was really critical to the company's success. We've had nearly 100 million people sign up to use blockchain.com wallets over the last 10 years, and continue to onboard loads of folks from all over the world. And here, the United States is, one of our most important markets, and we're just so excited to be able to finally meaningfully expand our footprint here. We just announced a major partnership a couple of years ago with the Dallas Cowboys. And I've really enjoyed working with that team. And then Dallas is going to be our new home in the not too distant future for our firm. So quite excited about bringing everything back here.
From New England to Dallas, Texas. I love it.
Yeah.
That's quite the migration. You also talked about kind of the growth in the U.S. market, and I'd love to get your take on this, Nick. In the recent quarters or past year, let's say, how much have you seen growth now stateside, given kind of the recent push and the administration change? What are you seeing on blockchain.com?
Yeah, we've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I think crypto found a good kind of product market fit, especially in emerging markets and sometimes places where there weren't a lot of options for people to store their wealth or transact internationally. And so, over the last couple of years, we've seen a complete momentum shift. And it's really been led partially by the administration, but really at a grassroots level. And frankly, it's now become a bipartisan initiative, which is really one of those rare things at the moment that I think everyone can kind of get around. And I think the spirit of that is really quite American. And it's also all about building something that's more resilient, better, and future-proofing the American economy for the next century. In the last decade, if you kind of think about global competitiveness, Europe really had one or two hands tied behind its back, a little engine it's trying to get going. The US sort of had like a V6, and with the passage of the Genius Act, we've really strapped a V8 onto the American economy, and we really need to get the Clarity Act passed next. These two things in succession are really, really important pieces of infrastructure on a regulatory level that build confidence in the market and make sure that American preeminence and this extremely critical technology is protected and thriving onshore.
would you count yourself in the camp of you guys were building in America kind of quietly during the Biden administration, or do you count yourself in the camp of you were building in America, you went offshore, and now you're back again?
Oh, the opposite.
We never left. I'm an American. My co-founder is an American. Our entire directorial staff, predominantly American-led. And our board of directors, we've got some amazing folks that have sat at the intersection of governance and politics and finance for their whole careers, including the lead independent director of Walmart, former CEO of American Airlines, the former chief of staff for Barack Obama and his campaign manager, Jim Messina, as well as the former officer of the controller of the currency, Joseph Otting, who also serves on our board. And so I share those things because America's vision for this future has been being built quietly, both domestically and abroad, but we really haven't been able to thrive yet, partially because of the lack of regulatory clarity. And we never wanted unfair advantages. We were just asking to be able to compete on an even playing field. And I think now that we have some clarity to that, the amount of opportunity in the United States is really exceptional, and we're going to export that globally. When I say the United States is now the envy of the world, I really mean that on a legal and regulatory basis. I get to travel on behalf of the firm to places all over the world and talk about the business and why crypto, is sort of a generational opportunity to upgrade the financial system. And the momentum we've seen in the United States over the past 18 months is really quite extraordinary. If you look, today, just basically 24 hours ago, we hit an all-time high for the market capitalization of crypto, really led by Bitcoin and Ethereum. And there's all these emergent projects that are coming to market now. And it is just a really exciting time, both to onshore the capital, but really the intellectual effort that builds these things. And that's something that's really important to me. We need to attract the brightest minds in the world to come here and build safely and build with confidence. And that's all kind of coming together now. And so this global diaspora that's kind of been quietly building in all these different places is certainly looking at America now as a place to go, complete this building process.
Yeah, Nick, I want to ask you about the sort of momentum and some of the aspects of the longevity of the industry that you mentioned, right? So there's talent, there's obviously legislation. You've seen several cycles. I think all of us around the table have seen several cycles here. And so, there's two kind of adages that are sort of balancing against each other, right? One is like, this too shall pass. And so, it is like a lot of winning right now. We need to get clarity done. We need to get that legislation passed and have some sort of permanent rules in place. But then there's also kind of like this time it's different, right? And so what about this period of policymaking, of momentum of crypto in the United States makes this like the most sort of bullish or sort of golden era as we've heard. Why is it different this time? Like what do you think is driving that?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. Look, we have seen a variety of cycles in the space, and just like there are bear markets and bull markets in the traditional financial services, that's been true in crypto as well. They tend to be condensed and sort of happen on a slightly faster timetable. But what's different to me this time is really the amount of collaboration between TradFi and digital asset services firms. One of the things we've been developing over this cycle are digital asset treasury solutions. This is a way to bring market access to both institutions and retail users in the United States that want proper governance around some of these assets. They want to be able to get access to them, in a regulated way. And if 2024 was the year of the ETFs, this year is really the year of the digital asset treasury companies, on top of the other momentum events, which is what was brought to us by Genius, which is basically a roadmap for stable coins in the United States. And then Clarity is really about drawing clear lines on the kind of last and final frontier for digital asset firms. And so if I just summarize it, it's really just the market has matured a lot. You've had a lot of actors that have been through market cycles. The ones that have survived, those cycles are here. They're mature. They have very, sustainable businesses, and they have proper governance. And those things are all necessary for those critical relationships as it relates to customers and doing the right thing by them. So, we've been really proud about supporting a lot of these digital asset treasury companies. We've put over $200 million to work in them. Over $20 billion has been forged in these things in the last 8 weeks. I do think they're here to stay. It's a novel capital mechanism, and it provides market access in a really regulated and transparent way for people that weren't otherwise participating. And so I'm quite excited about that.
Yeah, Nick, I also want to ask you about the new privacy AI platform that blockchain.com put together. I know you also wrote extensively about the intersection of AI and crypto, similar to digital asset treasuries, not similar, but similar in the sense that there is a massive narrative around AI and crypto. We see so many startups focusing on this, builders building in this front, and now massive exchanges and companies like your own launching platforms on this. Kind of walk us through like how you see the integration of AI into exchanges and then the broader market side in the States and then also globally. What's the opportunity here?
Yeah, we think this is a huge opportunity, and it's not a coincidence that AI and crypto are going to be very harmonious and simpatico. Basically, the speed at which AI is developing is a well-beaten topic, but in the not too distant future, the user interfaces that we're all going to interact with are going to be powered by AI capabilities. And it's very obvious that wallets and people are going to seek to use really, really powerful systems to manage their wealth and basically find opportunities. It's basically like having a CFO in your pocket. And we built June, which is a privacy-focused AI. You can visit askjune.ai to join our beta today. It's a discrete AI that really puts privacy at the forefront of all the interactions you have with it. So proper data governance is really quite critical. Many of the AIs out there are training on your data. They're learning about your most intimate secrets and your behaviors. And the business model long-term for that we've seen over the last 10 or 15 years. It's to target advertising against you. It's to manipulate the way you think. And this moment is quite critical. It is so important, and we learned this after the great financial crisis, that individuals should have more control over their wealth and their money. And that's why in the crypto space, we always say, not your keys, not your crypto. If you trust a third party, you are making a very risky decision to assume that they are behaving correctly. And so with us, we've always thought that giving customers the choice was really, really important. And so June AI is all about that. It's pioneering AI privacy, putting you more firmly in control of your data, and having a mature AI system that you can interact with. And one of the things we've done so far is built up all kinds of neat crypto features natively into it, so you can do all kinds of market analysis. And this is just the first step. We've got a whole bunch of features we'll be launching this fall as we integrate the AI features more closely into the blockchain.com wallet. But this is sort of the beginning. Just imagine having, a personal CFO in your pocket interacting with your cryptocurrency and taking instruction from you and collaborating with you to develop best-in-class practices for trading. It's almost like a supercharged robo-advisor.
It sounds like you think we're reaching a place where crypto and AI will one day won't be able to exist one without the other.
I think it's very obvious to us. And we're going to see this all kind of merge, with this digital asset service firms like ours and AI companies. It's not. It's going to be a requirement within the next 6 to 12 months.
How do you kind of see the standardization or regulatory clarity that's coming in, improving the opportunity for more product launches like this, but then opening the door, on the AI front, crypto front, digital asset treasury front, like all these areas that are like so ready for innovation? How does this kind of like clear the floor?
Yeah, I think it's an amazing time to be building in the space. Our team is so motivated right now, and there's a lot of competition, but the best products are built and thrive in competitive environments. But I also think the longevity aspect of our firm and the teams that have been operating in this space for a long time is so key. Getting it right, getting the security right, building that relationship with the clients over a duration of time is so important. And a lot of people are stepping into AI, I think, with maybe some blinders on, and that's why having a discrete pioneering AI that is focused on your privacy is so key. So we did that with the non-custodial wallets over a decade ago. We're doing it now with June AI. We're into this fight really to protect people's privacy and give them choices and make sure that AIs aren't basically learning off them and then using all that data to make money off them without their consent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up question there? I think there's some really novel issues, and you just touched on the non-custodial wallet piece. There's some really interesting issues around giving AI control over your funds, right? And what does that mean? And lawyers, I'm sure, are going to write many, many papers about that. But there are also a lot of different approaches, and you mentioned this kind of notion that the market will decide, right? Some customers don't want to control their keys. They don't want to put a little slip of piece like paper in a safety deposit box or something. they just want to use a good set of features for their wallet. There's several different features in the market. You have like Fireblocks, BitGo, Anchorage, obviously the exchange approaches. How do you guys think about custody, and also where do you think the policy is going on whether it's just self-custody being more robustly protected by legislation, or how that affects your business?
I think people have spoken, and options and a spectrum of services are what are desirable. And so the way we think about that at blockchain.com is we built what we describe as a super app, which is one experience that you can log into. You can download it from the iOS or Android store, or visit blockchain.com and create your wallet. And it includes both a non-custodial and a custodial experience in one user interface. And to us, that seems to make the most amount of sense. It provides optionality for those that want to have a non-custodial relationship with their wealth. And it also provides a custodial account that's a little bit more convenient to manage for those that desire that too. So, customers are always your best teacher, and one of the things we're proud about is basically listening to them and building stuff that's useful and relevant to them. And in terms of where this all goes in the future, the market is growing. There still aren't, by some metrics, maybe 300-400 million people in the world own some cryptocurrency directly today. I think with the amount of leadership that America is demonstrating, the overall market access will continue to increase. Crypto will be available in 401ks in the not too distant future, with all the digital asset treasury companies that are providing, these clever ways for people to gain access to digital assets they may not have even known about a year ago, are now in these regulated wrappers. This is exciting too. And so, the momentum is there. There's a lot of optimism, but most importantly, I would say the maturity of the market is just miles from where it was a few years ago. And I think those are all just positive signals for the space.
Awesome. Well, I think we need to wrap, but thank you so much, Nick, for joining us.
Yes,
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure to be on today.
Thanks,
Of
Nick.
course. Thank you.
We
All
will be
right.
right
We will
back.
be right back.
Appreciate it.
All right, we are back for our final segment of the day. We are here with Mason, and I'm going to butcher your last name, Mason. So I'm going to say Mason L. from Linoff. Okay, I thought so, but I didn't want to trigger Jones.
It's not an easy one.
Of Stand With Crypto. Well, people butcher my name all the time. It's Terrett, but people say Tourette, so I totally feel your pain. But yeah, so great to have you on. Thank you for having us on. It's a pleasure to be a part of this day that you put together. How do you feel it's gone? I mean, from all that we've heard it's been a success. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's gone very well. I had this crazy idea a couple weeks ago where someone was like, we should do a day of action. We'll just get people to
click, and send emails. And I was like, that's not big enough. Like we're not going to get that much going. So I was like, let's do an all day live stream. And people were like, sure, sounds good. And I was like, oh man, what if I got myself into? And so thanks to wonderful partners like you, we were able to fill out the day. And I think everybody has been happy they participated. It's been a good time. It seems like everybody's watching, which is great. You go in and you're bullish, but you don't know how it's actually going to shake out,
It's live TV, essentially, right?
Yeah.
It is live TV, yes. It's
We do it live.
we do it live. But no, it's been great. And we've got, I think there were 20,000 something emails sent, which is pretty good. And then we're at like 52,000 streamers here. And then I think we had like probably 20,000 streamers on partners as well. So pretty big, pretty big.
Yeah, Mason, we have asked the other two guests this, and if people have been listening since 4 o'clock, they might be tired of this question, but we ask everyone this. What does crypto in America mean to you? And we're really excited to hear your answer because I think it's going to be energetic.
Probably the best one of the day.
Yeah.
Well, that's a setup if I've ever heard one. Crypto in America is the community. I think a lot of people, obviously, so here's why crypto is special. It's not just something you vote on, right? You vote on it, but you vote on it for a bunch of different reasons. It's a technology, it's an ideology, it's economic revolution, it's a career, it's an investment, it's all of these things. So it's a very specific, uniquely positioned topic because people have, like AI, I guess there's like philosophy that's associated with things like AI, but you think about like the internet's great, but like when it comes to financial freedom and the idea to like send a transaction and no one be able to stop you, like there's a certain amount of liberty that's associated with that. And then the fact that you can build your career off of that and it is associated with it's an investment. It's a revolution. It's very crazy. It's a way of life. It's a way of life. It's a way of life. Yeah, it's like literally a way of life for a lot of people. It's religious to some people, but it's these idiosyncratic different perspectives people have, eccentric people, millions and millions of them that have all found their way into this strange little world because the people that got into this earlier, they had to be unique individuals. Like they had to find their way into this. And even up until now, like finding your way into it now, you still are taking a leap. I remember trying to explain NFTs to someone and I was like, look, you're going to have to just take a leap with me here. Like if you're going to be a skeptic, if you're going to be a hater, it's not going to work. So everybody that is in the crypto community has taken a leap and it makes it very special. So for me, it's about the community, that's my job. So that's my angle.
Mason, how has the community grassroots effort evolved over time? Obviously, you're with Stand With Crypto and you are at the forefront of the community efforts, right? But what does that really look like today compared to, let's say, like a year ago even? Yeah, so this one is fun because I've been with Stand Crypto basically since the beginning. I actually started as a volunteer, but we, all through 2024, it was like, the media says crypto voters are not real. All this is like nonsense. This is all fake. People are making these outlandish claims that millions of people care about this, blah, blah, blah. And so my job was like, and the team we're fighting back against this narrative, right? And we're like, whenever someone does something cool and like, oh, look at these crypto voters, like yes, there's a win. Like every day we got to show that the crypto voter exists. And then 2024 election day, crypto swings the election, according to a lot of different people. That's debatable, but at least
according to sources. Yeah, according
to sources. What is that meme where it's like the meme where it's Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen? Source, I made it up. Well, this is sourced from Harry Enton says this. So, but crypto had a distinct impact on the election, right? Now, 2024, no one is questioning the crypto voter, right? Now it's like, hey, does the crypto voter keep it up? Hey, like is this community active? Is this community growing? And it definitely is, but that's the change, right? Before it was like fighting for belief and recognition. Now it's like, okay, can we follow through on this swing? And what I've been doing is building all these state chapters, right? So do we go into the next election cycle with way better infrastructure than we had before, when we were kind of running like an internet first, like traditional internet, like marketing campaign, political campaign, to, okay, 2026, we have these localized groups of advocates that are engaging on the ground, not that they weren't before, but like in a way more robust way. How does that look when you have a million races across the country? And I asked someone, I said, oh, what's the most important races for me to be aware of? And they're like, oh, every race. And I was like, oh, cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the test now.
I'm curious on that that crypto voter aspect. So, you know, all of us, I think, are those unique individuals you mentioned, right? We've all you know, sort of dove into the industry, but you don't always see people who are passionate about crypto necessarily be full time about it, right? Maybe somebody bought a Bitcoin in 2014, or they were in an you know, emerging market where their currency failed, and, you know, or remittances we've talked about with one of our guests today. What do you think the crypto voter, maybe who's not as kind of into it as we are, right? Just meaning like they're not breathing, like, you know, what are the updates after the RFIs that, you know, Ellie mentioned earlier? What do you see get those people excited? Like, what do you think turns people out who are maybe not full time in the industry, but are obviously what you guys would consider like a crypto voter?
Yeah, I think it's very like simple stuff, and like, you know, all of us are debating like, oh, what does the CFTC do? What does the SEC do? Whatever. You got to boil it down to like good versus bad, or like we're on a team or not. And so when you see people in Congress that just come out and say, I like crypto, you know, Bitcoin is cool, or you see like the president's family and the president, and they're like, we love crypto. That, like, people care about that a lot. Like, people just care about everyone coming together for something. I think you can see this in our advocates, like when they come to events, the ones that aren't like involved in the state chapters, or even people in the chats today. They love their tokens. You know, they love number goes up. They love everyone getting on board. They love their communities. They love XRP. Like, people have a lot of pride in their tokens. And that's what's so fun of it. It's like, it's when you do like NFTs too, it's like, you're building these communities, right? But it does get as simple as like, hey, we think you're good. Like, we think you're cool. We don't think you're bad. And it's like very base level acceptance, understanding, and participation that people really want. And it's a pretty low bar, if we're being honest, which is why it's hilarious that we had to even set this standard, because like I was talking to Faryar before, it's like, you know, two years ago, year and a half ago, there were politicians putting out anti-crypto ads. You know, it was like such a bizarre decision with such a significant antibody reaction. So when it comes to like, we have success rallying people to get their Congress people to vote for bills, but you really also see some activation when there's a villain as well. So like, Gary Gensler was a big one. You remember how people gave Donald Trump a standing ovation when he said he would fire him. So like that rallied everybody, even like the common denominator crypto voter as well. Luckily, we don't really have that many enemies, but we also have people that are coming together as team members now with the legislation.
Right. I feel like with a lot of people in across the U.S. right now, they feel like we're almost at this finish line where we have all these legislation getting passed in D.C., but I almost see it as like it's the end of one line and also the beginning of like a very long marathon after this again, right? And so for Stand With Crypto, given that the current administration is extremely friendly towards the industry, what are kind of like the new goals and things that you want to hit? Obviously, market structure is still in the ring, but what else is kind of top of line for you guys?
Well, I would say that we're not at the finish line also.
No, we're not. But we're like moving towards.
We're working towards it, but this is like a big theme is like, what did Faryar also say is like stablecoins like 20% of the fight, right? Like the market structure thing. And I tell this to people is like, when I joined Stand With Crypto at the beginning, our motto was like rules of the road for the entire industry. Like we were advocating for Fit 21, and now we're here and we're we have to finish the job is like the big thing. Like the goal has not been accomplished. But when you like, that's the primary thing. Like we got to get that done. And then next year it's like a report card, you know, for all these elections, like all these officials that, you know, some of them said they were going to do things, maybe they didn't. And
yeah,
you know, that's one thing, but then also like there's always a referendum on all of these elections too, because you want to expand your majority for whatever group you're part of. And like someone was talking about earlier, like the laws are just the start, because then it's the rulemaking. And I guess like Congress maybe doesn't have as much of direct like hands-on when that goes to the regulators, but it doesn't hurt to have a crypto majority in Congress. But it would, and it also actively, damn it, be terrible if we lost our crypto majority, because there's a lot of bad things that could happen.
Yeah, I guess to that point, just quickly, how are you guys preparing for the midterms? Are you going to do all-in blitz like you did for 2024? Because I think arguably you guys burst onto the scene in the previous election, right? You had the politician scorecard, which as someone who was at mainstream media at the time, I found that so incredibly helpful. But you guys really were sort of a, you know, a household name for us tracking campaign donations, campaign finance, that kind of thing. Are you planning a similar sort of blitz for the midterms, or do you feel like because there is such a, as you mentioned, a crypto majority, you know, maybe the work won't be quite as monumental this time?
No, it's going to be bigger and better than ever. I mean, it's going to be bigger. If that, you could even believe that. If you could believe it, it'll be bigger. I mean, you know, the Fair Shake PAC, similar numbers as last year. We've got more people than ever. We've got state chapters now. It's going to be huge. We've got some big things in the work. I'm not going to, big things coming soon. I'm not going to spoil it. But I mean, think about what we did last time and multiply it by, I don't know how many different factors, but if you think about like, a lot of this is just limited by bandwidth. And now we've got all of these grassroots leaders, and it's not just me being like, hey, this person, like, let's do that. But now it's like, no, we've got, like this morning, if you saw, we had all these great leaders that come on. That's just a small fraction of people that have their own communities at home that are all waiting for instructions and different ways that they can get involved in their local communities. So I think it's going to be, huge. I don't think we can even imagine what it's going to look like yet.
So you're saying more Chainsmokers concerts, maybe?
Crypto ball TV.
Yeah. So make sure you'll want to come to some things. That's for sure. We're having some cool events this month. You should come to, you guys. The Block Party series. I don't know if you've heard about this, but we're doing a 4 event series. Detroit, Baltimore, Portland, Oregon, and Minneapolis. They're kind of like the get out the vote rallies, except they're more hands-on, like, hey, experience stable coins. There's like games, it's family friendly, but it's gonna be super fun. In Detroit, we're doing Big Sean. Baltimore, we're doing Logic because he's from Maryland. I'm still working on the headliners for the next two, but yeah, come out. I mean, it'll be fun. I mean, stand-up crypto events are always fun, but that's someone else's opinion on mine, you know.
There you go. What, I guess at the state level, like what we see all these initiatives, right? So we've seen the reserve bills that, you know, are trying to make their way through. We've seen custody. We've seen the other side of this where we've seen AGs get a little trigger happy, you know, with their suits. We've seen DAO legislation. We've seen so many initiatives at the state level. What are you guys seeing out there? I mean, obviously you just want to get out the vote and have people be, you know, pro crypto and understand the industry and the technology. But what gets you excited, you know, about the state level initiatives that you guys are running?
So there's not really like a policy angle that I have for a state level as much as it's a engagement level. So we don't necessarily have like these state level policy platforms. What we do have is a goal to make all of the advocates in the state have tools to go out and advocate for themselves. So I tell, like Shelton, Arizona, for example, he had a role in the unclaimed property Bitcoin Reserve bill. And it was like, we promoted it, right? We helped him get some advocate support. We helped him in like some capacity, but it wasn't like Stand Crypto wants a Bitcoin reserve bill. We're going to dedicate effort into this state. It was more of like ground up. How do we make you a better organizer? How do we make you feel comfortable going to the state house? How to make you feel comfortable in these rooms where you're advocating for your local community? And so from my perspective, any advocate that wants to go out and get their hands dirty and do some type of state level bill, I'm like, let's get it done. Let's go, as long as it's not terrible. And most of the bills that our advocates get drawn to are fine. So, I mean, some of the stuff is like relatively harmless. I mean, like you and I know all about DAOs, and like Aduna is amazing. And so if people want to get involved with like Aduna in their state, like that's great practice for them, even if it doesn't work out. But it's not like something terrible, like we're imposing a state level CBDC. You know, like I don't want, none of our advocates are like getting pumped up about these state level CBDC bills. So luckily we have a intrinsic alignment.
Yeah, Mason, I know we're at the top of the hour, so we're going to have to let you go, or you let us go. Before we go, I would love to know if you could say something to all the listeners out there. What would it be?
Thank you for joining. Go to standwithcrypto.org and make sure you're signed up. Email your Congress member and be ready to keep doing it throughout the next few months.
Amazing. Awesome. Love it. Thank you for having us on, and thanks for taking the time to talk.
Yeah, thanks for being part of this, guys. It's really big, means a lot to me.
Appreciate it, Mason. Yeah, this was fun. See you soon.
Bye, guys.
These are historic times for the crypto community, and Stand With Crypto is leading the way. Stand With Crypto is the largest pro-crypto movement in the world. We are more than 2.1 million organized crypto advocates hungry for change. In 2024, our election hub helped more than 600,000 people prepare to vote, helping to elect the most pro-crypto Congress ever. We are the voice of innovation, making history today. We are crypto.
Cool. All right, everybody, I'm wrapping up the day. Want to do a big thank you for everybody that not only came, but for all of our partners. We had CoinDesk, and they brought some great guests. Then we had Engage Raise / Support Crypto, CCI, and they brought some amazing startups they wanted to highlight. The Digital Chamber did a very creative game show, which was super exciting. DeFi Education Fund broke down how important it was to pay attention to all the different privacy related cases that are happening that pertain to everybody that's into crypto. Blockchain Association, thank you guys for participating, broke down a little bit about how things work in DC and what's coming up in the next few months. And then Bitcoin Magazine Takeover, Bitcoin Policy Institute joined Bitcoin Law. Thank you very much for bringing a new spin on the day. Always very important to hear the perspectives from the Bitcoin community. You know, we get really, really focused on what we're doing with the stablecoin bill, the market structure bill, but ultimately we can't forget the importance of the cypherpunk background that crypto has, and hopefully we make sure to never lose that. And then thank you very much to Coinbase, great partner that we brought on, Luke from Impact Research, and Faryar, the Chief Policy Officer, got really into the weeds about what the crypto voter is and some of the specifics about why it matters to get market structure. And then close out the day with Crypto in America. Great up and coming media platform. Eleanor, thank you. Gerald, thank you. Jackie, thank you. And now here we are. So it's been awesome. Shout out to blockchain.com as well for providing a guest and helping promote it. And I don't know, that's about it. We had 53,000 people tune in to this stream. We had probably 10, 20,000 people tune on partner streams. And I got to get the numbers, but we had at least 20,000 emails sent. So first ever Crypto Day of Action, I think a resounding success. And it's thanks to all of you. So have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you around.